Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku became a dreamer's light part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story fromneptune from 𝗓𝗏. So let's start the video. 80 years ago, she was dead. Rather, she wanted to die. But she also wanted to live. She wanted to walk, eat, breathe mindlessly as they could. A smaller, darker part of her wanted to be one of them. One of those beings with straight legs and pale skin and long hair. Those who walked on the ground, out of sight. As she was, even with her gallant white wings and ice-breathing lungs, she couldn't feel free. Even though her kind didn't believe in enclosed spaces, she often felt trapped somewhere. Somewhere above, in the sky that was said to be endless. Her father, Draco, often told her that the top of a mountain was the freest place on which a dragon could sit. But it wasn't like that for her. She didn't like to sit. She liked to fly. She maybe even liked the thought of running. She could run, but not as they could. She knew about them through stories and myths, but she'd never seen a human in real life. Dragons were told that they could never have dreams, but she had them. In her dreams, she saw one with hair the color of grapes. His hair, shaped like an indigo-colored cloud, fell over his eyes. But when he lifted his head, she saw his purple eyes. She couldn't reason why she was having dreams about a stranger. Her father had told her that he found her a partner. Cygnus, his name was, after the swan. She almost laughed for the first time when she heard his name. But when she saw him, she felt silent. He was everything. He had wine-red scales and sea-green eyes that pierced into her. His arms, legs, and tail had pride written all over. He was sharp, strong, silent. She would have lied if she were to say that she didn't find him attractive. But then her father said the words, "When you are to be queen, he is to be your king." First, it was a ringing in her ears. Then, the sound of an explosion. Somehow, at that second, she knew she had to leave. She could feel it in her bones. That night, she sat on an icy mountain and waited for something. A way out. And when she saw it, she first saw the tail of fire. She saw the meteor next. She stood, flew to it, landed. Immediately, she saw another planet, mixed with greens and blues. Earth. Somehow, she was ready. Thinking of the human from her dreams, she closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she didn't know she'd crashed. The man hovering over her seemed to know, however, hence his agape mouth and wide, rounded eyes. He seemed to be less surprised at her crash and more stunned by her existence. "You're awake," he said, his voice out of breath. "I thought you were dead." She looked around. There was scorching dirt under her. Tall trees all around her, the night sky above her. She could see stars. Aside from the two of them, there was nothing else. She looked at him for a long moment before realizing that he was the indigo man from her dreams. It's not every day that you see a person crash from a shooting star. Person. She thought. What happened? And why can we speak the same language? And why is he here? Is he real? Taking advantage of his crouching down to speak to her, without warning, she reached over and pinched his human cheeks. "Ouch, what are you doing?" he yelped. From this, she noticed two things, that he was real, and that she had human arms. "Do I look like you?" she asked him. "No, you look like a woman," he answered, dumbfounded. He rose, holding out his arm. "Here, can you get up?" She finally took in his appearance. He wore a blue suit with golden buttons down the middle. He had on a tie and a dark blue hat that could barely stay on his head. His hair took over, she said to herself. On his belt were a long black stick and a shorter stick that was shaped like an L. In one of his hands was a flashlight. His other hand was reached out to her. She took it, and it was the first time she held a human hand. As they walked, she realized she had many questions. Seeing as they were probably going to walk for a while, she decided to ask them. "How did you find me?" "I was in the area when I saw the shooting star. Then you fell from it, crashed, and burned a hole in the ground." "Where am I?" "Chiba. Japan." "Japan. The nation of islands." "Yeah, so, you know. I read on the planet I came from." The things she read were carved on mountains and in caves. They were things she read and pieced together to pass the time. The writings came from someone who was there before any of them. Someone who had crashed on their planet, 𝗏𝗏, the planet of dragons. The man did not hold back his laugh. His laugh was different from a dragon's laugh. It was softer, lighter. "You're an alien, huh? If that is what you call beings from other planets, then yes, I am an alien." He laughed again, told her his name and asked her for hers. Lyra, she replied. Like the lyre. In the sky, he asked. Yes. She continued with her questions, pausing somewhat, feeling the ground under her, the dirt sticking to her feet. She bent her toes in. She was so close to the earth. What were you doing in this area? Well, I'm a police officer, stationed in this area. But we're not really anywhere. I know, that's why I like it. There's a train around here, though, and hot springs. Do you know what those are? Lyra made a mental note of how each step she took felt. She would never forget how it felt, or how the night looked from below, how it felt to need to look up. No, she answered, attempting to outline the shapes with his hands. He explained, a train is basically this really long, really fast thing that takes you places. Like wings? I guess. But a train can hold hundreds of people, and hot springs are basically outdoor hot baths. Earth sounds interesting. They continued walking, and Lyra suddenly recalled a word that he had said to her. Wait, what is a policeman? That question took him longer to answer. He realized he hardly knew, despite being one himself. He was assigned to the station he was at precisely due to that reason. He still answered her as earnestly as possible, to respond to her honest opaque eyes that reminded him of clouds. What human had eyes like that? Then again, she attested to being an alien. Her eyes and her long, cream-colored hair belonged to the being he saw in his dreams. That being had arched wings, white, diamond-shaped scales, and silver eyes. Since those eyes were looking into him then, he wondered if her and the being were one and the same. He said to her, a police officer is someone who tries to protect people who can't protect themselves. I think. But I can't really protect anyone. They must be a valiant people, she responded softly. Why do you think you can't protect anyone? Because I'm human, he uttered. I break down and can't get back things I lose. What have you lost? He would usually hate someone for asking so many questions, especially without tact, especially if they've met him only 30 minutes ago. They were almost at the station, and he wanted to go to sleep, so he decided to answer her question. They stopped in the grass. He lifted his left leg, revealing to her a leg not made of human flesh. It was nickel and some other metals. I tried to save a girl from a truck accident, but I lost my leg, and she died anyway. Lyra could only widen her eyes. It was the first time she'd ever heard such a story, and she didn't know how to react. But the replacement leg intrigued her. It's a nice leg, she said, like a battle scar. That makes this a pretty big scar, then. For the first time that she could remember, air stiffly passed through her teeth. The human policeman had a sense of humor. He also had a sense of truth, of honesty that she couldn't betray. Since he had opened a part of his dark place to her, it would be unfair if she didn't do the same. Listen, human, she began. I have seen you in my dreams. I am not one of you. He seemed to understand what she was trying to say. You are. As he trailed off, she willed herself into form. She let go of her human shape and returned to her form as a dragon. The dragon from my dreams, he finished, in awe, and she shrunk back to a human. It seems like we've been calling each other. Under the stars of the night sky, he said. So it seems. They avoided the police station. He brought her to his home instead, because he wanted to sleep, because the last thing he wanted was for her to be pulled into questioning. He explained that she was otherworldly. She'd came in on a shooting star, and the police wouldn't let that slide. He had to hide her until the incident quieted down. He said he was going to tell his superiors that it was only a small meteorite that crashed. Nothing more, nothing less. But that would be a lie, said Lyra, as they approached his home. Lies that protect others aren't foul. She didn't believe him. Something told her that lies only bred more lies. His home was also in the middle of nowhere. It was closer to the so-called trains, but it was a home made from stone and wood. She hadn't expected much, but she truly hadn't expected the deadly smell that invaded her nostrils. She clearly grimaced, as the policeman said, "Does it smell that bad? Do all human homes smell like this?" "No, it's just that I burned my breakfast this morning, and I always forget to open the windows. Can you please open them?" Yeah. When her nose and mind were clear, she collected the different parts of his home within her eyes. His kitchen was small, but his bedroom was larger. The relaxation room was even larger, and his bathroom was the smallest of them all. Dragons never needed rooms, and even if they did, the rooms would have to be 4 times the size of his. The dinner they had was only slightly better than a meal she could have caught herself. Her sleep, however, was better than falling asleep on a mountain, in her own skin. The policeman had given her his bed. He slept on the floor, shivering from the cold, so she placed the blanket over him instead. "The cold is my closest friend," she explained. I feel most alive in the winter. I thought dragons loved fire, he said, his voice low. That might be what it says in the books you read about us. And while that's true, I'm the only dragon that breathes ice. The rest breathe fire. How come? I do not know. Then, when it was silent, she said to him in a whisper, I wonder if we were born to meet each other. As his eyes drew to close, he replied, I don't see why not. They lived together for the rest of that winter. Lyra, the dragoness, and the policeman, a human, learned that if they were born to meet, then they were also born to love. During that entire winter, they learned of one another's traits, vices, likes, dislikes, family, reasons to escape. The policeman was a mystery to her still, as was the rest of the human world, though she slowly became used to it. To trains, hot springs, the roofs of buildings, alcohol, and most importantly, other people. One thing she never became accustomed to was his smile. It was brighter than her eyes, than her father's fire, than the sun. If there was anything that made her feel at home, it was that, and it was the way he kissed her at night. The dragon inside her was fiercer, while the human inside him was sweeter. They often sat on a hill of grass to stare at the stars and figure out which constellations they could see. She was always better at guessing them, because she knew them all. One time, she asked him which constellation was his favorite. He answered, Lyra. She snickered. Don't say that just because it's me, silly. But it's true. Is it? She'd asked, the laughter in her eyes. It is, he'd said, the sureness in his. With him, she discovered freedom, happiness, and the feeling of being alive. One night, when spring had come, she discovered pain that would last for nearly a century. That morning, she noticed he was distracted. He wasn't himself, who would normally have reminded her that the rice cooker wouldn't work unless she plugged it in. Instead, he left with no words and no food in his mouth. He was someplace else. He knew where he was. When his boss called him to headquarters in the city last night, he knew that he was called over for one of two reasons. Either they knew he lied about the crash, or they knew he was living with a female dragon. He knew, however, that these weren't mutually exclusive. If they knew one thing, they most likely knew the other. He swallowed down his fear, though it festered in his gut. He thought about Lyra. The panic was obvious through his human eyes. These were the frigid, heartless words of his superior, who scattered the truth, revealing pictures on the table so he could see. You have one of two options. Tell us the truth or lie to her. He pointed to the hole she burned in the ground and to the shadow of her scaled wing. Rather, tell us what she is, why she's here, and what you thought you were doing by hiding her, and then let us take her, or keep your mouth shut and you drop your badge right here. He stopped. He stopped listening, thinking, looking. He only whispered the name of the dragoness he loved. He bit down on his lip until it bled. When he tuned back in, he heard, Did you really think such an amazing event would go under wraps by the words of a retired failure with one good leg? Anyway, I'll give you another chance. If you hand her over to us, we'll give you the job you had before the accident. The one that made you so loved in the first place, back in Tokyo. If you don't, we'll still take her, but we'll just take you as well. He almost stopped breathing. So? I think the choice is simple, really. I made it easy for you. All the moments they'd had together flashed through his mind, just as the memories of one's life flashes before them as they die. Finally, he strained. Let me do it. I don't want your men roughhousing her. All right. But since they are fellow policemen, just leaning more on the government side of things, I'll have a few of them to put her under anesthesia. Or a net, if it gets ugly. Fine. Good. I'm glad we had this talk. She greeted him in her arms that night. When she pulled back, fair and unassuming and beautiful as always, he lifted his arm and pointed the gun at her face. She didn't flinch or back away. He could tell she was surprised. She simply had a skill for hiding it. She understood everything in an instant. He had betrayed her trust with the truth. Get out, he said. No. There are bad men waiting for me out there, right? They're not bad. You're just dangerous. Because I'm unknown. He clicked the gun. Go. As she recognized the coldness in his eyes, the pain in her stomach rose to her chest. It filled her eyes. What did they offer you? More, was all he said. When she laughed this time, it was rough against her throat. I see. She stepped forward as if to leave, but instead she was no longer human. She had become a dragon halfway, retaining a human shape, but still with her wings and scales. She was pure white, but her anger was a pure red. As she shouted, the cold air from her mouth froze his gun instantly. Human, he fell silent. You will regret ever making an enemy out of me. as she left in a storm of ice. The only warmth she felt were the tears that ran down her cheeks. Yet, even those froze. The men waiting outside were shooting at her. The anesthesia needles all hit her, but she pulled them out, unfazed. Then, one of them shot something that exploded into a net that covered her completely. He walked up to her, slowly. He looked down at her. "We were always meant to be enemies." "Monster," he growled. She glared at him, fire in her eyes. "I am no monster. I am the Queen of Dragons. When I return to my planet and have a son, I will teach him and everyone to hate you. To hate your kind." Those were her last words to him, and his last was a broken smile. It only strengthened her rage, as she transformed into a complete dragon. Her white figure hovered over the men below. She froze them, aside from him, with the wave of her wing. With one last pained glance at him, she flew to the stars. With one last look at her, he let her go. This world is no place for someone as pure as you. Anyway, he thought. It's fine. It will be fine. I wish for it to be fine. For them both, it was never fine. It was hardly ever close. She told herself that it was, that she needed no one but her ice and her mountain. After returning to 𝗏𝗏, her father seemed to have expected her pain. After birthing her son, although he didn't inherit her ice, he did the flames of Cygnus. His father, she learned that she needed him. Him alone. Aquila, she'd named him. The eagle. Despite her love for him, but due to his love for her, her son would soon make her same mistake. He would become trapped in love, as she had. He would call himself something else. Something foreign to her ears. His gaze at her was bold and full of flames. "If you intend on going down this path, mother, I will be 𝐻𝐸 from this day forward." Stephen King once said, "Books are a uniquely portable magic." I believe him. Libraries and bookstores are not for everyone. They're for people capable of losing themselves in stories, in learning, in fact, and in fiction. Midoriya Izuku has always been transported by them. When he reads, it's as if he is the wizard and the books are his magic. Ever since he could remember how to walk, it has been that way. One of his shortcomings, however, is that he loses himself in his thoughts as well. His classmates would see him mumbling to himself over some arithmetic he can't solve, or because he can solve it and just doesn't appreciate how simple for him it is. Either way, he's strange to them. But he figured he would rather be strange than popular. Since he isn't popular, he can quietly stay in the library and help Toshinori by doing all the work himself until it is time to leave. No one comes running to get him. And even if someone does, it's either Ida or Ochako. And it is usually for homework, help, or some other favor. Not that he minds. For some reason, maybe it's routine by now, Izuku quotes Stephen King whenever he organizes the books in the library. Having read The Shining 3 times, equally frightened each time, the American author is almost a godsend to him. When he reads horror, he feels as if he's running. Most of the time, in the genre, someone is. The only difference is that Izuku isn't being chased by a killer or his friend turned psychopath. Incidentally, there is another thing he does when he arranges the library books. UA High School's library is located on the west side of the track field. The window next to the front desk is the perfect one for him to watch through. Against his better judgment, he uses that window to watch him, allegedly the fastest runner of all the second years, Todoroki Shouto. He watches him only to see how fast he is. Not to deduce the mystery behind his half-white, half-ruby red hair, the burned skin underneath, or his gray-green heterochromia. Definitely not to watch first and second year, and some third-year girls swooning over his stoic coolness. He looks only to watch his legs stride gracefully against the track. He tells himself that he'll only watch him in the mornings. But sometimes, when students are extra lazy in putting books in their proper places, he finds himself looking after school. While he hates that he does this, he has an entire list of similar things, written in his science journal. Things I hate that I do or did. Ranked by importance. Watching Todoroki-kun being unable to look Kaken in the eye. Being even more unable to look Uraraka-san in the, I'm not calling my dad. The fact that I made this list aside from reading. Izuku makes lists to pass his time. His lists range from things I should eat one day to Uraraka-san conversation starters. It isn't just lists. He writes about anything and everything that his hands feel the need to put on paper. Only he himself reads these pieces, though there was one time, years ago, when his mother was cleaning his room and found oi. When he looks up, he realizes it isn't morning anymore. It's the afternoon, and he isn't watching Shouto because Shouto is looking directly at him. Izuku's chest falls, and he feels as if he could faint right there. He hadn't realized he'd spaced out during lunch duty, despite it being the busiest time for him. Sorry, I was spaced out. What do you need? He says to him. Still trying to find his grounding, Shouto taps on a book that he had set on the table. Can I borrow this book? Sure. Izuku looks at the book. Stars, constellations, and horoscopes. He tries to hide his curiosity as to why he would want a book like this. He turns to the computer and types in his name, class, and date under the book selection. He then tells him to write the same in the front cover of the book. After the receipt prints, Izuku gives it to him, looking only at his own hand. The borrowing time is 2 weeks, he explains, as Shouto takes the paper. Just when Izuku thinks it's over, he realizes that his customer is still standing at the desk, looking at the receipt. There is a pause, a dreadful one for the librarian. Shouto opens his mouth, and Izuku next hears the words, "You know my name," as, "Damn it," rings through his head. He says, "Well, we're in the same class. But I don't know your name." "Of course not." "What is it?" Izuku finally looks up, facing him properly. He knows Shouto is only asking to be nice. Even though people call him cold sometimes, he is still nicer than most. "Midoriya Izuku," he answers. Lifting the book, Shouto doesn't smile, but his words sound like they belong to one. It's a nice name. Izuku watches him leave with wide eyes. Did we just have a conversation? Why? Did I not know his name? Shouto has seen the green-haired librarian in his class. They sit a few seats across from each other, but they've never spoken, not until a couple of hours ago. Looking at the receipt, seeing his name and class printed there without him having to say anything, he nearly felt guilty for not knowing who the librarian was. While preparing for his sprint, he recalls the freckles on his cheeks. It was his first time seeing freckles on someone. Izuku's were arranged in diamonds and more noticeable than the color of his eyes. Thinking about this, and how quiet the library was, he positions himself on the starting blocks, turns to Momo, then turns forward. "Set," says Aizawa, the coach, and he gets into running position. Instead of go, Aizawa shoots the starting pistol in the air. Immediately, they run down the lanes. Every time on the 100-meter sprint, Shouto's hair bounces up in an annoying way. He always tells himself to cut it, but he is often struck with laziness at home. He likes everything else about the sprint. He likes the cool feel of his legs against the air, the speed, the feeling of falling, the heavy breathing afterwards. Above all, it makes him feel alive. He's had a faster time than Momo on the sprint since freshman year. But she's his only rival, probably the only person he considers a friend. He's already learned that admirers and enemies, both of which he has enough of, aren't friends. "Good work today," Aizawa addresses the track team. "Tomorrow is drills, and more drills." The team collectively sighs. Shouto heads home by himself, under the approaching sunset, thinking about his time on the sprint. 13 seconds, 11 milliseconds. I have to be faster. After reaching his house, he subconsciously sighs in relief upon seeing that his father isn't home. He always becomes more on edge and more aggressive with him. Though if his mother is around also, he'd hold in his feelings. He does that more often than expressing them. His sister, 𝗵𝗲𝗄, badgers him about it, calling it unhealthy. "This whole family is unhealthy," he would then say to her. When he sees that 𝗵𝗲𝗄 and his mother are dressed, a foreboding feeling washes over him. He approaches his mother, white-haired, silver-eyed, who greets him with a smile. She is almost always smiling, but sometimes he would see her looking somewhere else. She would stare at a wall or a pot or stay on the same page of a book. It is when she is dreaming, thinking, remembering, as if something happened that she has to consistently look back at. "Shouto," she says to him, "when your father comes home, we're going out to eat." He feels something going loose in his brain. "Why?" "To congratulate you on your second year of high school. We're halfway through April already." "Mother, it's better late than never, right? Your father is busy." "Just go along with it," says 𝗵𝗲𝗄, as she pushes up her glasses. Like him, her hair has 2 colors, but hers is mostly white, and the red looks like lines of paint on a canvas. "It's not bad to do some human-like things here and there." Shouto pauses. Was this his idea? "It was mine," says his mother, the human. Of course. If Shouto were to say anything else, it would come across as complaining, and the last thing he ever wants is to trouble his mother. They hear a car honking outside. His mother gets up from her chair and says, "Let's go. That's your father." Shouto hopes all 4 of them are able to feel the tension in the car. He tries to focus on reading the book he borrowed earlier today, but Todoroki Inji's mere presence is a distraction. He can see his father glancing at him through the rear-view mirror and wants to call him out on it. But Inji, who is always a step ahead of him, asks, "How was school today?" It's the first time hearing that question from his father's lips in a while. So Shouto is more than thrown back. It was fine, he answers. Inji looks at the road. Practice. Fine, he repeats through a groan. I see. What's that book you have? Is it for school? It's not for school, it's about stars. And could you stop asking me questions? It falls back to the dreaded silence. But the tension is so strong that it is almost visible. Shouto doesn't understand this situation, with his father speaking to him and pretending to be calm with him, when the only image he'd ever bothered to show his son was that of himself surrounded in flames. Using flames. Abusing them. Right before they park the car in front of the family restaurant, he sees his mother's hand shift over to his father's, gripping it tightly. He returns the gesture. It lasts for only an instant, but an instant is enough for Shouto's eyes to be a witness. Well into their dinner, Shouto's eyes drift all over. He looks at the other families, the happier families, the waiters and waitresses. He hears laughter, yelling, play fighting, simply talking. He feels it all. He wants it to be gone. He shuts his eyes to shut it out, but something tells him to open them again. And when he does, he sees him. He sees the librarian first, with unruly green hair and distinct freckles. He sees Izuku and a woman behind him with similar features. They take their seats in the booth in front of them. Shouto glances at him, who is in his line of sight. The glance stays until, after a laugh, Izuku makes eye contact with him. In that instant, Shouto looks away. Izuku looks away at the same time, focusing his surprise on the menu in front of him. Why is he here? He thinks. Why did I look away? His mother, 𝗵𝗃𝗁, notices his uneasiness. What's wrong, Izuku? His eyes look back up to find Shouto again, who is also looking. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 follows her son's line of sight and sees Shouto, a boy with the same uniform as her son. She says, loud enough for both families to hear. Is that a boy from your school, Izuku? The Todoroki family stops and all eyes turn to the Midoriyas in front of them. His mother speaks first. You are? 𝗵𝗃𝗁 pulls Izuku out of the booth, and they go to face the family. Midoriya 𝗵𝗃𝗁, she says, gesturing to her son. And this is Izuku. It seems like our sons go to the same school. So it seems, says Shouto's mother. Fayumi, who's been sitting beside Shouto, pokes her head out from behind him. Her stare at Izuku leads her to say, he's cute. Like a stuffed animal I could just squish. Fayumi, her mother whispers. The younger brother shoots up from his seat, faces a clearly embarrassed Izuku and says, come. They end up at the drink bar, away from their families. Neither one knows what to say to the other. After Izuku tries to fill the silence by filling his cup with iced tea, Shouto speaks first. My sister likes to speak her mind. Sorry. No, it's fine. Silence rises again. They stand there, Izuku facing the drinks and Shouto with his back turned. After a longer moment, the former asks, what are the chances that we meet in the same place at the same time? Shouto realizes that Izuku's voice, when he can hear it, is pleasant to listen to. I'd say 90-10. Right? My mom dragged me here to celebrate my second year of high school, but I told her that it's mid-April. Same here. Izuku turns around to face in the same direction as Shouto. And your whole family came? Wow. It's not that amazing, since it's them. The taller boy glances down at him, wondering where his whole family is. He doesn't ask about it. When he looks up, he sees his father gesturing to his seat. He heaves a long sigh. I have to go. Izuku, who has been internally panicking the entire time, watches Shouto's back get further and further away. When he realizes he's making his mother wait, slowly he picks up his feet and heads back to her. Passing by Shouto, he mouths a small, see you. Izuku is usually the type to immediately regret saying something after allowing it to slip out of his mouth. But this time, he realizes how stupid he must have been as he's falling asleep that night. He latches onto his second pillow and holds it to his face, pushing it against his mouth. He only does this so that he can, now, inhale through his lungs and scream into it. It's a scream of embarrassment, of regret. Why did I say, see you, as if we're friends? Why am I so stupid? Izuku rolls over in his bed, in agony, yet still anticipating something, as if he wants to believe that he is, in fact, going to see him again soon. His cries are silenced when his door opens, revealing his mother in the doorway, wearing her favorite pearl-colored nightgown. Clearly worried, she whispers, Izuku, are you okay? I'm fine, Mom, I'm fine, he replies. She doesn't quite believe him, but she knows how adamant he can be when he has something he doesn't want her to know. All right, then. She closes the door. Returning to his anguish, he looks at the ceiling, as if the roof of his room can tell him the cold-pressed truth. He is quiet. He listens. He hears, you are so not fine. At school, he tries to force his eyes not to search for Shouto. He fails, but instead of finding the classmate of his who is curious about stars, he finds the classmate of his whom he would rather not speak to. Every one of their conversations end with some vulgar words or harshness exchanged between them. The classmate has rough blonde hair that spikes up from his head like towers. He also wears a rough expression with blood-red eyes that nearly always seem angered. The only times they aren't angered are when he's looking at someone else. That someone is not Izuku. Stopping in the hallway, he notices that Bakugo Katsuki is fixing his eyes strongly on a window outside of their classroom. He looks at it like it is evil, like it has done wrong to him. Curiously, which he knows is dangerous, Izuku steps toward him to get a closer look. He sees that part of the window isn't there, and what is there is a gaping hole. The edges that are still there are black, burned, obscurely curved. Izuku says what Bakugo is probably thinking. It really is like someone burned through. The abrasively haired boy scowls when he turns to him. Deku, what the hell do you want? Used to being greeted this way, he answers. Nothing, it's just, do you think it's that fire spirit everyone says exists? Fuck no. Spirits aren't real. Do you believe them? Maybe. I mean, something had to do it. It's happened 4 times now. Izuku was hoping that Bakugo wouldn't notice that he was purposefully looking at the crime scene while speaking, not at him. Normally, he can face him, but it is a matter of facing him truthfully and seriously that he can't do. Bakugo was already tired from talking to him. He turns and heads to class with the words, "Of course. You read books about stupid myths more often than you breathe air, you damn nerd." Izuku stands in the same spot, alone, thinking to himself, until a voice from behind wakes him up. It is a friendlier voice. Midoriya-kun, good morning. He turns to face the person with the loud voice. He faces Ida, his loud friend, his strong-willed friend. His glasses and neat hair are always pleasant to see. Ida-kun, good morning. Ida notices what Izuku was focusing on. The window, huh? Have you noticed that the incidents are all near the second-year classrooms? Oh, yeah. Are you thinking that it's a student? It's possible. More so than some fire spirit. True. Somehow, Izuku feels better as he enters the classroom. But as soon as he does, he feels shot with nerves. He tries, frantically, not to search for Shouto, but his body does, his eyes do. And it is too late by the time he is at his seat. Shouto is looking at him as well. Seats across, both open their mouths, but no words leave them. Izuku frowns up, Shouto frowns down. Neither know how to say what to say, as if speaking itself would change everything. Shouto was always fairly quiet and reserved, while Izuku simply did not know what to say in most situations. But when he realizes that there are words so simple and so easy, he ignores the seats between them to say to him, "Good morning." Shouto is taken aback. He doesn't smile. Izuku is beginning to think that he never does, but he says the same words in response. Izuku feels as accomplished as he would if he'd climbed Mount Fuji. Today his library duty is after school, which is easier for him, since he can use it as an excuse to stay for as long as he wants, usually by the time the students are required to leave. Sitting at the desk, he takes in the smells of paper and people that are required for a library. It isn't long before he sees a newly familiar face stop in front of the counter to return the book he had borrowed only yesterday. "Hey," the customer musters to say. "Hi," the librarian replies, close enough to Shouto to be able to see some blue in the green of his eye. "You read it pretty quickly." "I'm not usually a fast reader, either." "You must have liked the genre, then." "Not the genre, but the topic." "Oh, stars? Yeah? Do you have any other books like that?" Izuku ponders the question, secretly mystified at how easily they can speak to each other in the library, rather than in class. "I think so. Follow me." He leads Shouto down the non-fiction section, into science. There are like 1 or 2 books on astrophysics. He finds one and places it in Shouto's hands. "Is this all right?" "Yeah." Back at the information desk, as Izuku is checking out the book and Shouto is standing watching him, the latter notices something. "It must be nice to work here," he says. "Why do you think so?" "Because it's quiet." "Do you like quiet places?" "I guess I do." Shouto looks down at the book, which Izuku's hands lie on top of. He is looking not at the book or his hands, but into a void. Maybe into something within himself. "It's just, the world is too loud." Izuku takes a moment to dissect his words. Once he does, he realizes the two are similar in that way. "I get it," he says. What he doesn't get is what prompts Shouto to say this next. Midoriya. Izuku is sure this is the first time he's hearing him say his name. We should keep what happened at the restaurant, and whatever happens here, between us. Stunned, his words come out as a mumble. So, a secret. Shouto nods once with a small movement, barely noticeable. Izuku continues. Okay. He initially wondered why his classmate was requesting this from him. But he realized that it's better this way, and that there isn't anyone he would want to tell. It isn't until Shouto is gone that Izuku realizes he'd said, "See you." Hours later, when it's finally time to leave school, Izuku doesn't. He goes to the bathroom instead, and, within the security of the stalls, he hears someone talking from the urinals. He recognizes the voice immediately, not because of the voice itself, but because of the words the voice says. "Ha! What the hell do you mean you're scared of the dark? You coward, it's Kaken." Since he doesn't hear a response, he assumes Bakugo is on the phone. He continues talking angrily. "You're scared of tarantulas, bees, fucking sunflowers." He pauses. "What? You're already here? Then why are you complaining to me?" Silence, again, due to the person on the other line speaking. "Whatever. I'm investigating the fires with or without you. I'm hanging up." Izuku sighs of relief as he hears the faucet running, but that relief is not able to sink in. Seconds later, Bakugo shouts, "Come out, Deku. I've seen those damn shoes on your feet since we were brats." Reluctantly, and somewhat cursing to himself, Izuku flushes, leaves the stall, and faces Bakugo. He begins. "The fire incidents are none of your business. I'm doing it alone." "Why? What about the person you were talking to?" "I don't know what she's up to. But it's still none of your business." "She?" Crumpling his pants into his fists, Izuku demands. "No, take me with you." He didn't know he was this interested in it until this moment. "No, you moron. Why do you even care? It's late. You're weak. Go home." "No." Why is he being so obstinate? And why is it only with Bakugo that he becomes this way? Bakugo stares at him, and time is stagnant. His stare slowly morphs into a vicious frown as he marches up to Izuku and lifts him by his collar. Izuku, helplessly, is forced to look into Bakugo's eyes, his red eyes full of hatred for something other than himself. "You're annoying. If you follow me, and some random-ass fire spirit kills you, I will laugh." Izuku would be offended if anyone else had said this. He replies, grabbing Bakugo's wrist and pushing him away. "I don't really expect much else. Besides, that's only what you'd do at first. After, I know you would be upset." With what sounds like a stiff laugh, Bakugo releases him, and they walk on. Or, they start to. But Bakugo stops right before they leave the bathroom. He turns to Izuku. "Wash your damn hands." They don't find any clues right away. Technically, they never find any. All they find is a garbage can on fire that Bakugo puts out with a nearby fire extinguisher. His expression changes after seeing something actually in flames. A switch is flipped, and Izuku doesn't let it pass by his sight. He steps forward. "What do you want me to do?" he asks him. Slightly irritated that Izuku could ask him that so easily as if they were best friends, Bakugo bites down on his thumbnail, contemplating. He points forward. "We'll split up. You go that way, then up. I'm going down." Izuku nods, slightly bothered by how easily he is following Bakugo's words, as if they were ever that close. Oddly enough, they once were. After they split up, Izuku runs through the halls, trying to avoid signs of any person who is not Bakugo. He glances out the windows, seeing that the sky has darkened. A crescent moon is out, shielded by mixtures of blues, black and violets. He wonders if he can see the stars. In Tokyo at night, it is highly unlikely, but he wants to try anyway. He takes his legs, rather. His legs take him up the forbidden staircase to the school roof, even more forbidden. His hand hesitates at the silver doorknob, but the scream he hears on the other side of the door breaks his pause. He rushes through, and what his eyes see behind the curtain is a show he cannot believe is even real. He sees someone, something, he knows in his heart is Shouto by the colors of his eyes. His green eye is brighter than ever, but what stands there, hovering over a girl clad in coffee brown, is a being with a human shape and far from human features. Izuku sees arched horns, dark like molasses. He sees deep maroon scales swarming half of his body. And he sees scaled, seemingly broken wings that capture the wind around them. The being locks eyes with Izuku. His heart palpitates, nearly stops. Air, he feels, has escaped them. The girl underneath, grasping the being's arms, the only girl he knows, exclaims, "Deku, what are you doing here? Get away." He hears her, and he knows it is her, but his eyes can't leave the being he knows is Shouto. Fascination, awe, fear, he feels it all. He doesn't think he can speak, but his tongue goes off quicker than his brain is processing everything. He can only say one thing. 2. Todoroki-kun. While there are a multitude of things Uraraka Ochako fears, there are only 2 things in this world that she can say she hates: cowards and dragons. While she is neither, she knows both. She knows them and wants them gone. She knew that the moment she went ahead of Bakugo she was in danger. But she couldn't ignore the being she saw fly up to the roof. She knew him, that dragon, with his wide burgundy-scaled wings and single green eye. She knows what he is: a monster, even if half of him is human. But if she were to consider that second, smaller part of him, she would be denying everything that she is. That Bakugo is. Her intent was to fight him on the roof, thus wearing her chocolate-brown battle uniform. And while she ended up bringing out his dragon half, she wasn't prepared for the person who has just interrupted their struggle. Writhing underneath the dragon's claws, she sees Izuku, the boy from her class who is hardly able to look her in the eyes. She doesn't know why, but she likes him nonetheless, except for right now. "Deku, what are you doing here? Get away," she cries, worried that his surprise will paralyze him and make him Shouto's target. It is too late. He is paralyzed, and all he says is, "2. Todoroki-kun." Ochako questions how Izuku instantly recognizes the monster, but she doesn't have time to figure it out. Taking advantage of Shouto's own silence, she makes it out of his scathing grasp and steps in front of Izuku, facing the dragon. Faster than an eye could follow, she whips out 2 objects she was carrying on her back. One is a bow, curved, wooden, milk-colored and sturdy. The other is an arrow of similar color, with a head made of metal. She holds them up, puts the arrow against the string, draws back, and does not aim. She simply shoots. Shouto, in this form, is quicker than her, so he dodges the arrow and charges straight at her. He grabs her by her collar and, with extreme hesitation, throws her off the roof. "Uraraka-san." The half-dragon turns his attention to Izuku, the bystander. They spend more time looking at each other than they should, but Izuku does not know where to start with his words. Shouto is even taller in this state, his scales horrifying, his appearance gruesome, but his presence majestic and all things alike. Finally, Izuku finds his words. "It is you, right? How could you do that to Uraraka-san?" His exclamation surprises both Shouto and himself. "She wouldn't die from being thrown off a building." "How do you know that? Are you going to do the same to me?" "I know." Izuku swallows everything that was keeping him frozen in place. He asks, "What are you?" It isn't the first time Shouto is asked this question. But this time, the way Izuku says it makes him step back and clench his fists. He hangs his head, turning away. He opens his wings, creating a gust of wind. His words before flying away are, "I am a dragon." Izuku stands, turning to the sky. He doesn't see the stars. He sees a blanket of dark blue. He doesn't know what else to do but walk back downstairs. Nothing makes sense to him anymore. Not when he witnessed 2 people he knew fighting, as if they were longtime enemies. Since he knows nothing and nothing knows him, he wouldn't be surprised if they truly are. He walks all the way to the courtyard at the entrance. Bakugo is there, whom he was searching for, as is Ochako. The latter is lying on the ground, breathing heavily with a line of blood running down her forehead, while the former has her head in his arms. This picture is something that surprises him much less than everything else that has transpired so far. He approaches them slowly. "Is she okay?" he asks Bakugo, who is facing her. His head refuses to turn to Izuku, but his tongue allows him to respond. "Does she look okay, you idiot? I saw her falling from the building, and even though she stopped the momentum halfway when she hung off an arrow she shot in the wall, she still fell. She still fell." Izuku can't picture Bakugo's expression, and he isn't sure he wants to. Shut up. Don't ask." He pulls out his phone, forcefully presses on a contact, and holds the phone up to his ear. "Pick up, asshole," he mutters to himself. When he suddenly looks up, Izuku can tell something in him is different. Bakugo himself isn't aware of the difference, but he knows that his friend usually doesn't pick up his phone. This time is different. "Hey, Katsuki, what's up?" says the one on the other line. "Aijiro, don't hey me. Get your ass over here right now." "What did I do now?" "It's not you, it's Uraraka. That bastard got her. In a fight, on school grounds." Ochako is bold. "But this is why I told you not to go by yourself. I wanted to wait, but that's not the point." I know. I'll go on my bike. Talk to you later." Sighing through his rasp, Bakugo ends the call and returns his gaze to Ochako. Izuku stands over them, with his many questions, but no one who will answer them. He glances at her, then the back of Bakugo's head, then back at her. The 3 of them stay there, in the void of silence, waiting for someone to arrive. Izuku sees a boy climb over the school gates. He has long hair, red like fire, falling over his face. The boy is on a black bike, dropping it to the ground as he rushes to them. Kirishima Ijiru is clothed in sweatpants and a t-shirt, seemingly casual in the midst of their current danger. He has deep red eyes that are brighter than Bakugo's. His eyes stop at Izuku's existence, but he passes over him, focusing on Ochako. "How is she?" he asks Bakugo. "Not good. She's breathing hard, even though only her forehead is bleeding." He rolls up his sleeves, hovering his palms over Ochako's head. Izuku sees a warm golden light emanate from them. The light showers over the wound. He watches the blood gradually disappear. Ochako's face looks revitalized. Kirishima's hands travel to her chest. He listens to her heartbeat and moves on to her ribs. His hands remain there for a minute. "All right, she's fine now," he says, wiping his forehead with his sleeve. "But," he begins, turning to Izuku. "Who are you?" Bakugo answers for him. "This idiot witnessed everything. He's in my class. His name is Deku." "Deku?" Kirishima repeats. "His middle school friend." "It's Midoriya Izuku," he defends. "And we're not friends anymore." To Izuku, at least, this is a half-truth, as it would only be completely true if he were to stop calling Bakugo Kaken. That, he realizes, may never happen. He continues. "How do you know me?" "Katsuki used to talk about how much you irritated him." Kirishima smiles and holds out his hand, waiting for the gesture to be returned. "I'm Kirishima Ijiru, in Class 2B, close to Katsuki, even though I don't want to be." As Izuku returns the handshake, Bakugo rises, a dark aura seeping out from his skin. "Ijiru, you bastard, you talk too much," he roars, as one begins to chase the other around the field. "Someone is going to see if you don't stop," Izuku exclaims to deaf ears. He looks back at Ochako, whose eyes are up towards the sky. There are no stars. She mumbles to herself. She sits up, faces Izuku. She says to him, "Sorry about this, Deku. But can you keep quiet about all this? No one is supposed to know. You can guess why." "Sure, it's fine. I don't get what's going on, but I'll try to forget about it." He leaves out what he would have added, but it's probably impossible. "Thanks." She gets on her feet, stretches and shouts, "Katsuki, Ijiru, let's go." The two boys cease their chase and walk towards her, though they haven't ceased their arguing. As they walk off, Kirishima calls to Izuku, "See ya, Midoriya." Then, in the next instant, they vanish behind the gates. Alone again, still and quiet, Izuku has lost all sense of reason. Rather, all sense of reason has forsaken him. He can only think to himself, what just happened? No matter how hard he shakes his head, or how long he chants prayers, he cannot forget a single detail of last night. During many indiscriminate moments that morning, Shouto's image takes place in his mind. He sees his inhuman form again, and again, and again. It follows him on his way to school, to the library. He glances at the track club on the field below only twice. Even when he is tempted to glance a third time, he doesn't, fearing what he might see. He fears Shouto, the unknown. To prevent himself from watching the field, he turns the other way to the door. But at the door is him. He's wearing his track clothes, a murky gray jersey that outlines the curves of his waist, and shorts that reveal trained legs. He stops at the doorway, clearly intending to speak to the befuddled librarian. He looks away, then looks forward. When he arrived home last night, disheveled in both his clothes and his mind, his father knew he had been in a fight. Shouto glared at him as he started to head upstairs, as if it was to keep Enji from asking what happened. It didn't work, because he asked as if he knew already. Was it those brats again? Shouto's silence was the gateway for him to continue. "Did anyone else see you?" "No one." Now, he stops at the desk. "Yesterday," he begins, "what you saw was real." Izuku almost doesn't know what to say in response, or if he is in the right mind to respond. Before he speaks, he bites down on his lip, the equivalent of pinching someone to awake them from a dream. "That's what I thought. So, you're technically half dragon, half human. It sounds weird, right?" "Not weird, surreal." Shouto hates to admit to himself that, out of his many epithets, he likes surreal the most so far. However, the reason he came to see Izuku isn't to explain himself. It's to give him his warning. He leans over the desk, closer to Izuku's gradually widening eyes. "Listen," he demands, his tone darker. "I don't think you're a bad person, but don't expect me to just leave you alone after witnessing me." Izuku gulps down, unaware of what else to do. Shouto's sudden hostile atmosphere is making him unable to look away. His expression is grim, his eyes cold. Why was he feeling chills in spring? "What do you mean?" he finally asks. I mean, I won't be able to let you out of my sight for a while. Not until I know for sure that you won't tell anyone. Izuku has no one to tell, and even if he did, no one would believe him. Okay, he says anyway. I'll do what you want. Shouto creates some distance between them. His coldness is gone, but hasn't disappeared. Come to my practices after school, he says. What? But I need to be here. Ask someone to fill in for you. If he knew it was going to be this way, he wouldn't have complied so quickly. Even Izuku, whom Bakugo once called a spineless ant, is getting more agitated as the seconds pass. Why do all this? Do you really not trust me? Turning to the side, Shouto answers, it's not about trust. I barely know you. If it got out somehow, and my dad found out, you would die. He didn't expect those last 3 words to come out of the mouth of a 16-year-old. But he remembers that Shouto isn't a normal 16-year-old. He wonders about what had to have happened for him to be able to say those words with ease. I get it, he says. See you later, then. Yeah. After begging Ida to fill in for him for a week or so, Izuku heads over to the track field. He's been on the track field before, on some mornings when he felt like wandering around the campus. Then, it felt empty and new, but now he could see, up close, the people who fill the track and use it. To them, it is not new, it is routine. He feels extremely out of place, like a dog in a butcher's shop. Aizawa's usual dead-eyed glance follows him as he sneaks around the members, looking for Shouto. Izuku has never been on great terms with the track team coach, also Class 2A's homeroom teacher, and today wasn't the day to start. The coach's nonchalant voice stops him in his tracks. You, Midoriya. Why, yes? Sit in the bleachers. Okay. Sitting on the clam-white bleachers, cold and hard as stone, he looks up at the clouds, avoiding the garish sunlight. When his eyes turn back to the field, he finds Shouto in his track uniform and a girl with jet black hair and dark, licorice eyes. He does not know her name. She would have to be in 2B if she is their age, but he knows she stands beside him as an equal. He is curious about Yaoyorozu Momo, but not enough to ignore Shouto when the warming up begins. He knows he is paying an extensive amount of attention to simple exercises, but the way Shouto's half-pearl, half-ruby hair flops in the air undeniably amuses him. He doesn't realize that he's snickering, or that it's noticeable, until Shouto locks eyes with him for a second. After, they start their sprints. Each of them run the 100-meter, timed by Aizawa, to test their progress. All Izuku understands is that, for high schoolers, a time between 15 and 10 seconds is great. 10 seconds would make them almost godly, because they would be that much closer to Usain Bolt. As he sees Shouto dash along the stretch of the track up close, he temporarily forgets that Shouto is part mythical creature, and that he is only sitting in the bleachers by force. His logic is that no dragon being could run so swiftly, as if riding on the wind, but he remembers that dragons are masters of the sky. He doesn't hear what his time on the run is, and he doesn't ask him, even when they are alone together afterwards. Before helping Shouto with his bearings, he and Momo acknowledged each other's existences and made small, awkward conversation about baseball. Izuku was not able to properly express his joy in finding another baseball fan. The day closes and Izuku starts for home with Shouto closely trailing behind him. Neither of them were comfortable with the idea of walking home together, especially since all Shouto wants out of Izuku is his secrecy, so they decided to walk while existing in each other's spaces. Usually Izuku finds comfort in it, but walking in front of Shouto, this time, and only this time, the silence bothers him. It scratches at his skin, demanding attention. After about a 15-minute walk, he stops walking first, having stepped in front of the gate to his house. He turns to Shouto behind him. I'm going. See you tomorrow. Wait, says his follower, who sounds surprised. Instead of explaining his surprise, he runs slightly further down the block, stops, and faces a different house. He points to the nameplate, then to himself. When it clicks in Izuku's head, he recalls the odds. 90-10. With a slight wave of their hands, they face the gates of their homes and enter. It isn't that the secrecy explanation is Shouto's excuse, but it certainly doesn't matter to him as much as he makes it seem. Truthfully, all he wanted was someone around. While everything he told Izuku about his father was true, it wasn't his main reason for dragging the human bystander to his practice. He mainly wanted company, as his days often felt like a sun would without clouds around. And it couldn't have been anyone, otherwise he would have asked Bakugo a long time ago. Yet he wouldn't go so far to say that it had to be Izuku. But there was something to their very short, but long encounters that he couldn't let go of. Not if it was all because of himself, of his mistake that night at school. Being seen. But as he explained it to Izuku, He realized that it sounded more threatening than anything else. He realized that his intentions were misunderstood. Though if he had truly wanted to harm him, the second they locked eyes as human and dragon, he would have. Unbeknownst to themselves, it doesn't take long for their appearances beside each other to feel less like an obligation, and more so falling into friendship. It happens through the two simple ways awkward boys do things. Silence during math. The lead from Shouto's pencil breaks off. He tries to get more out, but nothing comes, and it's the only pencil he has on him. He would rather leave his notes blank than do arithmetic in pen. He glances around, as if they should understand his turmoil without him saying anything. To his surprise, someone does. He catches Izuku mid-glance. The latter holds up his mechanical pencil, brows furrowed. Shouto nods, receiving his gesture as a question. Then, he rummages through his school bag, takes out a silver mechanical pencil, and passes it 2 desks over to where he was sitting. He nods again as thanks, and Izuku smiles faintly. Shouto delicately holds the pencil as if his touch would make it disappear. It doesn't. He writes with it, as its lead presses smoothly against his paper. Conversations by the water fountain. Izuku finds him standing there after taking a drink. He is staring at the fountain in a longingly manner. What did the water fountain do to you, Todoroki-kun? Break your heart? Barely changing in expression, Shouto replies, No. It's just, I could use some to cool off sometimes. I tend to burn things when I lose control. As the pieces of the puzzle put themselves together in Izuku's brain, he is pleased, feeling as though he's solved one of the great mysteries of the world. Like windows, he asks. Shouto looks at him. Izuku is almost hoping for a smile, snippets of laughter rising to his eyes, and looks down at the fountain again. Like windows. In the locker room where he changes for track, Izuku has had this question ever since he saw Shouto wearing them for the first time. He never sensed an appropriate time to ask, including now, but he forces himself to tear the question off his chest. Hey, do you like wearing those shorts? Struck by the inquiry, Shouto's bag falls to the floor before he can stuff it in his locker. He collects his things with Izuku's help, places them in the locker, closes it. He doesn't know what to say. He almost never does. When the words find him, he answers, I don't dislike them. Why are you asking me such a random question? There are a million better questions you could ask me. Well, right now, this was the most pressing one on my mind. Aren't they really too short? I don't think so. I'm just tall. It's easier to run in these. What I don't like is the gray. But then again, it doesn't really matter. I guess so. I think it's cool how you're so devoted to running. The words roll easily off Izuku's tongue, much to his own dismay. Oh, thanks, mumbles Shouto. You're welcome. About books. One morning, Shouto appears in the library when no one else is there. He pulls up a chair to the desk at which Izuku is sitting. Somewhat startled, Izuku says, Good morning. Morning. Shouto takes out a slightly worn-down copy of Battle Royale. With a thick brush of frustration, he drops the book in front of them. Izuku, slowly teaching himself the art of how Shouto expresses himself, draws the reason for his sudden display of emotion. Did you not like the book? He takes it and returns it into the system. I read all of it. But did you enjoy it? I won't get mad if you say no. He sighs. Then, no. I hated the ending. It took me some time to accept it. I like it, though. You should read The Shining. Izuku can tell he's reluctant. I'll try it. Good. Later, when he would learn that Shouto enjoyed The Shining, he would also learn that he preferred books with little to no mercy. About fighting, and other important things. When Izuku arrives late to Shouto's practice one day, he discovers that he hadn't been practicing at all. He finds him throwing his fist at someone else he knows, someone who he knows is a skilled fighter. They're fighting by the water fountain near the club locker room. Some part of Izuku knows he should get Aizawa instead of going there himself, but it isn't strong enough to stop him. When he gets to the scene, he first sees Bakugo's blonde head being thrashed in the dirt. He then sees Shouto's face, blotches of blood scattered all over, and all he thinks about doing is stopping them. As soon as he sees his left fist emit what looks like red-orange flames, he rushes over, protecting Bakugo for the second time, grabbing Shouto by his forearms for the first time. He feels heat from his left arm, and as his hands remain there, the heat evolves into a burn. He snatches his hands away, hiding them behind his back. What are you doing? Why? His questions are directed at them both, but neither answer. Bakugo stands to his feet, pushing Izuku to the side. He's never liked when Izuku took charge of a situation. He sticks his head in the fountain to wash the dirt off his hair. He wipes his clothes off and growls. I'm only warning you once, Deku. Stay away from him. As the threat of Bakugo is gone, Izuku sits by the fountain, facing Shouto, who falls to the ground. The two stare at each other. And though Shouto is waiting for Izuku to look away, he doesn't. He wants answers. "What was that all about?" he asks, his tone soft. "He and I don't get along. He came up to me after class and wanted to get back at me for what I did to 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Izuku can understand that. What he doesn't understand is, why did he tell me to stay away from you?" Shouto pauses. Izuku can tell that he might finally be getting the answers he's been wanting. "Because we're natural enemies." Natural enemies? Aside from humans, who do you think is the natural enemy of a dragon? People who kill them. Exactly. He and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 are what humans call dragon slayers. If he hadn't witnessed what he did 2 minutes ago, he would have a difficult time believing him. But he saw it, the flame, he felt it. He quickly checks his hands to see if they're burned. They are only tinged with a bright red. "What about Kirishima-kun?" he continues. "Him as well. Was he there that night?" "Kaken called him to, I think. Heal 𝗬𝗧𝗏-san." Izuku runs his hands through his hair, trying to absorb all this, wondering how his luck is so bad that he gets wrapped up in a story from a fantasy novel. "Your hands," Shouto begins, with a sudden, livelier change to his tone. "Sorry about that. I can't control my flames very well." Izuku removes them from behind his back. "You noticed?" "Well, yeah. You're not very good at hiding things." Despite it slightly offending him, he knows Shouto is right. "It's fine. They're just irritated." "You sure?" "I'm sure." He leans back, sighing, gazing at Shouto and his surroundings. A thought comes to his mind. "You know, I thought dragons were a myth. I read a lot of mythology and medieval fantasy in the past." "Clearly," Shouto replies, standing. "We are not a myth." He reaches his arm out to Izuku. Despite his hands nearly getting burned, Izuku doesn't hesitate to grab his hand to get up. Shouto is relieved by this small gesture, because he hesitated to hold out his arm. He wondered if he had scared Izuku away, and he was glad to see that he hadn't. When Izuku notices that Shouto intends on going to practice still, he stops him. "We're going to the nurse first." "Why? I thought you said your hands are fine." "We're going for you. You can't see how bad you look right now." "I don't want to go." "Why?" Izuku adds, jokingly. "You scared?" Shocked by Shouto's silence, he continues. "Really? But she's like 100 years old. She can't do anything to hurt you." "Exactly. Doesn't it frighten you that she's that old, but can still do her job?" Izuku stops, holding back his cackle with his teeth. He thinks he has finally seen how interesting Shouto is. "Todoroki-kun." "What?" "Let's go. Someone I know is her assistant, so I'll get him to help you." They head back inside and walk up to the second floor, where the nurse's office resides. Shouto's heart is pounding out of his chest as Izuku slides open the door. He first sees Chiyo, the 100-year-old nurse. Then, avoiding her gaze, he lays eyes on who can only be her assistant. He has a whirlwind of purple hair and vacant, grape-colored eyes. He knows that hair and those eyes. Shouto is beginning to wonder if he has bad luck as well, because he knows Shinsu Hitoshi. Izuku is clearly not just his acquaintance. "Sorry, Chiyo-sensei, but Todoroki-kun is kind of afraid of you. So can Shinsu-kun patch him up?" "Sure, I don't mind," laughs the nurse, with her wrinkles and youth-filled face. "Shinsu, get the bandages." Now, Shouto wants to leave, but for a different reason. If there is anyone whom he does not want to fight, ever, it's Shinsu. Izuku, on the other hand, likes the short intervals when he talks with him. As he slowly bandages Shouto, Izuku is unaware of any hostility that might be flowing between them. They make conversation. "Since when were you two so close?" Shinsu asks him. "I wouldn't say we're close. But he's stubborn like Kaken, so I couldn't help but bring him here." "So, who was he fighting?" "Kaken. Katsuki's impulsiveness from middle school will never change. But he's still really smart." In middle school, it was less Izuku Bakugo Shinsu, and more Izuku Bakugo, than Bakugo Shinsu. Most of their adolescent adventures are blurred to him now, but he remembers how close the latter two became. He never understood how, but he wonders if they still are close, and if so, then that begs the question. Does Shinsu know that Bakugo is a dragon slayer? When the job is done, and they start to leave, Izuku finally notices the distress in Shouto's expression. Right before he asks him about it, Shinsu says from behind, "Midoriya, be careful." "Okay. Thanks." Afterwards, as they're walking down to the field, Izuku makes sure to ask him. "Are you okay?" Shouto, back in reality, turns to the hallway windows. "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just nothing." Do you still want to go to practice? Honestly, not really. Izuku, selfishly, denies him of the right. He wants him to go. He wants to see him run. They stop at the window that had been burned through. The school is late with repairs. Izuku turns to it, then to him. He has a ridiculous idea, but he has learned that most of his ideas are dangerous. Whatever happened with Shinsu, he would learn it all later. He has learned a few of the many things that are weighing Shouto down. If he can, he would like to make at least one thing lighter for him. Who else knows about you, he asks. Aside from Shinsu-kun, if he's included. Shouto wonders that if Izuku is bad at hiding things, then he's doomed. The only other person is Aizawa-sensei, because he's one as well. At this point, Izuku can hardly be surprised. He's a dragon? In human form. So is my dad. And your dad hasn't helped you control your flames. No. What happened with Shouto and his father in the realm of flame control was far from help. Then, why don't we get Aizawa-sensei help you? That's ridiculous. I couldn't even learn from my dad. Izuku steps closer to him. Did you forget about my hands already? You said you were fine. Unrelenting, Izuku's eyes remain on him. The two of them are nearly equally stubborn, but Shouto does feel guilty about his hands, so he gives in. Izuku, discovering that he likes talking to Shouto this way, declares, "Plus, I like seeing you run." This, more so than anything Izuku has ever said to him so far, resonates within him. Each word, and the way they are said. They stick to him, like glue to a paper cutout. And he doesn't want to let them go. Aizawa asks about the bandages, but doesn't pry. Izuku sees how obvious it is that he knows about Shouto's circumstances. They arrived in the middle of the high jump practice. Izuku has seen Shouto jump over the bar before, but only from a window 3 stories above them. After warming up, when it reaches Shouto's turn, he doesn't start without glancing at Izuku, as if to make sure that the latter was watching him. The starting pistol goes off, and he steps off the ground. The wind carries his legs faster than usual, disregarding the fight he'd just been in. He confronts the first bar and jumps. He doesn't let the obstacles stop him. He lets the wind propel him forward, to beat the obstacles, to go higher than them, to go beyond. Izuku's widened eyes haven't missed a single moment. He is mesmerized, speechless, thoughtless. The only thing beating, moving with life is his heart. He truly cannot deny how much he enjoys seeing Shouto run. The stay away and be careful are present in his mind, but right now, he doesn't have it in him to care. Every time he has this dream, he never sees his father's face. The neck, the arms, the body, the legs and even the head are all there, but the face is not. His father is tall in his dream, towering over him, but not intimidating. His presence is kind, though he can't see a smile if there is one. He is wearing black, as he usually did. In his hands lie a book. Izuku, standing, about 1/4 of his father's height, looks up at him in admiration. He always did, as sons do before they truly know their fathers. His eyes travel to the book. "I am a cat," it reads. "Natsume Saoseki. I have a present for you," his father says. His voice is soothing and slow. "Present?" repeats the young, green Izuku, eyes brimming with innocence. He holds out the book. "It's for you. Happy birthday, my boy." Izuku receives the book, running his small palms over the cover. "Birthday," he whispers. "Book. Do you like it?" "I do. I like it." The dream always ends with his father rummaging his large, worked hand through his bright green hair. It is always more of a mess afterwards, but he never fixes it back. He embraces it. "I'm glad." Though he can't see his father's face behind the shadows of his mind, Izuku is sure that a smile is plastered on its surface. Rain meant staying indoors for most people, but not for Izuku's father. He remained his enthusiastic self, even going outside to work out at the gym as he usually did. This was nothing short of normal for the Midoriya household. Even when his father returned home with a cat covered in yellow specks and deep orange fur. Her brown eyes were nearly lifeless, her tail drooping. Izuku looked at her, and in that instant, he loved her. He didn't know why, nor did he recognize that it was love. Something in his heart told him that she was meant to be his companion. His father passed her to him carefully. "Give her a name," he said. "Summer," he whispered to her, feeling her soaked, soft fur. Hearing her new name, her eyes brightened like the sun. The name was meant for her. These are the first and last things Izuku remembers about his father. The last things he wants to remember. He can't even recall the day Midoriya Hisashi left home for work. But he knows, well through his bones, how it must have happened. The only thing that tells him how is the occasional distant expression his mother tries to hide on her face. Things 𝗬𝗪𝗢𝗀𝐿 comes to me to complain about ranked by frequency. English class 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 how the track team freshmen call him senpai, his father, who sends him mixed signals. Each of these has come up this week so far, and Izuku has developed a firm understanding of Shouto's expressions when he is upset with each one. Shouto would come to him in the morning or during lunch to complain sullenly, as if Izuku would somehow magically comfort him each time. He never does comfort him or speak to him with honey-coated words. He listens to him, watches him with his face in a constant frown of worry. If the grumble is about English, he would tell Shouto that he hardly understands it as well, and if they sink together. If it's about Bakugo, he would simply agree. He couldn't help Shouto with his burning dislike of senpai or his burning hatred for his father. About him, he would only vaguely complain, such as, he just takes breakfast and goes, or he doesn't understand what it means to be half human. Izuku had no reply for these assertions. If he couldn't ease himself, how could he ease another person? Izuku finishes writing this list in science, per usual, when he starts a doodle in the top right-hand corner of his paper. He draws an oval, then lines falling across the top of the shape. He shades one half in. He attempts two wide ovals to be eyes, one of which he shades in a small curve as a nose, and a horizontal line as lips. Only when he caps his pen does he realize what he'd just done. He immediately covers the sketch with his hand, because if anyone were to see it, that would spell the end. Secretly, guiltily, he glances to the side at the victim of his non-existent drawing skills, just to confirm that he wasn't looking at his doodling. But if he wasn't looking then, he is looking now. Too often, the conversations they have are mute, and between their eyes. Izuku's eyes travel to an indented red line across Shouto's cheek, and, realizing what it is, tears a piece of paper from his notebook and writes on it. Shouto, a few seats away, is clueless. He had opened his eyes to a painful sunlight, and a less painful pair of green eyes. What? Shouto uses his eyes to ask. Then, a second later, after other hands pass it down, he reads a piece of paper with Izuku's handwriting. Were you sleeping? He was. But he felt embarrassed to admit it on paper. He writes back. Morning practice wore me out, you must have slept well. There's a mark on your face. Shouto searches his face for it. Do you think the teacher will notice? No, but maybe you shouldn't sleep in class. I can't help it. It's like an instinct that takes over my body every time this class starts, so boredom is an instinct. Shouto, with raised eyebrows, folds the paper down and looks up at Izuku. He realizes that Izuku's goal was probably to make him laugh, but he didn't succeed. Shouto is sure he lost the ability to laugh somewhere along the past 16 years. His mother tells him that he laughed often when he was a baby, even laughing at his father's wings and scales when he saw them. She tells him that somehow, there were laughs almost every day back where they previously lived. Then, Shouto tells her that if they had stayed there, they wouldn't have lived at all. As soon as Shouto sees Izuku's faint smile at the joke, he freezes. An inexplicable warmth rises from his gut to his ears to his forehead, but he still freezes. Time, for that moment, has stopped. When his motor skills return, he writes on the note, "Can I come to the library during lunch again?" Izuku doesn't write back his answer, he whispers it. Sure. It had become routine for Izuku to be sitting at the reception desk, and for Shouto to pull a chair over in front of him and talk. It is usually mostly silent, but today, something arises. Shouto is looking at a list of movies that are currently out, when he comes across one that catches his attention. His initial instinct is to suggest it to Izuku, a fellow horror fan, and he does, confidently. However, Izuku's curveball response whittles his confidence. With such a kind expression, one would never assume his words were going to hurt. Don't hate me when I say this, but I don't like horror movies. I really don't. Shouto's mind registers his words as an error of some sort. Wait, but you like books? I like horror stories, not films. Shouto's head hangs as he asks. Why not? Izuku hesitates, unsure whether Shouto can take any more. They're kind of lame. As he spoke, he could almost visibly see the arrows shoot him in his chest. He continues, shifting the direction of the conversation. Is there anyone else you can go with? My sister. But, Shouto thinks, chooses his words carefully. He doesn't know how else to express himself aside from, but she's not my friend. Somewhere deep within, Izuku already knew that they were friends, but acknowledging it aloud gave it a different feeling. Suddenly, with 2 words, Shouto has driven him into a corner where the only way out is to say, I'll go with you, then. This weekend? Yeah, at the theater next to the candy shop a few blocks away. Since we live close, do you want to go together, or? Let's meet there. Shouto wasn't going to tell him that the reason is to avoid any chance of encountering his father. Izuku, noticing that he most likely doesn't want a repeat of the family restaurant, doesn't pry. Instead, he wonders if his dislike for horror films will change by seeing one with someone who won't jump and shake during every scene. His mother. She fears anything with blood or an axe or killing with household appliances. What she can stomach are mysteries and thrillers, while she can always be seen watching a romantic comedy or drama. Since she prefers watching movies with company, she would drag her son to the big couch in front of the television screen, sit him on one end with her at the other. At first, Izuku could hardly stomach them, but as the years breezed by, and he spoke short words to tall girls as he met Ochako, he grew an affection for these types of movies instead. Now, every Friday, he and his mother sit together in the middle of the couch, drowned in chocolate pocky to watch romance. On the Saturday morning after one of these Fridays, the morning of his movie with Shouto, he wakes to see her preparing something in the kitchen. He sees bread, eggs, turkey, lettuce. He hears her humming the song she always hums, the song he's been trying to figure out for 10 years. Morning? Are you making sandwiches? He greets her. I am. Egg salad and turkey. Do you think your friend will like them? They're for us? He asks. Of course. This is the first time you're hanging out with a friend on a weekend since middle school, she responds delightedly, morning light reflecting off her face. Embarrassed, he gets ready then waits for her to finish the food. When she hands him the boxes, he can feel her happiness leak out from them. Grabbing his red and black skateboard, he says to her, facing the door, see you later. Have fun. Izuku rides his skateboard everywhere if given the chance. Inko gave it to him for his 12th birthday, when his father had been gone a while. He remembers that his wish on the candles was for him to return home. Letting the spring breeze blow these stale thoughts away, he focuses his eyes forward, on the block with a candy shop. He sees the theater, and standing in front of the entrance is Shouto, clad in Oxford blue. He's eating pieces of lemon candy with a joyfulness that needs a keen pair of eyes to be seen. Izuku stops at the curb. He kicks up his skateboard and Shouto sees him. He hides the candy behind his back, as if it serves as evidence to a crime. I already saw you, Todoroki-kun. I see you like lemon drops. He sighs, pulling the evidence back out. He holds up the bag to Izuku. Want one? Oh, sure. As he takes one, Shouto notices the skateboard and the boxes. So, you ride a skateboard. I pictured you with a bike. Everyone does, but I like this more, though it's a little embarrassing. Recalling the lunch and how hungry he is, he holds up the bento boxes. My mom made sandwiches. Very much too quickly, Shouto responds eagerly. Can we eat them now? Taken by surprise, Izuku almost forgets to answer. Sure. Are you hungry? Yeah, I mean, if there was one type of food I'd have to choose as the last food on earth, I would go with sandwiches. Holding in his laughter, and having extreme difficulty doing so, Izuku follows Shouto to a bench beside a bus stop. There, they indulge in the turkey and eggs. Stephen King once said, "We make up horrors to help us cope with the real ones." The movie is much gorier than either of them had anticipated, but Shouto is still able to keep his eyes on the screen. Izuku, to his surprise, launches his head behind his back each time a neck is slit open. The feeling of having someone cling to your back is unfamiliar to Shouto, so he sits, frigidly, until Izuku would just move his head. Are you scared? He whispers to him. Is this the real reason why he doesn't like horror movies? No, I'm fine. Izuku returns to facing the screen. Shouto is unable to remain completely focused on the movie. He finds moments when he is watching Izuku instead. When the movie is over, he finds his friend in a shell of himself. He taps him. No response. He tugs at his sweater sleeve. No response. Finally, he says, albeit pretending, okay, I'm going to leave you here. Wait, Izuku slowly rises to his feet. I knew she was going to die, he mutters, but that was so upsetting. Shouto's confusion reaches a maximum height. Remind me, what don't you like about these movies again? Izuku fiddles with his fingers as he answers him. It's just, you know how they say reality is harsher than imagination? Oh, so, you like picturing the scene instead of being forced to see it? And that makes it shallow. He nods, still turning his fingers. After he collects himself and they head out, Shouto realizes that he and Izuku felt completely differently about the movie. You think that her death was upsetting because she died for the killer? Because she loved him? Well, I thought it was kind of stupid. Genuinely shocked to his soul, Izuku's eyes go rounder and wider than normal. Why? I'm not really sure. I guess the idea of dying for love is completely foreign to me. I get that. You won't truly understand it until you experience it yourself. Shouto stops walking by the concession stand. Izuku follows, cocking his head, confused. What is it? Have you experienced it? A light question with a heavy answer. Izuku finds himself unable to lie in front of Shouto's colorful eyes, despite not wanting to confess what he is about to confess. No, he begins. I don't know what romantic love feels like, but I had a crush. Had, Shouto repeats. It's a long story. It wasn't just an excuse, it is a long story. One he would tell Shouto another time, in another place, not surrounded by smells of butter and chocolate-covered raisins. Shouto looks down at the red velvet carpet on the floor. Feeling that way is a luxury I don't have the money to pay for. Whether it was the exact words he said, or the way he said them, Izuku feels an itch on his chest. One he isn't sure scratching can alleviate. He faces down towards the same spot on the carpet Shouto is fixated on, lacking words to respond. They stand, waiting for something. The carpet, each other. Finally, Shouto looks towards the exit. Let's go. He begins walking and Izuku follows. The latter is close enough to smell what must be the shampoo Shouto uses. A mixture of raspberry and lime, the smell of someone who treated their hair the same as an important test. Walking down the silent block towards their homes, the sun begins to descend. Izuku sees the red, orange, and yellow colors blend around the sun. The sun setting means less light, and less light means dimmer projections. He can see only half of Shouto's body, the half attached to his burgundy hair. The rest is shadowed by the sun. Hey. Shouto's deep voice breaks through the atmosphere. Yeah? You can choose the next movie. Izuku smiles at everything he just said. The you can choose and next movie. But he wants to make sure Shouto was going to keep his word. Is that a promise? Because I'm going to choose a really cheesy romantic movie. He can see his face scrunched together, though he still says, I promise. Right when they stop in front of Izuku's house, Shouto pulls out his phone. Without using words, he points to it, then points to Izuku, who uses it as a cue to take out his own. It takes him more than a second to figure it out. When he does, he asks, Our numbers? Later that night, after his shower, Izuku sees that his phone received a message. He opens it, and it reads, Todoroki-kun. Do you still want to ask Aizawa about controlling my flames? 2135 me. Yeah, we should ask on Monday 2137 Todoroki-kun. About that I don't want to 2138 me. But we will 2139 Todoroki-kun. No 2139 me. Yes 2140 Shouto stops replying after that, which Izuku somewhat expected. This conversation, albeit brief, is the first of many. When Izuku sees rain, he also sees the past and all the horrors that come with adolescence. Each drop of rain is a memory that he would rather do without, one that reflects sadness through the clarity of the water. When he hears rain, he hears the way he used to laugh at summer, indoors, alone together, away from the outside world. Her laziness increased tenfold whenever it rained, though he was always more energetic. He hears her meowing, purring, her graceful movements. When he feels rain upon his skin, he feels her blanket of fur that was usually burnt orange, when sometimes he saw gold hairs scattered like fireworks. Her fur was never brittle, though she loathed baths. When he smells rain, he smells his musky shampoo from washing his hair, the warm cooking smell of summer's breath, and the cold smell of lifelessness. He had familiarized himself with the smell of sickness and rotting flesh and death. It seemed to get worse every time it rained, and Izuku wondered if it was because rain is the opposite of summertime. When Izuku witnesses rain, he witnesses, repeatedly, the day his father brought summer home, and, subsequently, the day his mother put her to rest. He remembers screaming about wanting to be the one to do it because she was his cat. But Inko proved that it wasn't something he had the heart to do. He could hardly stomach her appearance and the red that gushed afterwards. He wept for 6 hours straight that night, slept. Then for a few more hours the following morning. Summer had filled the void that his father left, but now in that void is continuous rainfall. Therefore, when it rains the Sunday after their movie, and Izuku gets an unexpected call from Shouto, he is hardly in the mood to answer. Hello, after a pause. You okay? You sound tired. I am. What's up? I found something you're going to like. Are you in the rain? I'm in front of the candy store. Just come. Izuku reluctantly heads over. He begins to see a figure in a green hoodie with a black umbrella hovering over a cardboard box. Warily, he approaches the box. He sees his fears and déjà vu in one being, this one silver-coated, blue-eyed cat. Trying to distract himself from the way it looked at him, he deadpans. Todoroki-kun, you just walked into a cliché. Well, if I go down, you're coming with me. I'm not taking him, though. Yeah, I will. But I thought you'd find him handsome. Do you like cats? I do. He did. He loved them. What's his name? Lennon. Lennon. He repeated inside. You like the Beatles? My mom does. She gave me the name. Then, let's hurry and get him to your place. He must be cold. As they walk, stepping into rain puddles with only sneakers, Izuku restricts his desire to pet the cat. He had banned himself from doing so, fearing that his touch brought death to things faster. He gazes at the silver snow cat whose eyes remind him of ice. Parting in front of Shouto's house, the new cat owner declares, You can't come in. My dad is home. Oh, okay. Whenever Izuku pictures Shouto's father, he sees a man 3 times his size, menacing, with raspberry red hair and lime green eyes. He will never forget his presence in the booth at the family restaurant, eyes that forced him to keep his distance. Shouto continues, I'm not even supposed to have this cat. Most animals are food for dragons. Then, why did you pick him up and name him? Shouto holds up the box. He pokes his head into it and says, I saw his eyes, then I couldn't look away. What will your dad do if he sees you with him? Then, Shouto answers, as coldly and nonchalantly as possible. As a pet and not as dinner, he'll probably want to hit me. Izuku, dumbfounded, steps forward. But he won't. Not if my mom is there. Shouto did not expect to reveal this to Izuku so suddenly, though he said none of those words as easily as it seemed. That doesn't make it any less of a problem, Izuku wants to say, and he can imagine himself saying it. But he doesn't because he can't imagine what Shouto would be like if his switch were flipped. Once more, Shouto holds the box out. Lennon curls up within, calmly breathing. He demands, pet him. As he sees Izuku's continued reluctance, he takes his arm, directing his palm to the cat's fur. They make contact, and Izuku recalls how much he longs for a companion like that again. Aizawa Shouto only believes in 3 things: money, strength, and himself. Toshinori, and more significantly, Enji, know this about him. They know that, despite being a teacher, he is the least likely of them to do something for someone else's benefit. He is the most unreasonable, but the most logical, Enji being the rashest. As a non-human being, this made some sense. The previous 2 mentioned were the only ones who knew of his scales and wings until he realized his friend's son knew, who then told his friend. Therefore, leading them to this moment when he must answer the honest eyes of his student. Todoroki, do you realize what you're asking me? I do. You don't think your father will be upset? He always is. As someone who has known Shouto's father ever since they were living on an entirely different planet, Aizawa could attest to this. But he could also say that some of Enji's personality traits have long since passed down to his son. All right, he finally gives his answer. But I'm not teaching you, I'm helping you. Izuku thought he had prepared himself for witnessing Shouto's flames again, but he hadn't. He saw them again, and he saw that night he encountered him on the roof. Fire bled from his arms to his hands. Aizawa watches, gauging his strength. Breathe, he commands Shouto. Izuku wonders why he's reluctant to do something simple like breathing, until he sees what Aizawa meant. As Shouto opens his mouth, inhales and exhales, a tornado of flame follows. Aizawa folds his arms and strokes his unkempt beard, thinking. Then, as if he knew the problem from the beginning, he says, You're weak. You're weak because you're afraid of your own power. Shouto's eyes widen as if this is the first time someone is suggesting that to him. As if some locked away part of him already knew, but refused to say it. So, what do I have to do? He snaps. Aizawa grins. Izuku is wary of it, and him, and fire itself. In order for you to control something, you first have to conquer it. You must conquer everything you're rejecting. Everything you fear will happen if you use your power. If you know the worst that can happen, you'll be able to steer yourself so that it doesn't happen. Logically, it makes sense to Shouto. But when he pictures the worst, he pictures his father, and becoming him, and being like him. More than a fear of hurting others, he often repressed a fear of his hatred for his father diminishing. Aizawa cunningly picks up on this, because the next step of their session changes everything. I don't really care if you hate me for this, but in order to bring your flames out, I'm going to be an asshole starting now. Go ahead. Briskly, mercilessly, Aizawa's voice cuts through when he asks, Why do you hate your father? Clearly, neither Izuku nor Shouto were expecting this. Izuku was suddenly, probably more afraid for Shouto than the latter was for himself. He bites down on his lip before thinking about the answer to the question. Images flash through his mind of the past. He hates the past and all the baggage that comes with recalling it. Aizawa continues, seeing that Shouto isn't answering him. Because he hurts you. Does he hurt your mother? Your sister. It's, Shouto exclaims. It's only me. He doesn't hurt them. Already, he was feeling his wounds return and his scar throb persistently. His anger was rising, but he doesn't notice that his flames are as well. Izuku does. Then, how does he treat you and your family? Unable to watch Shouto in pain, Izuku approaches Aizawa, intending to say something to stop everything, though not knowing what exactly to say. But that didn't matter. The placid track team coach was not going to budge. He has to confront it eventually, he maintains. So, Izuku watches. He listens. He makes sure to get every word, to etch every shift of Shouto's emotions into his mind. What has he done to you? Persists Aizawa. Shouto doesn't say any of this aloud yet, but his mind and soul and body acknowledge the times he most vividly remembers of his father. The first thing that comes to mind is the sight of Enji raising his voice at his mother and sister, not because of anything they did, but because he was outwitted by a serial killer on the job. Enji worked as a police officer, and the job often added to his stress. Stress and paranoia that he released only through flames and other destructive behaviors. When Shouto witnessed him yelling at them, standing behind the kitchen wall, he wondered when he was going to stop. And when he did, he always continued with Shouto himself, leaving the boy to then wonder why it was always him. Enji's destructiveness was sometimes passive. When Shouto first began track a year ago, he did it because Enji wanted him to find a way to train when he wasn't home. Not only did he never until now ask how his practices went, he never went to a track meet which his mother always attended. Whenever Enji was interested in his son coming home from work, it was to say, "Let's see if you've made any progress." Then, the father would see that his son hadn't made progress, and the son would realize that he himself didn't care about anything anymore. However, as his scar continues to throb, he forgets everything that brought him to Aizawa in the first place. He does not think about Izuku or the fear. He does not think. He becomes possessed by hatred, red and hot and burning like the fire that explodes from him all over. The flames charge indiscriminately at their surroundings. Shouto doesn't realize his dark brown horns growing, or the scales on his scar side becoming more visible by the second. His nails grow to form claws. To Izuku, his scales look rough and his flames brittle. He knows what those flames felt like, contained hostility. Now, it is the opposite, and he gets the stupid belief that he has to stop it. "Midoriya, do you have a death wish?" Aizawa shouts. "Don't go any closer. He has to stop it himself." He's self-destructing. Izuku would have ignored 100 warnings in that moment. As he inches closer towards Shouto, the fire surrounding the boy grows. It expands suddenly and briskly, to the point where Izuku's hands were drawing blood from being burned. When he could no longer take the pain, Aizawa pulled him back by his collar. Shouto, from the depths of his lost mind, hears Izuku's voice calling his name, and hears Aizawa complain about the human stupidity in walking into danger. He feels a coolness, the kind he felt from his sister as a child, when she would use her abilities of ice to create sculptures that fascinated him. Gradually, the fire returns to the blood in his body. He sees Izuku on the scorched ground, crouching, bleeding. He feels his heart burn. Without words, he rushes to him, lifts his whole body in his arms and sprints back inside the school. Aizawa rushes hotly behind them. When they reach the nurse's office, he notes that Shinsu isn't there. It was well after school hours. After griping with Aizawa, the nurse swiftly treats Izuku's hands. She forces him on a bed, and as the green-haired boy falls asleep, Shouto remains sitting by his side. When Izuku opens his eyes, he sees white in Shouto's eyes. They were looking down, but now they look up at him, who is only half awake. Aizawa is sitting by the door, head bobbing up and down. He blinks, breathes. His hands are numb from the burn. He opens his mouth to speak, but Shouto beats him to it. "I'm so sorry. I messed up your hands again." As if he was nervous before for some reason, Izuku's body relaxes. "Oh, it's fine. It was my decision to get closer to you." "It's not fine. I don't know what you were thinking." "I wasn't thinking anything. I just wanted you to stop. And you did." Shouto realizes something strange about him, this enigma, and takes a minute to find a way to put it into words. "You wanted to get closer," he begins, "when all my life, most people stayed away. My scar alone kept them from coming close. I got it when I was 11. My dad was training me and, to teach me a lesson, gave me this." He points to the patch of pink surrounding his eye. Izuku frowns. "After that, I could never control my flames." A painful minute of silence passes before Izuku professes. "You don't want to control your flames out of spite. You don't want to do what he wants." But, Todoroki-kun, you are you. You have your own will." The flames inside you only follow that will. Because they're your power. Shouto is stunned into silence. He is blinded by the brightness around him. But he also sees. If he didn't care before, now he does. He wants the strength to control, to be in command of himself. He no longer wants to be looked at the way Izuku first looked at him that night. Because even if he is an otherworldly mythical creature, he is still himself. And you can't deny your father. You should confront him, Izuku continues, losing Shouto there. That's a different story. That man is only my father in name and blood. Izuku turns to the tiled ceiling. Suddenly, he wants Shouto to know about himself. The last things I remember about my father are I am a cat, and the day he came home with an actual cat. Shouto watched Izuku's eyebrows twist as he spoke. He must really like cats. What happened to him? The simple answer to that is work, but the real answer is gone. He left years ago, but he tries to keep in touch. My cat is gone, too. Oh, so that's why with Lennon. To Izuku's surprise, Shouto abruptly draws closer. If that's the case, you should take your own advice, Midoriya. It doesn't seem like you and your dad are best friends, either. With a soft chuckle, he replies, right. But how can I confront someone who isn't around? With a similar, deeper chuckle that surprises Izuku more than anything else that has happened so far, Shouto responds, fair point. What are you going to tell your mother? Shouto asks Izuku when they're away from Chiyo's office. Izuku hates the idea of blatantly lying to her. But he would also hate it if Shouto's secret got out, and for people to completely blame him for his hands. I'll tell her I burned them in home economics. Will she believe that? I hope so. Izuku sees Shouto open his mouth and knows what he is going to say. Don't apologize again. It's already done. Shouto raises his eyebrows, lowers them, then faces forward as they continue to walk. I know. Group projects were always the enemy. They were tougher than exams and required more effort, both social and physical. Izuku is generally very intelligent, but expending that for the sake of his classmates was always difficult. His go-to was usually Ida, but it was always hell when the teacher chose the groups. This time, however, the literature project was for partners, and the teacher relinquished the decision power to the students. Izuku's first instinct is to make eye contact with Ida, and he does. But as the latter walks over, his eyes wander to a bob of straight hair, half cream and half rose. Shouto isn't looking at him or in his direction. His eyes seem to be focused on the evenness of the lines of his wooden desk. Izuku wonders why he's sitting there, staring at lines, then realizes that Shouto was like him and that he didn't have that one friend who would rescue him in times such as these. If, a few days ago, they truly had somehow connected, going up to him and asking him to be his partner should not be as difficult as it is. But it doesn't stop him from taking that chance. Ida-kun, sorry, but could you ask Uraraka-san if she's not already taken? Ida cocks his head to the side, slightly disappointed that he wasn't going to be with his usual partner. Sure, but who do you have in mind? Izuku nods towards the boy scratching at the lines of his desk. As he gets Ida's thumbs up of approval, he starts for Shouto, but stops short when he sees a girl walk up to him first. They exchange inaudible words when Shouto's eyes meet Izuku's, and he says to the girl, quite clearly, him. In their populated classroom, with the students chattering sounding like the cries of birds, all the nerves leave their bodies through a wave of internal silence. That one word is confirmation for Izuku that they truly are in this together. Around them, most of the other students seem surprised at all this, and although they don't matter, Bakugo does. Devoid of his usual hostility, he approaches them. But Izuku already knows what he is going to say. Dumbass. Clearly you didn't heed my warning. I knew it. You're right. But when have I ever listened to you? Bakugo is already well aware that Izuku became friends with Shouto, which was the worst possible outcome for him. Actually, the worst outcome would be if they started dating somehow. But that was impossible, he was sure. It is times like these when his own stupidity hits him like a truck, when he realizes that setting Shouto up as something wicked only drew Izuku closer. The idiot was attracted to danger. Only, while Shouto was his enemy by DNA, Bakugo's true enemy, the true danger, was the half-dragon's father. Enji was the one they feared, the one they stayed away from, the reason why they usually refrained from attacking Shouto off school grounds. His eyes straying towards Izuku's bandaged hands, he says to himself, you never fucking listen to me, moron. That's why your hands are ruined. He hates the frustration that he feels welling inside him, so he lets some leak out through his words. He faces Shouto and feels Izuku tense. You burned his hands, didn't you? Shouto, hearing the anger-coated concern in Bakugo's voice, is not at all intimidated by his question. I did, he firmly answers. Izuku can sense their individual desires to fight each other, just by how intensely relaxed their eyes are. He can sense Bakugo is containing himself, when usually he would have thrown the first punch by now. He doesn't realize he'd snickered about it to himself until Bakugo exclaims roughly, "What's so funny? I was just thinking that you aren't as head-headed as usual, but I take that back." "Who are you calling head-headed?" "You, Kaken." Scoffing, Bakugo storms off, but not before saying, "If you die because of him." "I know," interrupts Izuku tiredly. "You'll laugh." When the two are left alone again, Izuku heaves a sigh. He's really annoying. And extreme. "Sorry." Shouto waves it off with his hand. "I'm used to it. He and I have known each other for a while now. Ever since he caught them fighting by the water fountain. The blatant but unknown story between them piqued his interest. I figured, since you complain about him a lot." "Do I? To you?" Izuku notices a faint, but concentrated rose color spread across his face from ear to ear. It's his first time witnessing Shouto blush. And though it fascinates him and warrants the same reaction that appears on his own face, he doesn't understand why it happens. Shouto continued, frowning. "That's embarrassing." "Why?" "Because I feel like I go to you too much to complain." "It's fine. It's not like I mind." "Well." He pauses and Izuku learns that anticipation feels like a burning flood in the gut. "Thanks," he mumbles. "Sure," Izuku mumbles back. "But about your hands, why don't you go to Kirishima? He can probably help you." Izuku shakes his head. "I thought about it, but I doubt he would help someone who befriended his enemy." In Shouto's mind, that was a stupid but understandable logic that he could not refute, no matter how much he wanted to. The literature project on Osamu Dazai's run, Milos, is a simple presentation on how a specific theme is developed throughout the story, as well as how it develops through the characters. It is simple enough, though the story was more complex than it seemed, and finding a productive place to actually work on the project was their biggest challenge. Izuku had already ruled out the easiest option, the library, because he knew that he wouldn't be able to concentrate there, in the middle of a world full of books. Shouto then suggested a cafe, which was not the best idea, but Izuku didn't have a better one. Izuku takes out his laptop and notebook, and they start working, and at first it seems to be going productively, seeing as they only order coffee both black. But not long after their coffee, Shouto orders iced tea for them, both to accommodate for their cravings for something cold after drinking something hot, as well as a blueberry muffin for himself. Instead of facing the laptop screen, they face each other and talk about things other than Milos. When he finishes the muffin, he gets up again to get himself a lemon tart and Izuku a small slice of cheesecake. They were failing to realize what this was becoming. It isn't until all this is done, and their stomachs are full, when Izuku learns that Shouto is quite the eater, and they haven't gotten any work done. Their next stop is Izuku's house, a place Shouto, to an extent, fears. He pictures it as a bright home, one with a playful loudness and laughter. He fears it because he has never experienced it. Izuku assures him that it's a normal house, but that is what worries him. When Shouto first sees Inko, Izuku's mother, he sees a green bean. Round, green, exuding soft energies and happiness. He'd seen her before at the family restaurant, but now he was meeting her and speaking to her, albeit in broken sentences. "Nice to meet you, Todoroki-kun. I'm so glad you became Izuku's friend," she says, her voice airy and soft. "Right? It's nice to meet you. Do you want something to drink? Are you hungry?" Coming to his rescue once again, Izuku says, "Mom, we have to work." I know. Have fun." When Shouto first steps into Izuku's room, trying to ignore the palpitations of his heart, he immediately feels as if he's found his second home. In this room alone, he feels comfort from the scattered mess. He feels everything that he had been devoid of before, in his own room. He doesn't know what it is, if it is the room or the owner of the room. Izuku's room is small but befitting of his size. A table lies in the middle and a desk with drawers sits in the corner, with a lamp on top. At the other corner is his bed with night blue sheets. And of course, there is a tall bookshelf beside that bed that seems congested with books. "Your room is nice," he says. "Messy, but nice." "Are you saying your room is neat?" Izuku asks, and Shouto can hear his playful tone. "Well, yeah. When they find themselves able to work, they think they've found the perfect place. And it is, until it isn't." Knowing Inko, Izuku should have expected her to invite herself into his room with snacks and drinks and stories about Izuku when he was a baby. She begins with the story about how he tried to fit himself into his father's socks. "My husband had a bad habit of leaving his socks around the house, and when Izuku found one, he would try to go inside them. He was very small as a baby, and his father had large feet, so you can imagine what happened. Right, says Shouto, amused by the thought of it. Mom, cries Izuku, turning beet red, a new sight for Shouto's eyes. After Izuku kicks her out, they realize their productivity is in danger, but they try to continue. The problem is that it happens again, as Inko stands in the doorway with baby pictures, and Izuku knows he has to put an end to this. They stand at the curb of a sidewalk, lost, losing hope. The sky is turning dark and gray, the air is getting cooler. Shouto has an idea, his last resort, something that he isn't yet prepared for. But since they have no other option, he asks, "How would you like to see my room now?" "Can I?" Izuku immediately responds, beaming, as if the thought of entering the dragon's den excites him. "I guess. But my parents are home. Will they distract us?" "I doubt it." "Then let's go." Izuku begins walking forward, seemingly fearlessly, and Shouto wonders why watching him take that first step makes it that much easier for him to do the same. Izuku wonders if what he was feeling earlier was a sugar high, because he doesn't know otherwise why he would voluntarily walk into the dragon's den. Facing Todoroki and J, he returns to his senses, but tagging along is an intimidation that freezes him. The man who is, give or take, twice Izuku's size, looks down at him mockingly. His sea-green eyes pierce into his skin, as if they want to take something. His red beard and mustache and surrounding haircut all contribute to his presence of authority. Even though Izuku is frozen, he feels heat coming off Enji's inhuman skin like sweat does with a human. Even though Enji stands before him in a human shape, one who has seen what Izuku has seen can tell that he isn't human. "You're the brat from the restaurant, right?" Enji asks aggressively. "What was your name again?" "Midoriya Izuku," he answers, regaining his mobility upon focusing his energy on Shouto's mother. She has the complete opposite presence of Enji, which is more similar to his own mother. But her softness is calmer, reserved. Izuku meets Mayumi again as well, though he slides next to Shouto, fairly traumatized by her calling him a stuffed animal. She notices this because she then takes advantage of it by asking him, "Can I pinch your cheeks just once?" "No," Shouto instantly answers for him, leading him up the stairs to his room. If it were going to satisfy her, getting her off his back, Izuku would have let her do it. But Shouto leading him away is instant déjà vu for him, and he prefers the feeling of that. Shouto's room is more lit than the rest of the house. His windows have no curtain, and when he turns his ceiling light on, Izuku gets a feeling of warmth from his surroundings. His room was much neater than his own, much cleaner and less congested. His bed with forest green sheets is against the wall, behind his work desk and dresser. His bookshelf is on the other side of the room, half the size of Izuku's, beside his closet. It was more normal than he had imagined it to be, but he realizes that he didn't know what he was expecting. He instead wonders why Shouto was so hesitant to bring him here. Bringing him out of his thoughts, Shouto asks him, "Are you okay?" Izuku notes that his expression of concern isn't much different from his usual placid expression. "Yeah, why wouldn't I be? Your family?" Taking his silent response as confirmation, he continues, "Todoroki-kun, you don't look like it, but you worry a lot. I'll be fine. I doubt your family will do anything in front of a stranger." Shouto sits on his bed and takes out the work. Lennon is there, sleeping, which was the norm for cats. He never considered himself a worrywart until now, and he thinks about what else Izuku might have noticed about him. "Then, let's try to get something done before you have to go back home." Izuku knows he shouldn't get off topic, but he has a question that has been scratching at his brain for over an hour now. He glances up at Shouto, writing talking points in his notebook, and his eyes draw themselves to his features. It was getting dark outside, so his room was dimming and his features darkened. But Izuku could still notice his long, dark eyelashes that were probably tinted with red if he looked closer, his firmly shaped nose and his long lips. As soon as he sees his lips, his eyes jump straight back up to his hair as he desperately tries to disregard the sight, but he cannot. His hair looks softer in the light, as do his eyes. Izuku is silent enough to hear Shouto's pen tapping on his paper, to watch him slide the pen between his fingers. Finally, as if his courage strengthened from all this, Izuku decides to ask him the question. "Hey." "Yeah," Shouto looks up at him almost elegantly. I was wondering. About your sister, is she a half like you? And is that why you have two different hair colors?" He realizes after that he asked two questions. Shouto raises his eyebrows and looks at his paper again before answering. "Yeah, our white hair is from our mom. But even though my sister is half dragon, like me, we don't have the same powers. I got mine from my dad, but she has ice, something only my grandmother has." "So, your grandmother is an ice dragon?" Where is she? Tell me. Izuku can tell Shouto doesn't realize that he said that as if Izuku is supposed to already know what that is. And what is Ptolemy? I'm assuming you're not talking about the astronomer. Genuinely surprised, he says. Did I not tell you? Nope. It's the planet I was born on. As Izuku's eyes widen and his mouth falls open, he wishes he had more time to react, because his phone vibrates from his mother calling. He answers his phone and tells her that he's heading home. He turns to Shouto, whom he wishes he could talk to more. I have to go, he says. Sorry. Shouto stands, straightening his clothes. You've done nothing that you need to be sorry for. Should I walk you back? Realizing how dangerous for himself that would be, he waves his hand, saying, No, it's fine. I'm only down the block. See you tomorrow. Before Shouto can reply, Izuku is down the stairs and putting his shoes on at the door. Shouto's mother walks up to him. Midoriya-kun, she begins, slightly bowing her head. Thank you for coming. I hope you'll come again soon. He turns around to respond to her, but behind her is Enji, which delays his reply. Oh, yeah. It's for a project, so I'll be here tomorrow, probably. Great. I'll prepare some food, now that I know in advance. Send your regards to your mother for me. Sure. With one last nod to her, his eyes go back to Enji, who is piercing through him again. He quickly turns back around and opens the door to leave. He feels guilty about escaping Shouto like that, so he makes sure to text him before going to bed that night. Hey sorry to running off like that 2301 Todoroki-kun. It's fine 2305. It's not every day that you hear someone is from another planet 2306. Izuku doesn't want to clarify the reason why he ran off. That he was afraid of Shouto walking him home. Right. But how come you didn't tell me that before? 2307 Todoroki-kun. I really thought I told you 2307 me. You didn't 2308 Todoroki-kun. Well now you know 2309 me. Now I know good night 2310 Todoroki-kun. Night 2310, they work on the project in the morning on their way to school. Izuku returned to his library duty. So he reluctantly let them work there and at Shouto's house, after his track practice. Aizawa put their training on hold until after the project was over. Over the course of the evenings at the Todoroki abode, Izuku learns more about him and his family. He doesn't make a physical list, but he makes sure to remember everything he learns. Such as Shouto's mother's homemade apple pie, and her stew, and just about everything else she cooks. He learns that Mayumi isn't as suspicious as she comes off as, that she is a med student who does art on the side, that her favorite season is winter, and she knows the places where Shouto is ticklish. Izuku is curious about these places, but doesn't ask her yet. He learns that Lennon is quite the wild cat, that he scratches strangers and scratches his owner, and likes to eat salmon more than tuna. He doesn't learn much about Enji, except that he takes his job as a cop seriously, and is always, from what Izuku has seen, a little more charming with his wife. Affection seems to be a lost art to him, but feeling is there. The only problem with that is, sometimes he feels too strongly about the wrong things towards the wrong people, namely Shouto. While Izuku initially accumulates this information from his observations, this time, he becomes the spark that sets him off. And it all starts with a handshake. Upon entering with Shouto, Izuku stares at Enji's rough, scarred hand. The hand is held out to him, demanding a handshake. Holding up his own hand that is still wrapped in bandages, Enji looks down and takes it. He shakes it once, but keeps his hand in his palm for a moment before letting go. Izuku's arm falls at his side. He looks to Shouto for an explanation, who suggests, maybe he's warming up to you. I doubt it. Yeah, me too. Since it's a Friday, Izuku stays for not only dessert, but also for a movie. That is Shouto's mother's intention when she brings up Die Hard, though her husband seems to have interrogation on the list of after-dessert activities instead. Kid. He speaks to Izuku, who takes the last spoonful of his ice cream. He turns to Enji. Neither him nor Shouto could have anticipated his next few words. He continues, what happened to your hands? It's clear that Enji's question, not the ice cream, freezes Izuku in place. He opens his mouth to respond, but not before glancing at Shouto, whose eyes are on the floor. When those eyes lock with his, he knows what he wants to do. I burned them in home economics. He says this with a fake smile, as lightly as he can. Shouto's mother and sister, who are listening in, seem to believe him. Enji is hardly fazed. Tell me the truth. It takes Izuku a moment to realize that those words aren't for him, they're for Shouto. His bandaged hands grip his pants underneath. He squeezes them, ignoring the hurt to his fingers. Shouto's mind goes around in circles before he can reply. It goes to Aizawa, to the fire, to his hands, to the nurse's office, to the drowsy way Izuku looked at him when he woke up. It was me, he utters through his teeth. I was trying to release more power, and I burned them. Shouto, his mother softly exclaims. His sister scoffs in disappointment. Just as I thought. I sensed it when I felt his hand. Do you realize what you've done, boy? I know. If you knew, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. What were you thinking? Izuku recalls those words, the desperate way Shouto had asked him in the nurse's office. I walked into the fire. It wasn't all his, Shouto. Inji completely ignores Izuku, despite having shown concern for his hands. You should have control of it by now. I left you alone because it was what you wanted. And now, look, a human knows about us and you burned his skin. No. You left me alone because you got busier. As you are, you won't be able to save anything. Or protect anyone. With that power, you'll only be able to destroy. Just like his hands. Shouto slams his fist against the wall. It falls silent for that moment. With your flames, what have you protected? My eye? Inji lifts his head, revealing a gleaming eye. Watch what you say, Shouto. No. Why don't you listen to yourself? You don't care about Midoriya, so stop using him as an excuse to make your point. That, more than anything else, pisses me off. Izuku can feel his flames about to surface. And he does as well, which is why he opens the front door and walks out. He closes the door with a hard slam that makes Izuku flinch. He knows to go after him. Inji, he is your son. Guide him, says his mother. Don't shame him in front of his friend. Before he responds, Izuku looks at him. Rather, he glares. His eyes stretch and burn in their sockets as he faces Inji. His fists are so tight they could bleed any moment. He can feel his blood rush to his head as soon as he opens his mouth. What, human? Asks the dragon. He inhales deeply before speaking. Despite being his father and living with him, you know nothing about your son. You don't know what really happened that day. And I won't even tell you. But I will say this. With all due respect, Todoroki-kun is not you. You won't have the same values because you won't have the same experiences. Mainly because he's half human. So, even if you beat it into him, he will never be you. He'll come up with his own answer. He slightly bows, though he intends it mockingly. Excuse me. Instantly, Izuku turns away from him, unable to wait for his reaction, rushes to put on his sneakers and sprints out the door. He looks right, then left, trying to determine Shouto's escape route. But since his mind is lost, he gives up on thinking and decides to start by running. Shit. The reason why Shouto swears to himself isn't because he ran away from home, but because he ran and left Izuku alone there. He acknowledges his stupidity in all this, but he can't seem to find the strength to go back. He stops running when he feels his chest about to collapse. He looks up and sees a park with a swing set, slide, water fountain, and jungle gym. The place seems calm, which is what he currently needs, so he takes refuge on the swing set. He looks up at the navy blue sky. The moon is out in full, the clouds are gone, and there are only a few stars that he can only faintly see. He breathes in the cool May night breeze as he swings back and forth with his feet on the ground. He looks at the empty swing beside him, and Izuku comes to mind. Izuku, Midoriya. He must be tired of me, and all this, by now. He sits there, thinking about him, about how stupid he would be if he came after him. But no, that wouldn't happen. Shouto doesn't know how much time passes before he's about to be proved wrong. Todoroki-kun. The voice he knows so well by now must be a figment of his imagination, so he finds himself looking up at the sky for the origin of the voice. But it gets closer. What are you doing? Looking up? I'm right here. Izuku's voice almost sounds angered, though he doesn't want to find out if he truly is. He turns to the side, and Izuku is, in fact, standing there. He sits on the swing beside him, staring at him, clearly out of breath. When he regains his breath, he says, I guess I'm good at running into you. He chuckles weakly. You really are. Izuku turns to face forward. You okay? Not really. I see. He pauses. But you will be. Because I'm not going anywhere. Shouto questions if Izuku has somehow awakened telepathic skills. He turns to him, who is still looking ahead. He takes in the sight for himself. He focuses on his freckles. The shape of their alignment reminds him of something other than diamonds. Once he realizes what it is, his body takes over his mind as he reaches over and takes a hold of both of Izuku's cheeks, pinching them. Oh wow, what value owing, Todoroki-kun. When he lets go, he says, your freckles remind me of Cassiopeia. It's not the exact W shape, but it's close. Again, he reaches over, But this time his finger traces over them, outlining the part of the constellation he's referring to. He doesn't understand how he is so easily allowing himself to touch Izuku's face, to make an imaginary line over his freckles, to compare them to stars. As he finally leaves Izuku's cheeks alone, the victim asks, hoping that the rose in his face wasn't showing, Cassiopeia, as in, the constellation. Yeah. Is that a good thing? Well, I think so. Even if she was a queen known for being vain and boastful. That's nothing like me. But her constellation is pretty. I guess so. Izuku realizes there's a bigger question to ask. Why do you like constellations so much? Shouto returns to the sky. Dragons are named after constellations. At least, the ones from 𝗏𝗵𝗲. Izuku allows his fascination to show on his face. That's really cool. You think so? Yeah, so, I'm assuming your dad has one of those names. His name is Aquila, after the eagle. What about you and your sister? Do you have it even though you're half? Yeah, but it's embarrassing to say aloud. Who else is here besides me? But that's my point. Grumbling, Shouto looks away as he says, my sister is 𝗲𝗃𝗲, after the fox. I'm Orion, after the hunter. When he looks back at Izuku, he sees him smiling, mid-laugh, as if it genuinely fascinates him. That's so cool, he says, if you say so. Just then, Izuku gets up from the swing. He looks at his phone to check the time. He says, I should get back. My mom likes to worry. But I guess that's something I got from her. Shouto follows suit, feeling much more comfortable with going back now. You're not really like that with me, though. Really? Izuku asks, as if he expected the opposite response. I do worry about you, though. Because I feel like you just run, eat and breathe fire, and forget everything else around you. Realizing he was saying a lot, he adds, but that's just me. No, it's a fair point. As they walk back, they talk about presenting the project on Monday. Izuku expresses how he isn't good at public speaking, while Shouto says the same, and that they'll figure it out together. Somewhere along the way, Izuku does an unannounced gesture that, after its initial shock, brings comfort to them both. He, albeit being the shorter one, puts an arm over Shouto's farther shoulder. He lifts his head and rests it on the latter's closer shoulder, slightly pulling him down to match his height. To the average person, this would be uncomfortable, but to Shouto, it is more comfortable than his bed. When they stop in front of Shouto's house, Izuku takes notice of the motorcycle that is always standing there. He always wonders about it whenever he sees it. But he never asks about it, as it was highly unlikely that it belonged to someone in his family. Tonight is no exception because he focuses on Shouto instead. Good night, Todoroki-kun. See you Monday. With his eyes brighter than before, as if the stars had inhabited them, he replies, yeah? See you then. Their presentation goes without a hitch, due to their reliance on note cards and talking points, as well as minimal eye contact with the audience. They're satisfied with the result, though, and that is all that matters. To celebrate their A, they decide to go see a movie over the weekend. Truthfully, it was more Izuku's idea and Shouto's forced compliance, due to the promise he had made. He doesn't even know the name of the movie, but all he wants to know is that it's a romance. On the day of, Izuku wakes up late, thus gets dressed late, and leaves the house on his skateboard late. He feels guilty, and can only hope Shouto is going through the same. Though when he reaches the theater he sees how wrong he is. Shouto is standing in front of the candy store per usual. But this time he isn't eating lemon drops. He has his earphones in. As he's heading to stop his skateboard, he doesn't realize Shouto's appearance is throwing him for a loop. His hair, his off-white polo and his cuffed jeans. More accurately, he realizes it too late, when he rides into a car meter and falls flat on his side, on the curb. His hopes of Shouto, not having seen anything, are shot down immediately, when he opens his eyes and sees him holding out his hand. He appears to be holding back a laugh, a cackle, and Izuku wishes he would just let it out to make himself less miserable. Are you okay? He asks after Izuku takes his hand to get up. I'm a little dizzy, but I'm fine. Sorry for being late. Oh, it's fine. No, it's not. This was my idea. But you're here now. Let's go. It's about to start. There exist two types of people in the world. Those who cry at the end of romance dramas, and those who fall asleep. These are Izuku and Shouto, respectively. The former would be more offended by his snoring if he hadn't anticipated it. He wakes him up with a light nudge. He jolts awake and tries to figure out his surroundings. Where are we? Still in the theater. Oh, the movie. Did they kiss yet? It's over. They kissed, and did more than kissing, but he left on the train the next morning. I knew it. Heaving a sigh, Izuku grabs Shouto by the arm, and they finally leave. Realizing his mistake, Shouto says, "Sorry for falling asleep. I know you really wanted to do this together." "I did, but it's fine. I'll just fall asleep during the movie you pick next." "Midoriya, you're mad at me, aren't you?" "No, I'm not." "But you are." Izuku isn't sure if he actually is. What he's feeling is a first for him, especially since the cause is Shouto. With his skateboard in hand, the two of them head home under the sunset. When the atmosphere between them regresses back to its usual cotton softness, the atmosphere around them shifts. They both sense someone behind them, a dangerous existence, a familiar existence, one they have both fought with. His rising anger reaches out from behind them and attempts to suffocate them. Seemingly fearlessly, though really with much fear, Izuku whirls around and faces Bakugo. His yellow hair blends in with the sunset, but Ochako, who has been with him the entire time, does not. He clearly sees her. Shouto follows, facing them, gritting his teeth. They realize that, since there are few people on the streets in this part of the neighborhood, Bakugo, at least, is probably expecting a fight. Izuku concludes that bad luck is in love with him, as he clenches his fists, steadily looking Bakugo in the eye. He begins, "What do you want, Kaken?" "What do I want?" he repeats, drawing closer, when in the next instant he has Shouto by the head and thrusts him into the alley beside them. To fight with no interruptions, Ochako had the purest of intentions. She had only called Bakugo out to help her pick out a new bike, because she knew he had the best taste in bikes. It was his fault for getting hungry, dragging her to eat somewhere, then forcing her around the area for some window shopping. She called it window shopping, but it was just Bakugo stopping at everything that was colored red, or some hoodie that neither of them would wear. But she knew who would. She had begun to grow sick and tired of it when they encountered Shouto and Izuku. The two of them looked like they were on a date, which irritated her, particularly because Shouto had inflicted a debt upon her that she needed to repay in full. What irritates her even more is that Izuku somehow has the courage to stare down Bakugo, but not her, to acknowledge him but not her. For a while now, she's had the feeling that he knows something about her. A secret, something she would not even tell Momo or Tsuyu. And because he knows it, he has problems facing her sometimes. Once she thinks he's gotten over it, the next day, it happens all over again. As soon as Bakugo throws Shouto into the alley, Izuku rushes after them, and Ochako is hot on his trail. After sliding down the dark, brick wall Bakugo threw him into, Shouto stands to his feet. His clothes are already tattered and his eyes must be spinning. A stream of red is already down his face. Totoro, Izuku is interrupted by Ochako. Namely, her arrows. She takes her bow and arrow out in an instant, and in the next instant, she has him pinned against the wall by his shirt. He finally looks at her, stunned. But she herself is stunned as well. That first night he encountered Shouto's half-dragon form. She never would have thought they would become fast friends, especially after what he did to her. But this is the result, she concludes, if he sides with her enemy. Izuku, on the other hand, simply wants the fighting to stop. He cares for both parties, and the last thing he wants to see is for them to take each other out. Urara. He is stopped again by another one of her arrows, this time pinning his other sleeve to the wall. Now, in this crucified position, all he can do is watch. But that is the last thing he wants to do. "Todoroki-kun," he exclaims. "Can you get me out of this? Let me help you." "No," he immediately answers. "Stay there. I can handle this myself." Right when he says this, however, Bakugo's fist makes perfect contact with his gut, and he goes flying right back into the wall. "Handle," Bakugo repeats. "I'd like to see you try." "Don't let him hit you," Izuku shouts. He can barely comprehend how Bakugo has such immense power, but determines it must be like Ochako's arrows. He tugs at his arms, attempting to break free, but her arrows hold him tight. When Shouto catches Bakugo's fist with his next punch, Izuku's relief only lasts for a second. The blonde slayer follows up with a hard kick that he's unable to block, making Shouto fly across to the side wall of the alley. He collides with it so hard that pieces of the brick crumble down. Izuku's eyes are about to fall from their sockets. He cannot fathom why Shouto won't let him help, and he hates how he can't unbind himself. "Get up, Todoroki," Bakugo commands. "Take out your wings. Let me see the power that you hate so much." Shouto ignores him. He stands panting heavily, but he doesn't unleash any of his flames. Normally, Izuku would understand this, but now he wishes that Shouto would just use the power he has, if he doesn't want to die. "What are you waiting for?" he cries. He sees Shouto's dimmed eyes. He then sees Bakugo's face. his wide, wild eyes and excited smile. He wants the fight. The challenge. The sight is excruciatingly familiar to Izuku. He's seen that face many times before, including the time he wanted to punch it at least once. But before that could happen, they had to meet. Izuku wasn't a fan of middle school. Not that he ever met anyone who was, but he dreaded it. There was a constant target on his back that attracted fights, none of which he won, but some of which he started. Whether it was because they wanted his homework, or they stole his lunch money, there were few times when he arrived home without a bruise or scrape. He'd heard rumors about the school's #1 fighter, dubbed the Wolf. He was said to be 6 feet tall, with wildly long blonde hair that reached his hips and golden eyes to match. The whispers said he had sharp teeth like a vampire and his hands were as large as a bear's paws. He'd heard that, after school, the Wolf resided in an abandoned convenience store either alone or with his followers. So, Izuku sought out the Wolf, expecting all this, intending to ask him to teach him how to fight. And while what he saw whom he met was not the person described by the inaccurate rumors, he noted that there was some truth to them. His classmate Bakugo was smothered with an air of pride and power. He sat on the counter with one leg crossed over his thigh. He was drinking an apple juice box that he crushed as soon as he looked up and saw Izuku standing in the doorway. "Who the hell are you?" he asked, his words sharpened by his rasp. Izuku saw blonde hair and red eyes, and he wondered why he never saw him until he sought him out himself. "Midoriya Izuku," he answered. "Ha, Deku?" He spoke as if he was irritated by Izuku's timid response. "And no. Izuku. So, Deku, what do you want?" This time he smiled, proud, interested. Izuku knew that arguing about his ill-intentioned nickname was pointless. He bowed his head and said, "Please teach me how to fight." "Fuck no." Bakugo's tone was sharp and irritated again. "I don't teach anyone, especially weaklings." Izuku wondered what Bakugo must have expected from someone who asked him for help in getting stronger, not knowing the truth behind his words. But he knew it wasn't going to be easy. Since he also didn't have the heart to give up, he stayed there, sat on the floor, deciding to stick to him like glue until he complied. "What the hell are you doing?" "Waiting for you to help me." Bakugo narrowed his eyes. "You asking for a fight?" "Nope." The Wolf, who was not a wolf at all, scowled at him with a tight fury. But he didn't try to start a fight. He just sat and looked down at him. Izuku returned the favor. And things remained this way for about a week, until one particular sunset after school. Just by standing behind him, Izuku learned enough about Bakugo to understand why he liked to fight. That it was because he could find no other key for the lock that chained his feet to the ground. That, somehow, it was his way of life. On this sunset, he and Bakugo were leaving the courtyard when a group of boys stopped them in their tracks. Surely they had names and faces, but Izuku didn't know them or want to see them. He knew their voices, though, as the voices that ceaselessly taunted him and whispered words about him that no middle schooler wanted to hear about themselves. Faggot. It was that word alone that made them mere shadows to him, but their words repeated in his head. Seeing them standing under the sun, he froze. His chest expanded and his heart beat so fast he felt nausea rise. His vision blurred, his breathing hastened, and he remembered that they were the entire reason why he wanted to learn how to fight. So that he could beat their mouths shut. So they would never be able to say it again. As he began to feel dizzy, he heard sounds from their mouths, but couldn't decipher the code of juveniles. He did hear them say their favorite word again. To him. Fearlessly. But in their case, fearlessness was equivalent to idiocy. The word suffocated him. Even more so that Bakugo was standing right in front of him. It revealed to him something that Izuku was barely able to admit to himself. Something he wished were just as dark and non-existent as a shadow. How did they even know? All they had as fragile evidence was him reading Star Trek fanfiction one time during class. Even then, he would never understand what drove them to go out of their way to bring someone else down over their insecurities. The word degraded him. It ashamed him, drove a stake into his heart, made him want to shut out every part of him associated with that word. But before that, he had to face them. And he had to beat them. Bakugo didn't lift a finger when the boys threw the first punch at Izuku's face. However, he didn't need to. His head simply swung to the side as he got hit. He never fell to the ground, and because he didn't, he could then take advantage of the moment. They stepped back to stare at him in awe and disgust. He clenched his fingers into his palm, making a fist that caused his nails to dig into his skin, drawing blood instead of tears. He held his stance and breathed. His heart did not stop once. His fist twisted into one of the boy's stomach. He could almost hear something break. He kicked the other boy in his knees, dropping him, subsequently grabbing his collar, and pounding his fist on his face. It wasn't until 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 kicked him in the head that he stopped. Are you trying to kill him, Deku? Don't think you're the shit just because you got angry and beat them. You're still far from my level. Then teach me. His voice broke somewhere, and he held his tears back. Otherwise 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 would never let him hear the end of it. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 didn't respond with words, but with a stance of his own. Standing haughtily, his arms were by his sides, hands on his hips. He grinned. You might not be a weakling after all. It was less a learning teaching experience than a series of scheduled bouts due to their increasing dislike for each other. It became widely known throughout the school that the wolf had a partner in crime, the dragon. For the longest time, Izuku thought the rumors referred to him, until he heard some students describe the dragon. Velvet indigo hair, grape purple eyes. Then, he was suddenly facing said partner standing beside 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁. He saw the purple and the blue. He saw the dead look in his eyes also with the clarity of a dreadful past. He didn't know what it was, nor did he want to. Shinsu Hitoshi. He held out his hand. Izuku acquiesced his handshake. Midoriya Izuku. How? Do you know Kaken? 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 interjects. I told you to stop calling me, what are you talking about? I may be in a different class, but we go to the same school. That's not what how did you meet? Oh, after school detention. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 may have noticed Izuku's discomfort, as he said. Last week this bastard was annoying me with the way he clicked his stupid pen, so I broke it. So he hit me and we fought. And even though I fucking won, I'm buying him a new pen. Izuku sensed there was more to the story, especially since 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 rejected him before he even said he wanted to go along. And you're not coming with us. You hear me? He wasn't obligated to respond, so he didn't. But he was tempted to tail them. He'd missed out on his chance that time, but he made sure they would bring him along on another vendetta. He skipped school with them. He watched them fight each other, others, and fought together. It wasn't the best camaraderie because he was doing things his mother would kick him out of the house for doing, had she found out. However, Izuku still knew when to draw the line, which was the difference between him and 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 and Shinsu. Everything for him changed one day after school, when the sun was just beginning to drop. Izuku was searching for 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 to practice the German suplex with him, so he searched the sports fields and the locker rooms. He instead found him by the entrance, standing over dirt. Some swirled around the scene. Shinsu was standing beside him. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 went on his knees and, from what the faraway Izuku could see, grabbed someone by their hair. He couldn't see whether the hair was one color or two, but he could see a flash of green and 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 readying his hand for serious damage. The scene felt empty and threatening as he got closer, but he immediately tackled 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 to the ground once he saw he wasn't going to stop whatever he was doing. When the dust cleared, the victim was gone, as if he'd seen an illusion this entire time. He turned to 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁, who greeted him with a right hook. What did you do that for, you idiot? He screamed, which was a first for Izuku. He staggered backwards. The fear did not take long to ignite. What? What are you saying? You looked like you were about to kill that person. He turned to Shinsu. And you were just watching. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁, crouched on the ground, let his arms fall. The backs of his hands touched the dirt. He lowered his head. His breathing shortened, shifting into a growl. He seethed, and when he finally raised his head to face Izuku, the latter saw. He saw the real reason why 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 fought. He saw what hurt looked like. He saw eyes that were reddened from salt water, the blurred division line between fury and pain, and how woe connected the two. What if I wanted that? You know nothing, Deku, you fucking idiot. You don't know anything. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁's words silenced him. Shinsu helped up the blonde and added, before hauling 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 away. Your intentions are good, I can tell. But this is something we have to do ourselves. Despite how furious he seemed, he didn't turn Izuku away the next day. They went on as if nothing had happened. But the facade barely lasted a month. Izuku thought he'd seen the angriest 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 could be on that day. But he was wrong. If that day was the prelude, this day was the sweet, the main movement. The day he lost his friendship, uneasy as it was, they were friends with 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁. He'd left book club early because his mother's birthday was tomorrow. He'd planned on dragging 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 along to help him pick out a gift for her. While looking for him, he wasn't thinking that he was possibly in danger, or that he didn't want to be found. He found him behind the school building. He wasn't standing as his usual proud and haughty self. He was on the floor, face first in the grass, and he struggled to get up. Izuku didn't understand what he was seeing, but then he saw what 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 was glaring at. There were a few high schoolers standing over him. He saw evil in their faces, though he had no idea what was going on. As 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 stood up, his legs quivering and one eye shut. "Where is he, you bastards?" he muttered. "What? I didn't hear you," said one of the high schoolers with a smile. Then 𝗵𝗃𝗲 screamed, and Izuku could feel it was from the depths of his stomach. "Where is 𝐒𝐻𝐸?" The student standing in the middle stepped forward. He had short, shaggy dark brown hair and narrow, beady brown eyes. He wore a fur jacket and a black face mask. "He's alive. But you crossed a line. You don't invade our territory just because we wanted to recruit your friend." Regaining his breath, he said, "Don't give me that shit. Your men kicked his ass first. Because he wouldn't comply. Well, either way, you're not leaving here with all your bones intact." Those words were Izuku's trigger to step in. Rather, he ran in. He slid in front of a weakened 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and faced the boy in the mask. "Get out of here," he said to them. Their leader looked down at him. Izuku couldn't have had a plan. He knew the disparity between middle school and high school. That was the only reason 𝗵𝗃𝗲 would even be on the ground. "Whoever you are, if you want me to move, make me." And that was the day Izuku relinquished his sanity and won the battle by losing the fight. The leader and his 2 followers had beaten them up so badly that they lost interest because they could no longer fight back. They walked away proudly, while their own pride had been smashed into paste and fed to wolves. When Izuku found his footing, he held out a hand for 𝗵𝗃𝗲 to grab. Instead, he smacked it away. "Why did you come?" he asked. "What kind of question is that? Why wouldn't I help you? We're free. Shut up." It fell silent. Izuku backed away. "What good is what I taught you, huh? Stick to the books, nerd. Leave me alone." Izuku did just that, repressing his desire to punch him at least once. Whenever it came to Kirishima, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was always more aggressive and quicker to anger. Which is why he told him to never get involved with gangsters. But that wasn't quite what set him off that day. What set him off was Izuku rushing in. It was the way he stood in front of him, the way he spread himself out to cover him, to protect him. If there was anything he hated, it was that. He hated how that simple gesture spoke volumes, how it reminded him of his father, who was already long gone. His father was gone because he'd done exactly what Izuku did, except his father was on 𝗏𝗏𝗏, facing a dragon. They both had protected him, and he abhorred that. It scared him, it weakened him, but he hated it mostly because it was always his goal to be the one standing in front of them with his arms wide open. Never behind. Kirishima, Ochako, Shinsu. Even Izuku. He was supposed to protect them. "What are you waiting for?" Izuku's cry falls on deaf ears. Shouto doesn't lift a finger. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 takes matters into his own hands and hits Shouto's face one fist after the other. "You have to fight, Todoroki-kun." Izuku takes in a deep breath. "You probably don't want my help because you want to protect me. But you can only protect me if you fight. Don't you remember what I told you about your power?" In the second 𝗵𝗃𝗲 stops, bored with beating an unmoving target, Shouto's heat rises. His face is bloodied and bruised, but he still has power. But since 𝗵𝗃𝗲 is pressing him against the wall, he is physically and emotionally unable to release it. Izuku returns to the arrows. Stiffly, he bends his knees against the wall and uses all his muscle strength to pull his arm away from the arrow. He starts with his right. He pulls as he pushes against the wall. His sleeve tears off, but he breaks free. He uses his freed right hand to pull out the other arrow as he falls to the ground afterward. His long sleeve became a muscle tee. Disregarding Ochako, he rushes to Shouto to 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and raises his fist. Without hesitation, he swings. 𝗵𝗃𝗲's head flies back and Izuku lifts his shirt to then give him another one. "Katsuki," Ochako shouts. She points her arrow at Izuku, but her bow quivers. She turns to point it at Shouto, and it is steady. Before she can shoot, she is blown away by the fire that explodes from Shouto, no longer pinned against the wall, no longer restraining himself. His horns and wings and scales are all out in the open. Izuku sees it for a second before 𝗵𝗃𝗲 returns and throws him over. But he sees it long enough to know he has missed seeing his half-dragon form. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 faces Shouto fervently, but the fight was decided as soon as he transformed. He overwhelms the smiling human dragon slayer with his flames. He lifts his hands and fire rushes from them, giving 𝗵𝗃𝗲 an opening, but one too small to squeeze through. With fire covering his fist, he hooks 𝗵𝗃𝗲 not once or twice, but 5 times before Ochako intervenes. She shoots through the fire, giving her a clear and open moment for her to grab 𝗵𝗃𝗲 out of the flame and drag him away. He is unconscious, and his face is blotched with burns. But Izuku isn't worried because they have Kirishima. Ochako looks at them. She frowns, then smiles. "Sorry about this, Deku. Katsuki won't come after you anymore." He notices how she doesn't acknowledge Shouto. He says nothing in response before she leaves with 𝗵𝗃𝗲 in tow. Exhausted, they both fall to the ground. Shouto returns to normal. Izuku watches him. But the minute Shouto's eyes meet Izuku's, the latter raises his hand and slaps him across his face. Shouto is dumbfounded, but he struggles to become upset. He also struggles to understand it. What? He breathes. Izuku's hand leaves a bright red mark on his cheek, one that stings and burns. How could you just give up? He cries. Give up? It's like you thought you lost as soon as you saw Kaken. You knew he'd want to bring out your power, and you didn't want that to happen. You gave up on yourself, Todoroki-kun. You don't understand, but I do. Izuku lifts his head as he shouts, something welling in his round eyes. He pounds his fists against Shouto's chest. Him beating his chest sounded round and hard and desperate. Your life is precious and important and no one else's. It's yours. And if you throw it away because you're scared, I'll never forgive you. Never in his life has Shouto seen pure selflessness in a person's eyes. He felt a dangerous desire to treasure them. Izuku wasn't angry. He was upset. And upset because of what Shouto was doing to himself. Izuku pounds harder, once more, after silence from Shouto. Do you understand me? Shouto swallows hard. I do. Instantly after, Izuku wraps his arms around his shoulders and takes him in his short arms. He holds him, all of his upper half, and squeezes tightly. Awkwardly, the recipient of the embrace keeps his arms to the side until a voice in his head tells him to stop being stupid and hug him back. Once he does, he recalls what human warmth feels like. Or, more specifically, Izuku's. He was overly familiar with heat and fire, but warmth was something of a work in progress. Before this, he knew what a hug felt like. But this is something entirely different, one not begun by his mother in public as a child, one that he wants to prolong, to last. When they separate, Izuku sighs. Shouto imitates him, but his is more relaxed. The former finds a spot on the alley wall to rest his head. He turns to Shouto to speak. His signature frown is blatantly clear. Promise me something. The prospect of promises is not unfamiliar to Shouto. Following through with them is. What? Anything. Just something I can hold you to, so that you don't do something stupid. This sounded even more difficult. It'd be better if you came up with something. I have nothing. You make this so easy. Forget it, then. No, wait, something about stars aligns in his head, the triangle. Triangle. Yeah. Shouto looks up at the murky blue in the sky. One day over the summer, I'll show you the summer triangle. I've seen it before, so I know. Can I promise you this? Izuku smiles as he leans over, drawing closer to him. Yeah. At home, Shouto's father asks him what happened. His bruises were set and his blood dried, so there was no point in hiding anything. It still sickened his stomach to tell his father the truth. We ran into Bakugo. We fought. Of course. That kid is nothing short of a massive hunger for battle. You're not much different. You're just an adult. Enji's eyes pierce him with a glance. And you are just a brat. Be grateful that I haven't taken care of your friend yet. Shouto bypasses him and goes straight to his room. As he tries to fall asleep that night, his mind returns to the embrace, and his body reacts. He feels as if his skin is being prodded with needles, though not painfully, as if his arms and legs are conducting electricity that spreads all throughout. He digs his face into his pillow, but his heart only beats faster. He recalls a conversation he once had with Momo not too long ago, after track practice. Hey, when did you two become so close? Shouto looked up at her, standing on the bleachers. Her question was a surprise to him, because he was sure they were awkward enough to seem like the opposite of her assumption. We seem close to you? For a brief moment, he stole a glance at Izuku, who wasn't looking their way. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious to me, since I see you two every day. It's the way you look at each other. As she explained herself, her long hair swished from side to side. Oh, I guess it's that even though we only became friends over a month ago, it feels natural to be with him, I think. She smiled sneakily. So Todoroki-kun has a soft side. I would have never guessed. Shouto sighed. He's surprised, too. The remembrance only makes things worse. It sends heat straight down his body. He feels it in full and knows what would have happened had he not jumped up from his bed and began to do some training drills. It isn't the exercise that causes his heart to beat out of his chest. His short, convulsive breaths are not from his jumping jacks. The fear of what had just happened, or almost happened, invaded him completely. It was something mostly new to him, as in, having reacted from thinking about someone. About Izuku. And the fear coupled with even considering that required a serious workout. Izuku's mother initially loses herself over Izuku's makeshift muscle tee, but he tells her that his sleeves got caught in the construction around the neighborhood. She then hands him a cardboard box with a white sticker. "They dropped it off today. It's from your father." He never thought he'd hear her say those words, nor did he like the way they sounded. He takes the box and opens it then and there. Inside, beneath the bubble wrap, is a book. Natsume Souseki's Kokoro. Inside the book is a piece of paper that reads, "Long time no talk. Saw this book in the lost and found it my job and claimed it for myself. If you haven't figured it out already, I'm a Souseki fan. Hope you enjoy it, Dad." Having already read Kokoro, it's strange that he holds the book as tightly as he does. For him, it's about the note, not the book. And for him, it's about the dad at the end. It's about his father's heart and his own heart, as well as the heart of the book that found a way to connect them. "I'm happy for you, Izuku," says Inko, rubbing his back with her palm. The following morning, Izuku awakes to see a message sent to his phone. With squinted eyes and wildly bedded hair, the morning rays treating his eyes and head horribly. He reads the message. "Todoroki-kun. Wanna walk to school together 5:55." As much as he wanted to resist, he couldn't. "Me, sure 6:05 Todoroki-kun. I'll be in front of your house 6:08 me." "Okay 6:08. They head to the library first. Shouto's reasoning for not going to morning practice immediately is that he walked here with Izuku, and therefore his motivation to go is dwindling. Izuku tells him that he should go because he'll regret it later. But sometimes, as he's learned, trying to reason with Shouto is like trying to walk through a wall. "Let me just rest here for a few minutes. You know how tiring my house is." "Well, yeah, but no, Todoroki-kun." He's interrupted by the sound of Shouto's head making the desk his pillow. "You're so difficult." Shouto almost immediately dozes off. His breaths are long and soft, the way a cat sleeps. Izuku watches him like this, and he watches his hair drop to the side due to gravity. He sees his parted lips behind the bend of his elbow. He sees his unoccupied hands, free and loose. He sees the curves of his face, his scar, the morning light shining on his skin. He has so many openings. He takes advantage of these openings as he slowly reaches over and lifts a strand of dark red hair. He holds it to the light, and it looks golden. He snickers to himself, though none of it was humorous to him. It was frightening. Catching himself before he goes any further, his smile drops as he realizes what was happening, what has been happening to him for the past week. He shakes Shouto awake, and as soon as he opens his eyes, Izuku drags him, by the arm, out the library. He rushes him to the field. "Let me go, Midoriya." "No, you'll just fall asleep again." "Fair point, but still. Just come on." The asleep Shouto was dreaming. He usually had dreams that were borderline nightmares, but this one was a pure, unadulterated dream. It was a recollection of the past. Enji was the only one who accompanied him in his dream. He wasn't in human form. He was his wine-scaled, broad, green-eyed self. He was flying, and Shouto, in child form, was atop him. He was lying on Enji's scaled back, using the fronts of his wings as anchors. Around them were stars, meteorites, planets both large, small, and broadly colored. Shouto was fascinated by the sight, so much that he broke out into a round smile. He witnessed meteors fly, Milky Ways exist, time probably shifting and twisting about its perplexing ways. Shouto was unaware, then, of why exactly they were flying away. His mother had said something about danger. Or why those other kids were there. He was only aware of his father. Enji's back was warm that day. It was familiar. It wasn't the planet they were leaving, but it was closer. It was home. Izuku would usually message Shouto about homework, but sometimes, during random times of the day, he would send him a message such as this. "Izuku, Todoroki-kun, you don't really make sense. How are you obsessed lemon candy, but you smell like lime? Are you two timing? 1851." And for a minute, he wouldn't know how to respond. Izuku both mesmerizes him and puzzles him, especially his personality over text. "Me Midoriya. You're crazy, how could I cheat on candy 1855 plus? I'm allergic to lime 1856. Izuku. And you are. What happens when you have some 1856 me? My tongue just swells, I still eat it anyway, sometimes 1857 Izuku. Why would you do that? Don't do it 1858 me. You sound like my mom 1858 besides. You're the one who smells like lime. How do you not notice it 1859 Izuku? How do you? 19 o'clock me. Dragons have a strong sense of smell 1901 Izuku. Is that so 1901 me? It is 1901, but also your head is in front of me 97% of the time. So it just comes to me 1902. Izuku. I know I'm short, no need to go around the truth. Just say it 1903 me. Okay, you're short 1904 Izuku. I wasn't being serious 1905 me. Well, if it's any consolation, if I wasn't allergic to it, I'd eat it more often than lemons 1906, though overall I'm more of a raspberry kind of guy 1907 Izuku. That doesn't help BC, I actually don't like lime 1908 me. Are you serious 1908 Izuku? Sorry. 1909. Limes remind Shouto of all that he wants, but cannot have. He is reminded of the secrets he often kept locked within himself, most of which Izuku has been successfully prying open. But there exists one secret, one thing he absolutely would never let Izuku know. Or something he tries not to let him know. It is the most obvious thing to anyone who is watching. The suffocating feelings he is beginning to harbor for his friend. Someone whom he considers his closest friend. It happened extremely abruptly, the way a train speeds into a station platform. He can't tell whether it had begun from the first time they went to see a movie together, when he had asked him if he'd ever been in love. He remembers his response about his crush. He's been thinking about it more often recently. And he remembers his own when Izuku threw the question back at him. Feeling that way is a luxury I don't have the money to pay for. And yet, here he was. He cannot put a name or label on his feelings. But something is there. Something that monopolizes every letter in the word friend. It frightens him more than a trigonometry exam. He'd begun to recognize something was off the day he severely burned Izuku's hands. There was an ache in his chest, deep and puncturing. He'd wanted to touch his hands, to hold them, to apologize over and over until his throat turned dry. It was the day he learned that Izuku always smiled in the face of his own pain. But whenever he felt something off within himself, his brain never failed to remind him that Izuku was like him. A boy. Though instead of feeling on the tracks again, he felt worse, even more derailed. It was his main reason for being hesitant in asking Izuku to be his partner for the project. Izuku locked eyes with him anyway, and he accepted like an idiot. The true icebreaker came then. Visiting each other's houses, learning more about him and his cat and his family. After he reluctantly brought Izuku to his house, the next challenge became not looking at him every 5 seconds. On opposite ends of his small table they sat. He stole many glances at him before he asked him about his sister. The dim lighting worked in favor of Izuku's bright lime green hair and his same-colored eyes. His eyes were so large that he could see planets in them. His dotted freckles were so aligned that they could be a pattern for a blanket. And his smile was so contagious, it broke his monotonous frown. His weakness showed when, after the bout with his father, Izuku appeared. He simply came and was there. Whenever he tried to rationalize everything, he then asked himself, what kind of friend would align his freckles and compare them to a constellation? Who would do that? Who? No one. No one but me, probably. He'd wanted to completely fall into laughter when Izuku rode into the car meter on the day of their movie. He didn't, not because he didn't want to hurt his feelings, but because he wasn't used to laughter. If there's anything Izuku has done for him, it's that he's helped him feel human, having been raised as a dragon. Bakugo and Tommy were only parts of that story, the largest part being his parents' relationship. Another part of that story was Rose. Rose is still Shouto's second favorite mode of transportation, the first being his wings, though he is reluctant to admit it. In middle school, when hormones controlled the mind, and when vindictive dragon slayers came to kill you, it didn't take Shouto very long to realize he wasn't attracted to girls. They would confess their feelings for him, saying that they've liked him ever since they saw him. Then he would nod and politely apologize, though underneath his politeness was an annoyance. He didn't quite understand it, because he loved his sister and mother, and, if they weren't born as enemies, would probably enjoy Ochako's company as well. When he met Momo in his freshman year on that unusually cold day in April, he knew he would like her. Except it wasn't the type of like that would send someone to the clouds just by hearing them say your name. Since he was in a track club primarily comprised of girls, he often felt that he was lacking in some way. Some part of himself was void, a puzzle in which the pieces couldn't fit together. So, he spent all last winter looking through motorcycle magazines and asked for one when he turned 16. That was Rose. Slick black, sturdy, and made the best rumbling sound. However, Shouto didn't realize that the motorcycle hadn't filled anything, that there was a reason why he wasn't interested in girls until he met Izuku. He thought he valued platonic relationships more than romantic ones, that he didn't have the ability to like anyone. But it was much simpler than that. Because now it had simply all revolved around the green-haired librarian. His first mistake, however, was going to Aizawa for any type of advice. He explained most of the story to him over a break during one of their training sessions. It was June now, nearly summer, and although it should be the opposite, Shouto wasn't a huge fan of summer weather. The syrup-like humidity and the drenching sunlight made him unable to function properly. Aizawa finds humor in the irony of this. He also finds humor in Shouto's teenage tribulations. A list of Todoroki's teenage tribulations made by Aizawa, ranked by how long he talks about it. Midoriya's birthday, which is next month, but the person whom Midoriya previously liked, what he has to do over summer vacation in 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐠𝐞, given how Len and his cat won't stop shitting. Looking over the list, he tries to get out a proper sentence between his bursts of laughter. You, he points to Shouto, and him? A human. Oh, that's golden. When he regains his breath, he continues, I am in full support of your stand-up career. After releasing his frustrations through a long sigh, he stares Aizawa in the eyes. Aizawa, I'm serious. Something is wrong with me, and I think it's this. Aizawa holds up his hand. His bored eyes and frown had turned serious. I'm going to stop you right there. Listen, Todoroki. Nothing is wrong with you. What's happening to you isn't wrong. It's not. It's new to you, and you'll figure it out eventually. Then why did you laugh? He stifled another laugh. Because you remind me of your father. You do realize you're doing the exact same thing he did, right? Developing feelings for a mortal. Shouto hadn't realized that until now and stops to think about it. I don't want to be like him. Well, you're not. Midoriya and your mom aren't the same. If you know what I mean. So if you think about it, Inji was even worse than you. That is kind of funny. Exactly. Once Izuku's image flashes in his mind, Shouto takes a deep breath to calm himself down. So, what's the verdict? He asks, though he is already aware of the answer. Aizawa leans back against the wall, folding his arms. What do you think? You compared his freckles to stars. Kid, you have it bad. Shouto's painful, gravelly sigh lasts for about a minute. He wants to fall on the ground and lie there, staring at the sky. He wants to be one with the ground, but also one with the sky. He wants to escape it. This conclusion is so dangerous for him, for their friendship, that he almost wishes he hadn't come to it. But Aizawa, the apparent psychic, says, if you don't acknowledge it now, it'll only get worse later. Just keep in mind that you might see him a bit differently now. What should I do? Shouto asks with his face in his hands. For now, nothing. He gets off the wall and approaches a buried Shouto. Roughly, though with a kind of affection only Shouto understands, he scrambles the boy's hair with his hand. You'll be fine. Shouto tries to fix it back. No, I won't, because you messed up my hair. Stop whining. Come on, let's get back to business. Things Shouto does because of Izuku, and because of June following this revelation. Running in the mornings, the weather is cooler, so Shouto feels more motivated to go to practice. He uses that time to exercise to get his mind off everything. This morning is no different, aside from the fact that when he begins running, he has a vision. His eyes are focused on the track in front of him, but he isn't looking there. He is looking at Izuku, but somehow Izuku is also looking at him. They're standing under a bus stop, where above them, clouds converge and rain falls. Neither of them have umbrellas. They are holding onto each other tightly, having ran to find shelter. Izuku is laughing, but Shouto doesn't know why until he says, your hair, it's a mess. Speak for yourself, Shouto replies, nodding towards Izuku's matted hair. I bet it's not nearly as bad as yours. I doubt that. Shouto takes another look at Izuku, whose clothes are stuck to his skin from the glue called rain. He can see a tan color behind his white button-down and can't seem to take his eyes off it. Or him. Izuku, to his surprise, reaches out to smooth out Shouto's hair. He smiles, stuck between bouts of laughter as he is fixing it. There. Much better. It is only because he is so physically close that Shouto takes his arm and pulls him closer. This time, Izuku stands on his toes and presses their chests together. His face draws closer, his breath draws closer. His lips are only a centimeter away from his own, when, in an instant, he sees the track again. He stops running and takes in his surroundings. The field, the track, Momo, Aizawa, others. The cream blue sky, the green of the field. The air he inhales and exhales. He hears Aizawa mention something about a 100-meter sprint after school. But as soon as practice finishes, he rushes to the locker rooms to change. After, he goes straight to class. He doesn't stop by the library. Binge eating aside from zaru soba, his favorite. Shouto is plentiful in pickles during the summer. He used to have half a jar of dill pickles each day, until his mother forcibly reduced him to one sour cucumber a day. It was an unhealthy addiction, because now that he's struggling with something, he turns to the jar in the fridge. He swipes it and runs to his room to avoid the eyes of someone, though neither of his parents were home. He sits on his bed, and after opening the jar and taking a bite, his entire body relaxes. Putting aside the Stephen King book he'd been reading, he turns to the ceiling. He reflexively takes pickle after pickle, thinking about King and the words he said. In light of Izuku, he recalls a particular quote. The most important things are the hardest to say. He has very little intention to ever tell Izuku anything about this past week, not just because of how difficult it would be, but because he doesn't know how long this will last. Feelings are fleeting and temporary. They flow like waves. They ripple, hit the shore, and end. Shouto has also failed to keep track of how long he's been eating, failing to realize that he went downstairs to open the next jar. It's when this jar finishes that he feels an ache in his stomach, and instead of taking medication, he decides to work off his calories by cooking. The only thing he was could to make edible is rice, but even the rice cooker did all the work. He settles on pork subconsciously. He does not actively realize that it is because of Izuku. In about 20 minutes, Shouto learns that he should stick to rice, that meat is not his forte, and that he doesn't know what he'd do without 𝗵𝗃𝗲. She appears right when things were getting dark. She immediately notices that he wasn't properly doing anything, so she drops her bags and rushes over to the kitchen that has a suggestive smell. First of all, she says, when they say, bread the pork, they don't mean cut up actual slices of bread and wrap it around. Shouto rolls his eyes. I know that. We just ran out of panko. And I know that, which is why I bought some. She pulls out a container from one of her bags. Here? You're a lifesaver, 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Of course I am. But why are you cooking, anyway? You burned the vegetables, and I'm worried for the rice. Don't even get me started on those eggs. Avoiding her gaze, he says, I just felt like it. She reaches over and pinches his nose in disbelief. She smiles teasingly, and whenever she does, her mostly pearl white hair glows with it. I know you, Shouto, and you only do things you aren't used to when you're thinking about something you don't want to think about. Then, guess what you think it is? She taps her finger on her chin in thought. Is it Izuku-kun? Shouto is shocked into silence. He didn't expect her to get it on her first guess. His silence tells her she hit the nail on the head, so she says, I'm right. I was joking. I just thought of the only person who'd shake you up, you know? Whatever. Are you happy you have some leverage on me now? Not really. Hey, look at me. When he looks at her, he sees that she was already looking at him. Deeply. Although older, she was much shorter than he, and it only registers in his mind now of how much they've grown. What? I don't like seeing you at odds with yourself. Whatever's going on between you two, it's not him. It's me. It's my problem. She then recognizes the faint rose in his cheeks. Her eyes widen, she pauses. Shouto. You don't like him, do you? Again, silence answers her question. She could feel his nervousness from being discovered by his family, the terror in his eyes. She often prided herself on her belief that she knew everything about Shouto, but now she knows that she could never know everything. Not what goes on in his mind or his heart, not all the weights he must be trying to carry on his shoulders. Whatever you do, he utters, don't tell Dad. Please. Obviously. She sighs, holding the side of his neck with her palm. She caresses his heated skin and uses her power to cool him down. My silly brother, don't hold it in. Just then, Shouto bends over, clutching his stomach. It isn't just his stomach where he feels the burn. He feels it in his chest even more. What's wrong? Do you not feel well? What did you eat? He doesn't respond, so she looks around for anything empty in the kitchen. She finds the empty pickle jars and holds them up to his face accusingly. Really? Unable to speak or move anymore, she helps him up, dragging him to the sofa. She takes out his phone, finds the contact Izuku, and presses the call button. After a few rings, he answers. Hello? Hi, Izuku-kun. This is Shouto's sister, 𝗵𝗃𝗲. 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗄mi-san. What is it? Why are you calling from Todoroki-kun's phone? Well, the thing is, Shouto ate 2 jars of pickles, and now he's suffering the consequences. He has heartburn and a stomachache. What? 𝗵𝗃𝗲 holds the phone away from her ear for a second because Izuku's outburst was that loud. I knew his thing with pickles was bad, but not that bad. Why would he even do that? Here, she chooses her words carefully. Not sure. Maybe you should ask him that later. And if you can, could you buy some medicine from the store? I don't really want to leave him alone, and our parents are out, so. No problem. I'll be there in 15. Thanks. You're the best, Izuku-kun. She can hear the shyness in his voice when he says, it's nothing. When she hangs up the phone, she hears Shouto's strained voice from below. His forearm is covering his eyes. Why? Did you do that? Because you don't like to ask for help. Exactly 15 minutes later, Izuku rings the doorbell. 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗲 answers the door to see a small person with green hair holding multiple, sinking bags. She sees the disheveled bob of hair before she sees his face. But when he looks up she sees that he was in a rush. Sorry, 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗲-san, but I might have gone a little overboard. What do you mean? What did you get? He answers with a nervous smile. Well, my mother always told me that ice cream is a universal remedy for almost everything. So I got the medicine. But then I got 4 pints of ice cream in 4 different flavors. There's vanilla bean, vanilla raspberry, pineapple coconut, and rocky road. 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗲 doesn't try to hold back her laugh. She leads him to the afflicted Shouto. Then she prepares the medicine. You're amazing, Izuku-kun. You don't have to understand, but know that you are. Thank you, Izuku says, confused but accepting. He rests his elbows on the seat of the sofa, leaning over Shouto's body. He turns to the one trying to avoid eye contact, slowly turning his body away. Todoroki-kun. The straightforward way Izuku says his name startles him and compels him to turn back around. He faces him, frowning but noticing his chestnut brown jacket and his black t-shirt that says not a t-shirt. Facing him, he also faces reality, and both ask him, why did you eat 2 jars of pickles? He doesn't want to be truthful or dishonest, so he chooses to be vague. I was thinking too much, so I had some to clear my mind, but before I knew it, the second jar was empty. Now you can't have any for the next month or so. Sighing, he gets up, releasing the building warmth within their proximity. If you die because of a pickle overdose, I know, you'll never forgive me. But that's also such a ridiculous way to die. Somewhat taken aback by the fact that he already knew, Izuku purses his lips. Which flavor do you want first? Shouto pushes himself up to answer him properly. Vanilla raspberry. And get 2 spoons. As 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗲 heads over to give him the medicine and water, he looks up at him to see if he understands. Standing in the kitchen, Izuku smiles, and Shouto knows that he does. Arguing one June evening, track practice finishes early, so Shouto finds himself waiting outside by the gate for Izuku to finish his work in the library. He could wait there in the library with him, but he doesn't want to become a distraction. Waiting for him here, in silence, leads to him thinking about waiting as a concept, and how Izuku must have waited for him countless times. Standing as if time were still, he gets to think, not think, close his eyes, not fall asleep. He wonders how many times he and Izuku have walked home together since the day he basically followed him home. He consciously knows that day happened 2 months ago, but beneath his skin and pores and human senses, it feels longer. What the hell are you doing? Shouto was in such deep thought that he didn't sense 𝗵𝗃𝗲 approaching the gate. The last thing he wants to do at the moment is deal with him. There was already a time and place for that. He thought they'd settled anything that needed to be settled. The only way to get rid of him quickly was to tell him the truth. Waiting for Midoriya. Pointing to the ground, smacking his lips, he says. And this is where I wait for 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝗄. So fuck off. Shouto doesn't step down. 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝗄 this, 𝗈𝗺𝗄 that. You sure say his name often. Says the majestic beast who turned into Deku's lapdog. You sound like you're sulking because this lapdog still beat you. If I'm sulking, why do you look so miserable all the time, huh? No one's interested in your damn pity party. Here, Shouto bites his lip, wanting not to raise his voice, but evidently failing. Then, why? Why do you never leave me alone? Because I hate you. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 is seething now, his face glowing as red as his eyes. Nothing compares to the heat of an argument. The fury from one word, phrase, or glance. It rises within him quicker than the blood that rushes to his head. If Shouto were furious in this moment, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 would have to find it buried underneath his frigid skin. No. No, you don't hate me. You hate my kind. I know that a dragon killed your father. We've fought for years, 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Don't you think I know everything already? If anyone is holding a pity party here, it's you. Me, is all 𝗵𝗃𝗲 finds himself able to mutter. His eyes grow wide, and he takes a step closer to Shouto. As soon as he does, an arm cuts in front of him, and another person comes rushing to Shouto. Kirishima touches 𝗵𝗃𝗲's shoulder. His hand slides down his arm and grabs his hand. He glances at Shouto, then at the incoming Izuku, then at 𝗵𝗃𝗲. The blonde recognizes that Kirishima is beside him and touching him, so he yanks his arm away and faces in the direction opposite of Shouto. Let's go, he says to the redhead. As they walk away, Izuku reaches Shouto's side. He asks, what was that about? Did Kaken do something? No, he replies, somehow feeling the ache from the way 𝗵𝗃𝗲 said that one word. It was me. Smiling, Inji goes downstairs for a beer, not to interact with his son in any way. But after he gets his beer, he glances at Shouto and stops in his tracks, having witnessed something that used to be as precious to him as jewels to a human. He sees the smile across Shouto's face, and it silences him. His son was sitting on the sofa, looking down at his phone, tapping his fingers on the keys. His smile was faint, but there, as it had not been for a long time. The last time 𝗵𝗲 had seen a smile on his son's face was when they were both much younger. Shouto was around 5 years old, and they were living on 𝗬𝗵𝗲, the same place where most of the joyous memories lived. Shouto had been fixated on his father's wings since he was born with a human shape and could barely bring out his own yet. 𝗵𝗲, a dragon, could not pass up any opportunity to show his kin just what it meant to be a dragon, to be one with the sky. So, he lifted the child up with his teeth and set him atop his back. "Hold on tight, Ori," he'd said. When he took flight, feeling the breeze between his scales, coming so close to the clouds, he noticed Shouto was silent. Curious, he glanced behind him. What he saw was the reason for his silence. A round, wide smile as large and bright as 𝗬𝗵𝗲's son. That was the first time he felt that he was truly Shouto's father. Now, he looks at him and sees something fundamentally different. The reason for this difference is something he knows subconsciously, and he feels it when Shouto's scar stares him in the eye. But he isn't at the point where his hubris can waver to allow him to acknowledge it. He realizes too late that Shouto has caught him staring, as he snaps at him. "What?" His smile is long gone. Without replying, 𝗵𝗲 turns away from his eyes. He walks back upstairs. He opens his beer and finishes half of it in one gulp. Gaming. How come this guy is so strong? I'm shooting him like 20 times after the grenade, and he still won't go down. Ah, never mind. He's dead. Good for you. I'm heading this way. Wait, no. Where are you going, Todoroki-kun? Don't go in the shed. Don't. Go. You'll die. Trust me, Midoriya. Not with this. You've never played Black Ops before. But how difficult can search and destroy be? I'm going in. Of course, you don't listen to me? Shit. I told you. And now I'm dead. You said this was easier than capture the flag. It is. But it's fine, you'll get the hang of it. We can play tomorrow, too, if your parents let you come over again. What, are you sulking? No. Then, let's go for another round. I'll try to guide you through it. Okay? Fine. Escaping Izuku has walked him home, but as he turns to head through the gate, Shouto notices that his expression is downcast enough for him to be concerned. Just minutes before, Izuku was laughing, and they were having a high-spirited, albeit chaotic game. There were no clues that could have told him why Izuku was suddenly the opposite. To figure it out, there was only one thing he could do. Are you okay? He asks. Izuku looks away, seemingly mulling over whether to say the truth. Tonight, there's a book signing downtown, and I really wanted to go, but my mom said no. Why? It's at 9, and a school night. Can't she take you, though? Izuku shakes his head. She has an evening shift on Sundays. Normally, a friend would apologize for him and say their situation is unfortunate. They would leave it at that or try to explain the mother's perspective. They would not think harder on it, trying to come up with a solution. Shouto is the latter, and when he does come up with something, he is an octave away from sounding eager about it. I can take you. Izuku's head rises instantly. What do you mean? Realizing he hasn't told him yet, Shouto gestures away from his house and onto the street. He leads him to a parked vehicle a few houses down. This is my motorcycle, Rose. This is really yours, Rose? Izuku sounds more surprised by the fact that it was Shouto's motorcycle than the vehicle itself. Yeah, I can take you with this, if I get my father's spare helmet. But are you sure? You might get in trouble. No, you probably will. Are you forgetting you can't, too? Our mothers call each other on a regular basis now. It's too late. Seeing Izuku's hesitation, clear as day, he continues. I say that because it means that if you go under, so do I. It's completely your call. He watches something shift in the lines of his face, showing him that he's made his decision. Let's do it, he declares, and his uncertainty is gone, as if it was never there to begin with. Okay, Shouto replies, hopefully hiding the excitement in his voice. Meet me here in an hour. Will your mom still be home then? No, I don't think so. She leaves at 7. Oh, so you don't even need to sneak out. It's just me, then. That's why I was worried. Well, there isn't much more he could do to me, Shouto assures him tiredly, pointing to the damaged skin surrounding his green eye. Don't say that. Izuku's tone is tinted with a fierceness Shouto has experienced many times before. I think there's always more. don't worry about me. They part there, with the intent of seeing each other again in an hour. That hour nervously, achingly passes by. As he gets ready, Shouto sees Izuku arrive at the motorcycle. This rushes him somewhat, as he paces around his house to see where each of his family members are and what they're doing. Once he sees 𝐭𝐸 leave his room to head to the kitchen, his mother is in the living room. He sneaks into the room with semi-quiet footsteps. He rummages through his father's things carefully to find the helmet. When he finds it in a box at the bottom of his closet, he takes it and rushes back to his room. When everything is ready, he goes downstairs to tell his mother that he is heading to bed early to prepare for school tomorrow. Back upstairs in his room, he slowly opens his window along with his scaled wings. He inhales before flying out. He closes the window as soon as he does. He watchfully lands on the ground and retracts his wings. Then, he runs to Izuku's side. Izuku hadn't been on a motorcycle before tonight. He had dreams about being one of those guys from the magazines with leather jackets, exuding an indifferent coolness. Suddenly reminded of Shouto, he grasps the vision of him wearing a leather jacket and locks it away elsewhere. But the ride itself is something else entirely. He has his arms reluctantly around Shouto's waist, leaning over, wearing 𝐭𝐸's oversized helmet. His heart is beating against the driver's back. He feels it. The bits of hair that aren't smothered by the helmet glide through the warm night breeze. He feels that as well. What he doesn't feel is Shouto's heartbeat. Rather, he can't. But a small part of him is curious to know how it would feel. Hoping that changing his line of sight from the back of Shouto's helmet to the night sky will work as a distraction, Izuku looks up. He doesn't search for stars because he knows he won't find any. The colorful array of nightlife illuminates the sky. And the sight of that is not so bad either. In a momentary lapse of judgment, Izuku forgets about the amount of trouble they could get into and focuses on the sights, the silence, and the feeling. He drowns himself in it until he hears, "Midoriya, we're here." An hour later, rushing back to the motorcycle, "I can't believe you convinced him to take a picture with you." "Honestly, me neither. I was so sure he was going to call security." "I mean, you sounded a bit obsessive. You started by telling him you've read his work since you were able to see." "That's what exaggeration means, Todoroki-kun. It wasn't true." "Here, the helmet." "Thanks. Since my phone doesn't say 35 missed calls yet, I'm assuming we're in the clear for now. Hop on. I'm going to go a little faster, if that's okay." "Sure." To Shouto, the road feels rockier on the way back. Nothing is as smooth as it was. The sensation of Izuku's arms around his waist quickly reminds him that the road was at no fault for his feelings. It had made him uncomfortable on the way to the bookstore, and now is no different. All his senses are heightened, including his, "I have to stop doing this before I do something stupid" sixth sense. All because Izuku is unrefutably there, and nothing is truly standing between them. Except Shouto himself. He had always been the one to prevent brighter things from shining on him, literally, the sun, leading to the development of this sixth sense. Therefore, tonight, he wanted to take a gamble in order to feel comfortable again. He breathes. He opens his mouth, preparing to speak loudly, to be heard over Rosa's engine. "You know, Midoriya. Yeah. We're pretty close, don't you think? You know, I consider you my closest friend." "Wait, what? What are you saying, Todoroki-kun? Just hear me out. Lately, I've been stuck, and I hate being stuck, and I can't find another reason other than you. Because, and don't freak out, please don't freak out actually. Freak out if you want to. But I probably like," Izuku knocks his fist on Shouto's back. "Todoroki-kun, why are you mumbling? I can't hear a word you're saying." Shouto continues driving, but his heart has already exploded into flames. He takes a minute to process the fact that although he prepared himself to speak loudly, everything he had been holding back still came out as a mumble. He was still afraid. "Seriously?" he asks, and he knows he says this with his chest. "Oh, see, now I can hear you. It's the motorcycle. So, what were you saying?" And shout it this time. "Forget it. It's not important." The harshness of the way he said this doesn't register until Izuku falls silent. He wonders if he is upset with him until, minutes later, he shouts, "Hey, good, he's not upset." "Yeah? Thank you for everything that you've done for me." Shouto now wonders if Izuku has a sixth sense, and if it is telepathy. Though he still isn't used to being thanked by others. "That's my line. We can share it." "Sure, I guess we can." After seeing Izuku off safely, Shouto opens his wings to return home the same way he left. However, waiting for him in his bedroom isn't an empty bed. It's a figure sitting with her arms crossed over her chest. She has long, pearl white hair. Her face is stricken with tight lines. Mother. Immediately after she looks up, she takes him and throws him off the windowsill. Shutting the window with a thud, she turns to him, raises her hand, thinks on it, then relaxes. She heaves a sigh. God, Shouto. Where were you? When I go up to your room to kiss you goodnight, I expect you to be there. I'm sorry. I was helping Midoriya get to this book signing. His mother told him he couldn't go. Is that any excuse to not tell me? No, but you would have pinned me to my bed if I did. Not necessarily. You're young. You get to do stupid things. Just tell me whenever you want to do something stupid again. Please. It's not good for your mother's heart. She leans over and takes him in her arms. She squeezes him, clearly intending to restrict his breathing a little. She wasn't expecting to feel drops of water slide down the bend of her neck. Dumbfounded, she pulls away to see her son with his eyes shut, but with salt water running down from them. Shouto, what's wrong? Was I too harsh? Whatever it is, I didn't mean it. She smooths away his hair from his eyes. He was crying harder now. The last time she saw him cry was at his birth. Nothing, not even a stolen toy or a derogatory nickname could bring tears to flow. Tell me, sunshine. Tell me what's wrong. After a hiccup, he begins to speak. I like my best friend. She takes a mental step back. The only person Shouto could be talking about is Izuku. She considers what they both are, what only her son is, and what that means. She starts to imagine what Enji would do if he knew, but she stops after a few seconds. She realizes she has to respond. She'll have time to process it later. How did this happen? Does he know? Is that why you're crying? No, I tried to tell him, but he literally didn't hear me. I probably didn't want him to. I don't know how this all happened, it just did. He points to his heart, calming down. Right here, it hurts, and I can't control it. Okay. I understand. She holds him closer as they sink into his mattress. She continues to smooth out the hair of his she's always loved. It makes sense. You two really clicked. Mom, don't tell your father. I know. Does your sister know? Yeah. I couldn't deny it. Okay. Suddenly, she pushes him away to face her, holding his shoulders. By the corners of his eyes are shades of red. Shouto, I know you're still vulnerable right now, but you need to pull yourself together. You know what this summer means for you, for us, right? Once she hears him groan and sees him bat his eyes, she knows he will be all right. You mean summer vacation? Yes. You must prepare yourself for it. Have you been training? Unfortunately. Good. She releases him completely and rises from the bed. Now, before you go to bed, do you want a snack or anything? If we still have Rocky Road in the freezer, then that. All right. But since it's late, I'm only giving you a little. I know. She exits his room with an unusually bright, motherly smile. Her elevated mood equally elevates Shouto's later, after she brings the ice cream. When he takes a bite of the Rocky Road, he thinks of Izuku again. But coupled with it isn't heartache, or a faster beating heart or sadness. Instead, along with the dessert, he gets a taste of a lighter heart. Everything about July appealed to Kirishima. It was the peak of summer, which garnered beach trips, Hiyashi Chuka, water balloon fights, no summer school, and more Hiyashi Chuka. It was also Shinsu's birthday. They had played laser tag from dawn to dusk. What was less appealing was the advent of a certain librarian's birthday, which meant he had to do something he would rather not do. All because he had not the heart to reject Ochako's piercing, honest, beautiful brown eyes. Especially since it was not only her, but Shinsu as well. It started about 2 months ago, at the end of May. Kirishima was at home, lying in his black velvet bed sheets, thinking about whether to cook curry, hamburgers or salmon for dinner. He himself wanted hayashi rice, but apparently that was inconsequential compared to what Bakugo, Ochako and Shinsu each wanted, respectively. Being the best only cook out of the 4 of them, never had its perks. Kirishima turned to the clock every 5 seconds. He had started the curry, making it extra spicy to thwart Bakugo's complaints. It was around 5 when Shinsu arrived first. Immediately he smelled the chicken and the spices, and couldn't help but say, "So you decided on curry after all." Shinsu already knowing his choice was disconcerting. It was nearly impossible to hide anything from him. It's the quickest, he reasoned. But no one else is here yet. Shinsu looked into the cooking pot and took a spoon to dip inside, but Kirishima snatched it from his hand. "Fine," he said. He then spread himself out on the sofa. And the cook remembered how much it annoyed him, sometimes that Shinsu always shamelessly made himself at home. "Ochako texted me earlier," he explained. She said that she and Katsuki would be late because they went to pick out a bike for her. Kirishima stirred the pot. He could feel Shinsu's eyes on him, awaiting his reaction. And she couldn't text me that herself. You know she'd feel guilty. We haven't eaten together in a while. Then why'd she take him out in the first place? After a moment of silence, Kirishima realized that he said this aloud. He was relieved when Shinsu didn't respond. They sat at the dining table for an hour playing Uno. Though Kirishima voiced that the game wasn't as enjoyable with only 2 people on the other hand. He only had to worry about one person reading his thoughts through his facial expressions. It was when Shinsu had then suggested old maid that the front doorbell went off incessantly. Kirishima ran to the door, opening it to see a tattered, exhausted Ochako carrying an even worse Bakugo. While her hair was untamed and part of her shirt seemed as if it had burned off. The boy she was holding could have been presumed dead if Kirishima wasn't so familiar with his resilience. Parts of his sweater and jeans were intact, but the ends of his hair were singed. He was unconscious. Thick lines of blood ran from his forehead to his chin. Bright red burns painted his arms. In the moment that he took him in his eyes, Kirishima's heart collapsed. Externally, he quickly brought them inside and lay Bakugo on the sofa. Internally, time had stopped. He was still trying to process how Bakugo, the strongest person he knew, arrived at his doorstep covered in burns. The only one capable of such a feat was Shouto, and upon realizing this, he gritted his teeth. Returning to reality, he examined his injuries more closely. With each wound he saw on Bakugo's body, the wound in his chest deepened. I'm sorry, Ochako quivered. I should have protected him better. It's just, Deku was there and I was distracted. It's fine. Kirishima had only raised his voice this way because he was irritated. Because during times like these he was reminded of what he was, what they were, and what Shouto would never be. Focus, said Shinsu, the haste in his voice a clear indication that Kirishima was not the only one affected by this. So, Kirishima focused. He lay his hands over Bakugo's body like a plate, breathed in, and a glow slowly seeped through. The secret to his healing ability was that it wasn't quite a healing ability. It was more of a time reversal, as he could turn back time for mostly anything he wished. His ability reversed the time of Bakugo's hair, arms and clothes to before his encounter with Shouto. The problem with using this power lied in that the larger the target spot he was healing, the longer it took, and the longer it took, the more drained he was by the end of it. A logical consequence, but not for an illogical Bakugo who, after waking up, would most likely wreak havoc upon seeing an unconscious Kirishima beside him. And this is exactly what almost happened. When Kirishima confirmed that Bakugo was completely healed, he reached over and smoothed out the blonde hair that was no longer tainted black. His fingers slid over Bakugo's eyelids, brushing his eyelashes. He was fighting the urge to collapse, and Shinsu was trying to help him up when he uttered, "I want to be here when he wakes up." However, as he could no longer hold himself together, he dropped into Shinsu's arms. Bakugo's first sight upon waking was the color red. It was the color of the ceiling, and the hair color of the person lying at the other end of the sofa. Kirishima's legs were overlapping his, and his head was close to hanging off the sofa's arm. In a frantic, rough movement, he slid his legs away from under Kirishima's and sat up. He looked closer at himself. The wounds he had sustained were all gone. Realizing what an asleep Kirishima meant, his eyes grew wide, and all his rage from the fight earlier came rushing in like a waterfall. He stood, clenching his fists, ready to translate his anger to an action. He was about to clamp his hands on the coffee table beside them when he felt another hand grasp his arm. The warmth of the hand, the electrical sensation that hand gave him was unmistakably Kirishima's. No words were needed for Bakugo to stop. Somehow, the touch alone released his body from its tension. After they sat back down on the sofa, it was silent for long enough that brought Kirishima to say, staring at his crossed thumbs, "I really like that table, so." Bakugo smacked his teeth, knowing how meticulous Kirishima could be with his furniture. Or with anything he bought that he liked. But that wasn't the origin for his unrest. He opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. I'm sorry, okay?" Kirishima failed to hide his utter shock. To his knowledge, no one else had ever become the recipient of an apology from Bakugo Katsuki. Not even himself, until then. "But you didn't break it, so there's nothing you need to apologize for." "Not that." Bakugo thrashed his arms. He shot up and turned away from Kirishima. "For losing." The word passed through his teeth stiffly, as if he was trying to pronounce a word from another language. "Losing," the redhead repeated. "The only thing that matters to me is that you're alive." "No, in an instant, Kirishima stood to face him. He grabbed a hold of his face and shook it to shake away any uncharacteristic doubt that might have been festering in 𝗵𝘃𝐻 mind. He looked into his crimson eyes, his own darting back and forth to find a spot to lock onto. 𝗵𝘃𝐻 was upset, infuriated, and possibly disheartened. Katsuki, you did not lose. You never have. You just didn't beat him. I mean, he is a dragon. He's half. And if we're dragon slayers, I'd expect to actually fucking slay one of them. For some reason, Kirishima knew exactly what to say to him. But what worried him more was whether he would listen. Listen, you've been chasing him around for years, and he's still alive. You know our actual enemy isn't him. It's his father, and all the others like him. If you really were sorry, you would just stop trying to fight someone else's fight. He was afraid 𝗵𝘃𝐻 was going to reach for the coffee table again. But he didn't. He stood, stagnant. You're talking about Shinsu, aren't you? Before Kirishima could reply, another, deeper voice spoke from the kitchen. Shinsu is here, too, you know. He poked his head out from behind the refrigerator door. Were you there the whole time? Kirishima asked, hoping that his perceptive, purple-haired friend hadn't heard everything from the start. No, luckily for you, I came for a soda right before you began your spiel. He opened his soda. Cherry lime. But I'm glad to see that the two of you are awake and full of energy. I'll go let Ochako know. Right before he stepped into the hallway, a smirk formed on his face. Taking a sip of his drink, he said, By the way, Ijiru made curry. Extra spicy. Then, he disappeared. When they took a moment to process his words, Kirishima could feel something burning. That it was probably his own face. Damn you, Shinsu, he wanted to scream, but only whispered. 𝗵𝘃𝐻 went straight to the pot of food. He held out his hand and Kirishima knew, without having to see his face or hear him ask, what that meant. He took out a plate and placed it, softly, in his hand. Shinsu didn't have to tell Ochako anything, for she was standing in the hallway already. The shadow in her expression told him that she heard, and knew, and least needed to be reminded of it. Clutched in her palm was a stone the colors of dirt and gold. She had it squeezed between her hands as if she were to pray on it. But instead of praying, every line in her face told Shinsu she was going to cry. There was never a shortage of the things Shinsu hated. But Ochako and tears were at the top of the list, right underneath the Todoroki family. He also hated that he was powerless and incapable of helping her, despite being family. He considered that she was in so much pain because they were all a family. All four of them. Suddenly, breaking the moment during which he was gazing at her, she stuck the stone in her pocket and stepped into the living room. 𝗵𝘃𝐻 and Kirishima, sitting and eating, look up and face her. For a second, 𝗵𝘃𝐻's eyes wavered. Immediately, she rushed to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. She pulled him close. I'm so glad you're okay, she said, with a long sigh of relief. She failed to notice that she was restricting his breathing until he quickly writhed out of her grasp. He despised hugs. Regaining his breath, he said, You're so annoying, he grumbled. I keep telling you nothing is going to happen to me. But still, you're stupid and reckless. And At this point, her eyes traveled to Kirishima. She looked down at the floor. When her eyes returned to him, she said, Ijiru. He paused, setting down his spoon. Then, his eyes faced hers. Yeah? Can I talk to you for a minute? She asked, gesturing towards the hallway. Thinking he already knew what she wanted to say, he half-heartedly replied, Sure. He tried to ignore 𝗵𝘃𝐻's steady glance. However, he hadn't expected her to bring up the last thing he could have predicted. As he listened to her, he turned to Shinsu, also there, also with the same dumbfounded expression. Wait, he had to say, stopping her midway. Through a sigh, he asked, You want me to what? Ochako planted herself firmly, wanting to get her point across. It's just that Deku technically is my friend, and I hate seeing him like that when I know someone who can help him. Kirishima understood why 𝗵𝘃𝐻 wasn't included in this conversation. If he'd heard any of it, his coffee table would be destroyed in a hot second. Is that really why? He sided with Todoroki. It's his own fault that his hands were burned. Why should I have to heal them? It is why. That's just how Deku is. Regardless of who or what someone is, he'll try to help them, ignoring his own safety. And there's something I have to ask him. So, please, Ijiru. I'll do your laundry for an entire month. She clasped her hands together, unwavering from using her eyes to plead with him. Shinsu stepped forward, gripping a hand on Ochako's shoulder. It sounded ridiculous at first, but Midoriya is my friend as well, as stupid as he can be. Plus, the duty of dragon slayers has always been to save humans, right? Though that's stretching it a little. First, Kirishima silently prayed to the Tomi gods above for 𝗵𝘃𝐻 to never find out. He hated that he was considering this, that he was falling into their trap, that he was even swallowing his pride as a dragon slayer to do this favor. But because he also had pride as a man, he could not allow 𝗧𝗪𝗏, who was like a sister to him, to cry from his inability to say yes. "When do you want me to approach him?" he asked. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 brightened upon understanding that he was agreeing to it. "Just so that it won't seem too out of place, like you have an ulterior motive. I was thinking about his birthday." "His birthday? When is it?" "July 15th, right before summer vacation." Letting out an exasperated sigh as it had been a long night, Kirishima nodded. "All right, I get it. But you're doing the explaining." 𝗧𝗪𝗏, without a moment's notice, jumped on top of Kirishima, forcing him into her arms. The boys knew she was a hugger, but the years of knowing her never led to a built-up tolerance for them. Swirling him around, laughing, she repeated, "Thank you" countless times before Shinsu had to pry her off him and carry her to the sofa. As he carried her, she gradually calmed down, comfortable enough to even drift to sleep. Shouto hasn't planned a party before today. He understands that it was his idea to throw Izuku a surprise party for his birthday, but he least expected for the process to be so daunting. Which is why he is relying on 𝐭 for almost everything. The space, the food, the drinks, the decorations. Realizing that there was nothing else for him to do, he asks her if there existed anything he couldn't screw up. Over the dining table, with Izuku in the bathroom, 𝗏 crosses her hands. She ponders on it. Then she holds up a finger when she reaches an answer. "You can invite his friends." Of course, the one thing he should be able to easily do happens to be the one most difficult thing he could do. Most of Izuku's friends, or the people he knows, at least, are his own enemies. However, since he can't deny 𝗏, and he can't jeopardize the success of this birthday party, he says, "You can count on me, 𝗏-san." After, when Izuku returns from the bathroom, the two switch to pretending as if they were debating over Pretty Woman. He easily invites Ida and Momo, though the latter leers at him the entire time he speaks to her in the bleachers. Unable to leave the conversation with her looking at him this way, he asks her, searching her face, "What are you doing, Yaoyorozu?" "What do you mean? I'm not doing anything." She tries to keep a straight face. "That look. What are you?" "You know what? Never mind." Shouto concludes that her feigning ignorance was immovable, so he decides to let the matter end. Next and last is the quartet of his enemies. He catches them after school, while Izuku is in the library. He finds them by the entrance, and as he approaches them close enough to become able to hear their conversation, he hears Shinsu say, "The loser buys dinner." Once he is close enough to be too close, they stop, look up, and turn to him in a swift movement. He stands his ground, swallows his nerves, swears in his mind about how that never works, and takes a breath in. Right as he opens his mouth, 𝗧𝗪𝗏 steps forward. Since the focus of his eyesight becomes her, he doesn't see the blurred images of a seething Bakugo, a frowning Kirishima, and an indifferent Shinsu in his peripheral. She starts. "Is this about Deku's birthday party?" Her tone is stiff, cracking, as if she is forcing herself to be polite. Shouto finds a brief solace in that he no longer has to explain it to them. "His surprise party. Regardless of, I know," she interrupts, clearly doing everything in her power to limit the words that come from his mouth. "It's about Deku. Not us. We'll be there." By the time they are halfway down the block, Bakugo's "Who the fuck cares about Deku?" is getting more and more distant and soft. Shouto realizes something important. Something that would, eventually, lead to a very memorable party for Izuku. He realizes this. That was way too easy. July 15, 1650, a certain unproductive conversation in the dark, behind 𝗏's furniture, in whispers Kirishima. "Okay, listen, Katsuki. We're not here to fight. We're here for the food." "The food?" Bakugo. "Alright, I get it. But I ain't promising shit." Kirishima. "Oi, I'm being serious." 𝗧𝗪𝗏. "Guys. I love your banter. But be quiet, please. Deku will be here any minute." Shinsu. "Wait. Were we supposed to bring presents?" Shouto. "No. That was up to you. But normally, when you go to someone's birthday party, you bring a present." Shinsu. "So, I wasn't asking you, Todoroki. I was asking 𝗏-san. But thanks for answering anyway, even though I'm across the room." 𝗏. "Boys, may I ask you to remind yourselves why you're here?" Momo. "Why is this atmosphere so tense?" Ida. "Adolescence." Kirishima. "Hey Ida, just curious. But why do you always talk like you're 50? Ida. "Excuse me Bakugo. Will you shut up? I hear his damn keys, 𝗧𝗪𝗏. I hear him, too." Everyone, quiet. For one short but agonizing second, everyone sets aside their differences. They, in this quick moment, consider something other than themselves. They prepare to initiate the surprise. In this second, it all happens. The turning of the lights, the jumping up, the shout. Surprise. The only thing that would make it worthwhile is if the target of the surprise had actually been surprised. Instead, he stands at the foot of his house with a nervous smile plastered on his face, scanning the room for a way to do it over. Everyone relaxes their arms. They watch him for any reaction, but the moment loses its passion. Sorry, Izuku finally speaks. I kind of knew it was coming, and I failed at acting surprised. That was you acting surprised? Never go into theater, says Shouto, with whom Izuku locks eyes. The lock turns into a gaze, and Izuku, briefly, feels as if he is no longer home. He feels he is by a sea the color of Shouto's turquoise eye. He is there with him, looking at him, into his eyes, and maybe smiling not such a nervous smile. They are by the ocean, bottoms being imprinted in the wood-colored sand. The smell of salt water rushes between them as the high tide chases their toes. When it catches them, they submit to the water and lie on the damp sand. And, just as they are now, he sees them look at each other. The scene breaks when 𝗏𝗏 approaches her son and says all that she needs to say through her touches. She smooths back his moss-green hair and holds his face to hers before taking him in her arms. Happy birthday, Izuku, she chortles warmly. He knows she is saying it for both herself and her husband. She leads him to the dining table with her homemade lemon cake and other snacks. Momo brought mainly shrimp-flavored. Iida brought more sweets. It isn't quite what he was expecting, but he enjoys it nonetheless. What he can't bring himself to enjoy is the presence of 4 people he has forgotten how to interact with. He pulls Shouto to the side to ask the question everyone should be asking. Why are they here? I invited them. You what? Why? Shinsu and Uraraka are still technically your friends, no. But Kaken and Kirishima, they came for the food. Having received his answers, Izuku allows himself back into the mood for a party. 𝗏𝗏 brings out the cake knife. She doesn't cut the cake right away. She tells Bakugo, who was standing closest to her, to get the matches for lighting the candles. However, in a proud display of his impatience, with the snap of Shouto's fingers a small flame appears, and he lights the candles with his finger as the match. When he finishes all 17, he looks up at Bakugo, who would have crushed the box of matches had Kirishima not swiped it from his hand in time. Izuku and 𝗏𝗏 marvel at the phenomenon. How did you do that? Asks 𝗏𝗏, eyes wide with curiosity. A little magic, answers Shouto quite seriously, though he means it as a joke. Then, Izuku turns his attention to the candles. His mother tells him to make a wish. He blinks at Shouto. He blinks at his mother. He blinks back to the cake. Shouto must have suggested this entire party, let alone the lemon cake. But he knows his mother did most of the work. She must have given him some menial tasks. He shuts his eyes. He still sees the flames. He doesn't need to think about his wish. I wish for Midoriya Hisashi to return home, and I wish for my relationship with Todoroki-kun to never change. He opens his eyes. When he blows the candles out, sees the melting wax, and the surrounding faces landing on Shouto's, he feels, somehow, that those wishes were tall orders for the one who answers your wishes. And somehow, even as the side of the cake blurs, as he feels something sliding down his cheeks, he doesn't recognize that he is crying until he feels it in his throat. Thank you, he chokes. He is forcing a smile because he doesn't understand why the tears are falling. They just are. And the image of the lemon cake is forever etched into his memory. It falls silent around him. Most of the people there have little to no experience with crying or being present when someone else is. 𝗏𝗏, however, well versed in her son's language, gets the cake knife and cuts him the first piece. She hands it to him, he accepts it, and no more needs to be said. The cake is somehow acting as the neutral ground for conversation. No one from the quartet speaks to Shouto deliberately, but if something comes up such as, "You dropped your fork," then words would be exchanged. They still rush to the opening of the presents before anything else. Izuku opens his mother's present first. It is a writing journal, as he would habitually fill them within the month, often using his allowance to buy more. But this one is special. It is from his mother, leather-bound and aching to be written in. Next, he opens Ida's gift, which is a pack of multicolored pens that are supposed to be on the expensive side of things. He'd gotten him a gift he would have gotten for himself. Izuku expressed a reserved excitement for the pens. He has always had an affinity for stationery. Momo impatiently hands him her present next. The wrapping she'd covered it with is more noticeable to him than the ones he previously opened. The wrapping paper is floral, elegant, spotted with greens and pinks and baby blues. He realizes it is the perfect manifestation of her refined personality, something he was always curious about. He almost doesn't want to tear the paper. but being watched by her bugging eyes forces him to. He realizes that the box he's unwrapping is not holding anything cubic or squarely shaped. Inside it is a ball. A baseball. One signed with the signature of one of his favorite pitchers. A local team player, but a famous man to him nonetheless. It dawns on him that he may not deserve such a great, thoughtful gift, but he knows that it is his birthday, and this was normal for a birthday. For his last birthday, it was just him and 𝗏𝗏, watching Pretty Woman for the 4th time, dousing themselves in caramel popcorn. The year before that, it was regular salted popcorn, and before that it was store-bought cheesecake because she had to work overtime. A birthday, after his father left, was never as grandiose as this. And while his mother clearly did most of the work, none of it would have happened if not for Shouto and his secret briefings with his mother. He could never get anything large enough to thank him. These are his thoughts as Shouto hands him a rectangular-shaped item. He knows it's a book just by seeing it under the newspaper wrapping. It amuses him. But he tries not to let it show on his face because the others are watching. The book is it. Stephen King, familiar, known, already read. He is glad to have another copy, but not so much to tell Shouto he's already read it. He puts on the nervous smile again as he looks up at expectant eyes. His awkward silence must register to Shouto as the result he wasn't expecting, as he asks, "Let me guess, is it one of your favorites?" Izuku nods. "I'm really sorry, but can I still keep it?" "Well, yeah, since it's for you." He holds the book close to his chest, or his heart. The corners of his mouth curve upward, soft but noticeable. "Thanks." The still awkward moment is interrupted by Bakugo's uninvited cackle, something harsh to everyone's ears. He doesn't even know how to give a present. Shinsu, then offering to help 𝗏𝗏 with cleaning up, he says, "You didn't bring one, so you shouldn't really be talking, Katsuki." Bakugo, taking offense to this when the others came empty-handed as well, replies, "And did you bring something?" "No, I didn't fucking think so." "I did," interjects Kirishima, who glances at Ochako. "We did. But I'd like to give it to him outside." Shouto, finding this dubious from the start, doesn't break his focus on Izuku's back until he leaves. They sit on the curb of the sidewalk where the cars haven't parked. Izuku no longer has any capacity to be nervous, so all that remains is curiosity. He comes close to looking at Ochako when Kirishima suddenly demands, "Give me your hands." Slowly, pondering the possibilities of outcomes, he lay his scarred hands in Kirishima's. The latter holds them, but is distant, as if he were picking something up between his thumb and pointer. He continues, "Just so that you won't misunderstand, this isn't for you. It's for Ochako." Then, immediately, he knows what is about to happen. He tenses, but Kirishima doesn't stop. He breathes, the unmistakable golden glow emerges, and what Izuku witnesses next is nothing short of miraculous. He doesn't feel the pain dissipate or the act of healing itself, but he sees the scars and the bruises disappear. His hands revert to their normal shape from before the incident. If his ability was simply to heal, nothing would have happened, as scars are permanent. But he had turned back the time on Izuku's hands. "That's amazing," he exhales in awe. Kirishima stands, wanting to return to his friends, trying to deny the sweeter taste in his mouth after seeing Izuku's clear, unburned hands. "Ochako will answer the rest of your questions." He stops at the door, and without turning around, says, "I don't hate you. Katsuki probably doesn't hate you. What we hate are Todoroki's kind. All they do is burn." Izuku isn't familiar with the Dragon Slayer side of the story, so this new information remains in his thoughts. Then, for the first time since April, Ochako and Izuku were alone, sitting together in silence. It isn't a comfortable silence, but a necessary one. It gives Izuku the time to prepare himself to look at her. And for some reason, when he finally does, he realizes how simple it always was. Or how simple it had become. She had already been gazing at him, wondering, trying to decipher him. She starts, "I asked Ijiru for this because I want to talk to you about something you might not want to talk about, and I needed an incentive." "Oh, so that's what this is about." He blinks once, hard. He knows he's going to hate this conversation. "So, you do know my secret?" "Yeah, I do. I know. That you like Kaken." He pauses. It was kind of hard not to notice it. Shaking her head, tugging at her hair, she groans, agonized, defeated. "Why did you never tell me before?" Izuku briskly lets air pass through his teeth. He tries to smile, thinking that by smiling she'd understand where he was coming from. "You should know why, Uraraka-san. I don't think I could hide that I had a crush on you." Ochako's expression softens, as she did have a feeling that was the case, but was never so sure of herself that she just assumed his kindness meant that he liked her. "So, We both just avoided telling each other the most important things. Is that why you couldn't look at me? I was ashamed, he answers. I know how much you like 𝐭𝐽. She can't help turning beet red at his statement. About that. How did you find out? He remembers the day as if it were yesterday. It was March, the end of freshman year. It had been raining all day, though it was warm enough to get by with a sweater. Izuku was wearing one of his hoodies, which made for the perfect impromptu escape plan. He'd walked to the lockers to change his shoes, when he saw, from the corner of his eye, a dimly lit 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. She was standing by the staircase, seemingly looking off into the distance. She was still as beautiful as ever, though he'd rather see her smiling happily than smiling, as if she couldn't get what she wanted. He stopped to get a closer look at her. He doubted she'd notice him, and she didn't. She was holding a stone between her fingers. It was chocolate brown, scattered with colors of gold and a dim yellow. She covered it with her hands. She looked up, forward, and whispered the name of what she must have been looking at. He didn't hear her, but he read her lips. Katsuki. He connected the dots instantly. That stone was the something that had started everything. He knew, then, that she had feelings for him because he knew what that stone meant to her. He'd found it for her on the first day of high school. She'd lost it and came to him, clumsily running, her hair bouncing through the spring breeze. She had asked him, exasperatedly, to help her look for it. So, he did. Maybe he liked her because she spoke to him, or because she shined so brightly in the spring, but they spent the entire opening ceremony looking for it. And he finally found it right by the school entrance, behind an open door. When he lifted it to show to her, she almost cried but was smiling, and maybe he liked her because of this. She thanked him about 10 times before he told her to stop, and he could never forget the words she said to him then. Someone precious to me gave me this stone. I don't know what I'd do without it. Thank you, strange boy with fluffy hair. It's Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. So, Deku? 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 leans back to look at the clear summer sky. Unlike the cloudy day she'd whispered Bakugo's name, looking at him lifting some boxes with Kirishima, today was clearer. It was brighter. I get it now, she says. Somehow, I feel like I should apologize. Izuku abruptly closes in on her face. No, it's really all my fault. I was an idiot. She returns to sit up, and he distances his face. He frowns, continuing. But, Uraraka-san, you're also being an idiot. What? Only Bakugo had ever called her that before today. Perhaps the two were more similar than she thought. You need to confess to him. She waves her hands across her face in a frenzy. Absolutely not. Even if you think he'll reject you. But, Deku, I can't. We're family. Okay? And, she doesn't respond, so he continues. You'll never be at peace with yourself, or with him, if you don't tell him. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 realizes the difference of impact Izuku's words have when he is directly staring her in the eyes. She likes this side of him the most, but at the same time she feels like his advice is not only meant for her. She doesn't pry into it as she gets up from the curb, but she does tell him this. I noticed that you were looking at me the entire time we were talking. Maybe it's because you found someone you like. She heads back inside first. After looking at his hands, he hides them in his pockets. Then he mulls over her words, shakes them out of his head. He stands, sighs, and returns to his party. He sees Shouto first, though he isn't exactly in the mood to talk. The latter pulls him to the side, as if to tell him something, and Izuku begins to wonder why his expression seems more somber than usual. This, he has to ask about. Todoroki-kun, what happened, after a pause? Is it about the book? I'm really stupid, aren't I? I should have asked you which King books you've already read. But I didn't want you to be even the slightest bit suspicious, because I know you're perceptive like that. And, Izuku fails to hold in his laughter. Something softer than Bakugo's cackle, but just as loud. Stop, you've done all this, and yet you're still hung up over that? You're amazing. I don't feel like that's a compliment. Well, it is. How did you even know this was happening? You weren't surprised at all. Oh, well, I just overheard you too. The time I went to the bathroom. Having driven himself to tears from the amusement, not thinking straight, Izuku wipes away his tears with his hands. When he sets his arms down, he sees Shouto's paled, wide expression and realizes his mistake. He had planned on telling him later, not with others around. What the? Did he heal your hands? He did? Why would he do that? Uraraka-san asked him to. She needed to talk to me. It truly wasn't the time or place to delve, once again, into the past, though he feels sick for not telling him everything. Surprisingly, he doesn't ask any further questions. Izuku wonders why, until he watches him begin to gather his things. Something inside of him cracks. Though the feeling is so clear to him, it is also inexplicable. Are you leaving? He asks, hearing the crack even in his voice. It's getting late, he answers. I have to go. But you live only a few houses away. I know, but I have to go. Izuku has seen this side of him before, but he doesn't understand why he is like this now. He tries to follow Shouto's rushed movements with his eyes. Are you upset? No, I'm not upset, really. Unable to believe him, Izuku stops him by grasping his arm. Todoroki-kun. What's going on? Shouto relaxes in his grip, as he has no other choice. He feels Izuku's smooth skin again, and doesn't want to leave his hands. He drops his hat and bag. He twists within his grip and, forgetting that they were at a party with other people, takes him within his arms. His embrace is tight, and though he knows why, Izuku is clueless. Shouto digs his face into the bend of Izuku's neck and shuts his eyes. They remain this way for a minute, leaving the pink-washed birthday boy to scan the others for their reactions. The only expression that startles him is Bakugo's. But as soon as Shouto releases him and looks into his eyes, all of that disappears. Shouto then reaches his arm out and cups Izuku's cheek with his hand. In the next instant, with his heart already beating out of his chest, he sees something unfamiliar form on Shouto's face. It's unfamiliar because it's a smile, though not a jovial one. His smile looks as if he is holding something back, but must let something go. Almost reflexively, Izuku lowers his eyes and settles his face into Shouto's hand. Suddenly, he takes his hand away, but then uses both hands to pinch his cheeks. He smiles with this, too, and this brighter smile his eyes are shining with his teeth leaves Izuku breathless. 1 second, Shouto confuses him and worries him. But the next, he leaves him unable to speak or think or worry. He doesn't say anything when Shouto finally frees his face. And he doesn't say anything after Shouto turns away, saying, "See you later." He simply looks after him, gazing from behind, as Shouto opens the door and walks into the sunlight becoming sunset. Minutes later, Izuku sees another person in a rush. He sees her covering her mouth, but he also sees her tears, and doesn't think twice about going after her. Shinsu is by her as well, and then they find themselves on the curb again. But now, the sun was setting and Ochako's sun was setting as well. Shinsu was by her right, and Izuku by her left. She was sandwiched in between them, smothered by their attempt at comfort. They lean on her, and rub her back in circles simultaneously. The two boys exchange glances, but they return their attention to her, needing not to say a word. Under the July sunset, in the midst of rain falling from her eyes, Ochako finds 2 more rocks. Moss green and rustic indigo. Shouto is betting himself that the earful Izuku will give him when he returns will be longer and more frustrating than his mother's rants ever were. He knows he'll deserve it, though, so a part of him might be anticipating it. It was Izuku's 17th birthday. The last thing he needed to do was tell him he's going off to another planet for the next month. He's going, against his will, to claim Orion. As a half-dragon, his form is always between human and dragon. However, by officially claiming his name, he would be able to release a complete form as a dragon, with even more power. Again, all against his will. But if there was some silver lining in all of this, it would be that he plans on using this time away from Izuku to figure out how, when he returns, to finally tell him his feelings. If he'd even want to listen to him at that point. After Shouto packs his things at home, he looks out the window. Far away, he can see a star in the sky. He wonders which star it is. It leads him back to Izuku, somehow, as everything does now. He looks down at his hand, recalling the feel of Izuku's neck. Recalling the surprise in his expression when he held his cheek. He sighs, hoping that as he exhales his feelings will temporarily calm themselves. They don't. See you later, Midoriya Vivian. I want the fairy tale. Pretty Woman, 1990. Earth, July 16th. A phone on an empty bed. In a lonely room. Izuku. Hey, 1720. I didn't see you at practice today. 1722. Or at school. Where are you? 1723. July 17th. Izuku. Todoroki-kun. Don't tell me you caught a summer cold. 1631. Something like that would totally happen to you. 1632. July 18th. Izuku. I stopped by your house, but no one was there. 1825. I rang the doorbell. 1826. Should I be worried? Well, I already am. But 1827. July 19th. 2 missed calls. Izuku. 8:33. 1928. July 20th. Izuku. Summer vacation starts today. 1422. You're not here anyway, so it doesn't really matter. 1423. I don't need to tell you anything anymore. I guess 1425. Izuku. Do you still remember your promise? 2013. July 22nd. Despite his tone through the texts, he truthfully isn't sure how to spend his summer at the moment. He had plans. plans he'd intended to figure out with Shouto. He had in mind the beach, the museum or planetarium, and teaching him the tricks to playing Black Ops. Without Shouto himself, however, none of this was possible. Izuku wouldn't have figured out that when Shouto kept saying, "I have to go," he meant that he had to go somewhere else, somewhere other than home. For a while. At the time, he couldn't have known he wasn't going to see him again. At the same time, Shouto had been acting strangely stranger than usual, from his touches to smiles to a certain sadness in his face. Izuku now wonders if Shouto remembers his promise to take him to see the Summer Triangle. He wonders if Shouto really knows where to go to see it up close. He is learning, firsthand, the definition of conflicted. There is a part of him that is worried, another part that is frustrated, and another part where his chest hurts because he simply wants him back. The way Shouto left him reminds him, delicately, of his father. They both touched him more than usual, they both smiled, and they both didn't say they were leaving. They danced around the word, speaking its counterparts and synonyms, giving him contrived context instead of the truth. 11-year-old Izuku was no Shakespeare, but when he was upset or angry, he had a way with words. His handwriting was barely decipherable back then, and his grammar needed some help, but Inko only needed to read his poem once to understand it. She had found it in his room while cleaning it, a few months after the first signs of Hisashi leaving and not returning. It was on a piece of tomato-stained notebook paper. Seeing it, she noticed that it was wrinkled, and lifting it up, she saw that it was also stained with something clear, like water or tears. At the top, "Dad" was written. Her eyes scanned the words on the paper, one by one. Soon, the paper fell victim to her tears as well, as she felt, rushing from her eyes, her son's cry for Hisashi to return. With unfortunate timing, Izuku caught his mother reading his poem and took it from her. As a young boy, he had a limited number of ways to express complex emotions, so he ended up emotionally withdrawing himself from her. He has, since then, tried to hide the frustration he felt from seeing her not just reading it, but reading it and crying. He doesn't bode well with this déjà vu, so he decides to shove it to the back of his mind, to brush it away, to distract himself with something else entirely. Something that, hopefully, won't remind him of Shouto. But his mind draws a blank, and just when he starts thinking about him again, his cell phone rings. The caller ID doesn't say Todoroki-kun, it says, "Uraraka-san. Told me traveling to Told on wing back takes 7 Earth days." In Shouto's time, it lasts for about 10 minutes. But during those 10 minutes he struggled with fighting the desire to jump off his father's back. He hates riding on his back and had wanted to ride on his sister's. But NG adamantly refused to let Shouto get what he wanted. It was starting to feel that way for him more frequently. If he'd already reached his complete form as a dragon, he wouldn't have to ride on anyone's back. He could go where he wanted, do what he wanted, and be with whom he wanted. Shouto will most likely never understand why the Tulmi gods made it so that dragons, their kin, could fly through space. That simply made it easier for them to leave, to search for other worlds and find themselves, a century later, as the cursed monster in a human culture's myth. When they first land on the ground of Tulmi, Shouto remembers pieces of his childhood in an instant. He sees the mild orange, golden sunset, and feels the muggy yet cool air prickling his skin. He steps on the rusty, red-orange dirt. He breathes in, and memories come flashing back. He first remembers when his mother scolded him for running outside when the weather was nice. He'd wanted to play with the rocks and sand, but she only allowed him to play with his sister. She was always wary when either one of her children were out of their home. She'd knelt to match his height, taking his small hands within hers. "Shouto, I know you want to see what's out there, but you have to stay with mommy. You must." "Why? Fuyu can go outside." "I don't like her leaving, either. But she's much older than you. She can protect herself." "And I can't." Shouto's mother shook her head with a crestfallen smile. "No, not yet." "So why don't you or Dad protect me?" She leaned over, clasping her hand on his neck, tapping her forehead against his. "Sunshine, you don't understand. We are protecting you. We're protecting you from this world." That never left Shouto's mind. What also never left his mind was a time he'd had with Fayumi. In the past, she was distant but observant, not saying much to her younger brother, but somehow always saving him from trouble. She boasted herself on her telepathic readings of Shouto's bad habits. It came in handy one day, when she returned home from a trip to the sky. She went on these trips so often that one would think she was trying to find a way out. She and Shouto weren't told, for a while, that they could fly through space, but only as a dragon. When she came home, she noticed that her parents weren't there. The only one there was Shouto. The problem with this was that this had never happened before. Their mother would never willingly leave Shouto by himself. On top of that, Shouto wasn't his semi-lively self. He was on his stone bed, breathing heavily. When she leaned over and felt his forehead, she didn't understand that he had a fever. She only recognized the immense heat his body was emanating. She ripped open his clothes to allow air to pass through. At this, he slowly opened his eyes and saw her. "Fuyu," he uttered. She patted him down, saying, "SHH, don't speak, Shouto." "What? What are you doing?" "You're just a little warm, that's all. I've got you. Rest, okay?" "No, I don't need to rest. Nothing is wrong with me. I'm fine." "You aren't fine, even if you can talk back to me like that. Shut up and rest. You're barely 8. You're too young to be so stubborn." "Fine." Then, Fayumi did what she was best at doing. She lay one hand on his forehead and another on his neck. She inhaled, and once she exhaled, her ice was released in the form of a cool mist. She was determined to cool down her younger brother, to force the heat away from his body. Fire had already taken her father's kindness away. It was not going to take her brother as well. She continued this for hours. By the time she lost track of how long it had been, she was drained. It was nightfall, and someone had returned. She went to see who it was, and once she saw white hair, she said, "Mom, where have you been? Where's Dad? Shouto is sick." Her mother looked different from usual. It was as if her light had dimmed. She looked as if she'd just been in a fight. "He's sick." "No, he can't be sick. It's your father. He's in danger. He went to speak with Lyra, and I think it went wrong. I went to find him, but I ran into trouble with a dragon. I think he started a war." "Wait, what are you saying? That Shouto and Dad are connected. And why would he start a war?" Her mother stepped closer and held her by the arms. "Shouto shares his blood and his power. He's still young, so he isn't able to control it or recognize it. Your father, he was only trying to protect us. That's the only thing I'm sure of." Shouto hadn't heard any of their conversation, but he did feel them sitting beside him. He felt their presence and their hands gripping his. He felt their will flow into his will, their powers lending themselves to his own. He felt them there as he drifted away into sleep, as the night surrounding them began to rage and burn. It was a given that they were going to visit his grandmother, but Shouto was not mentally prepared for her. Then again, as his mother once told him, no one ever could be prepared for Lyra, the Queen of Dragons. They stop at the stone apparatus that is her castle. It's a structure so tall that it nearly reaches the clouds. Not needing to announce their arrival, the tall doors open. Enji walks through first, steady, with the same daunting expression as usual. His mother and sister follow him, and Shouto is the last to walk inside. The inside of the fortress is cold stone, dark and blue with a sense of emptiness, despite there being wide, long windows all along the wall to their left. They take smaller steps as they go along the curve of the hallway, though it wasn't exactly a hallway. It was a wide area that didn't seem to end anywhere. Not knowing what else to look at as he was tired of looking at stone, Shouto looks up at Enji. He expects to see a frown or an expression with the same stone coldness of the castle. But he is surprised when he sees the opposite. He sees tight lips and narrow eyes that hold a glint, a chopped fragment of sorrow or regret. He can't tell the difference. He sees emotion in his father's face, and it sends chills underneath his skin, more so than any glare he'd ever made. Shouto quickly faces the stone ahead of them again. He tries to shake it away, but can't. Then, instead of a stone hall, he sees a large stone block at the center of a circular space. They walk into the area and Shouto realizes it wasn't just a block, it was a throne. When silence overcomes all four of them, from behind the throne, a gust of wind presses forward. The force of air is cold, freezing almost. After the gust, a voice speaks first. Shouto knows his grandmother's voice instantly, demanding and frigid. There were few but memorable times when its frigidness melted to a warmth that made him want to hear her speak forever. "So, you didn't run," says Lyra. She emerges from the dark and, in her pure white majestic form, rests on top of the throne. Shouto notices that another identical one is beside it but vacant. As she speaks, her nose flares and her eyes rise. Her diamond scales rise with them. "I'm genuinely surprised you've come, Aquila." Enji is quiet for a moment before responding. "Mother, this isn't about me. It's about Shouto." Shouto couldn't help but grimace at his words that made it sound as if he was doing this for his son's sake. Lyra hums lowly. "So you say. It's finally that time. Shouto, come over here. Let me look at you. Vol as well." They step forward as she lays her bold gray eyes on them. 𝗵𝘃𝗻𝗲 had been in Shouto's position years ago, when they were still on 𝗬𝗵𝗲. She had done the same as what he is about to do to claim his name. Doing this wasn't a custom for dragons. It was something Lyra had required of her grandchildren who were half-blooded and unlike the rest. She addressed 𝗵𝘃𝗻𝗲 with her true name because she'd earned it. Now, though he was slightly warming up to the idea against his will, it was Shouto's turn. "How is life on Earth treating you?" she asks him. "Fine," he says. Though he thinks on it, and once Izuku comes to mind, he continues, "It's not bad." Lyra might be recognizing the soft expression on Shouto's face, but she doesn't ask about it. "And do you know why you're here?" "To claim my name." "Do you know what you must do?" "Nope." Shouto had expected a kind of strength measuring test, so he doesn't understand when Lyra nods at 𝗵𝘃𝗻𝗲, then at him, then smiles. He hears, from behind him, a desperate "no" from his mother. Lyra ignores this, as she's ignored his mother from the start of their arrival. "Shouto, I think Vol will be your opponent." "Opponent," he repeats. He swallows. "All you have to do is fight, and try to win." These words sound almost foreign coming out of Lyra's mouth. He turns to 𝗵𝘃𝗻𝗲. His sister. His confidant. Everything but an enemy. "𝗵𝘃𝗻𝗲," he starts, as he faces her, and she faces him back. "Who did you fight?" "Mom," she states bluntly. She raises her arms, preparing herself indifferently, but Shouto and everyone else can tell that something is cracking inside her. The terror is somewhat evident on Shouto's face. He never thought he would have to fight his sister for any reason other than her stealing his Pop-Tarts. In search of some sort of resolve, he turns to his mother, then father, then grandmother. He lands on 𝗵𝘃𝗻𝗲 again. He frowns, trying to cover the pain in his eyes. Noticing his silence, 𝗵𝘃𝗻𝗲 says, "Don't worry, Shouto. I'm stronger than you, anyway." She was possibly trying to encourage him rather than goad him. "Come on," she says. "Fight me." Earth, the beach? I'm not sure. What is there to be not sure about? It's just the beach. But the others? You mean Katsuki, Ijiru, and Hitoshi? They don't bite. Kakin might. Silence. Then, true, he might. But come anyway, I'll be lonely there with idiots. Please, an elongated sigh. Fine, I'll go. Mission accomplished. Tomorrow at 1, okay? We'll pick you up. Okay. Putting down his phone, Izuku thinks about the weight of his decision. Hanging out with these guys means walking into Shouto's enemy territory. It also means going somewhere he doesn't particularly enjoy, though the idea of being there with Shouto made it more appealing without the one person he does enjoy. The next morning, Inko nearly sheds tears upon seeing her son going to the beach with friends. It was an amazing, picture-worthy feat. Ochako and the others are standing by the gate outside his house. He approaches them carefully, not knowing what to say. "Hey," escapes his mouth anyway. Seconds later, he realizes all 4 of them are staring at him expectantly. They all wear the same frown between their eyebrows, squinting. But Izuku doesn't understand why he is their target. "What?" he asks. Kirishima steps forward. "Midoriya, do you have sunscreen?" "Yeah," he answers, as he takes out the bottle from his tote bag. Then, strangely, Kirishima takes the bottle, as if it were water in a desert. After he uses it, Bakugo snatches it from his hand and applies it on himself. Ochako takes it from him next, and when she finishes her neck and arms, she hands it to Shinsu. Finally, Shinsu returns the bottle, now almost empty, to its owner. He was the only one to thank him. What just transpired concerns Izuku. He finds himself needing to ask, "So none of you brought sunscreen?" They shake their heads in unison. Ochako elaborates. "I was counting on Hitoshi to have it, since he's usually prepared like that, but he was counting on me to bring it. And these two," pointing to Bakugo and Kirishima, "have never even been to the beach before, so." Izuku's worry only increases. "So, what did you guys bring?" They arrive at the beach with 2 towels, no standing umbrella, a fold-up chair, a concerning number of apples, protein shakes, and not enough water. From this disaster, Ochako creates a line group chat for the 5 of them. Izuku doesn't find comfort in this sudden attempt at closeness with them. But he also doesn't particularly mind it, because he would rather feel discomfort than the persistent ache in his chest. He sits on the towel he brought along with Bakugo. He bends his toes into the hot, gravelly sand tinted with a peach color. He glances up at the sun that was already probably cooking his hair. Then he looks forward at Ochako in her brown 2-piece. She was having the most fun already, splashing in the water. Beside them sits Shinsu wearing glasses in his fold-up chair and Kirishima sprawled out on his towel. Izuku takes out it and flips to his bookmarked page. He snacks on the food he brought, not apples, as Kirishima did, but mini sandwiches. He is somewhat content with the atmosphere until he realizes Bakugo's hand is reaching into his food. Quickly, he covers the container with his hand. First of all, I didn't say you could sit on my towel. And I definitely didn't say you could eat my food. Bakugo looks up at him, wide-eyed. You have the nerve to talk to me like that, especially when your boyfriend isn't here? And when the fuck did your hands heal? Izuku winces at the word boyfriend and at being discovered. He says, first of all, don't mind my hands. Second of all, he's not anything like that. And I think I have the right to be this way when there's a perfectly good towel Kirishima-kun is on. And that you hurt Uraraka-san's feelings. Bakugo's eyes were wide still, but with a different surprise in them. That has nothing to do with you, he mutters. If the two were any closer to each other, they would butt heads. But Izuku shifts away, sighing, returning his eyes to his book. Though he appears to be distancing himself, he continues the conversation. It's not your fault that you don't like her in that way, but I think you're belittling her feelings if you avoid Kirishima-kun because of her. What does Ijiru have to do with it? Asks Bakugo, turning as red as his swimming trunks, due to building anger and building embarrassment. Izuku blinks and looks up at the blonde in red, wondering if he truly doesn't know the answer to that question. He answers, maybe she because she envies your closeness. Why don't you tell me? In a quick, sand-filled motion, Bakugo stands to his feet and exclaims, straight to Izuku's face. Why do you think I'm asking you? Fucking nerd. After, he marches off Izuku's towel and goes over to Ochako by the tide. He makes his hands into a cup, gathers water, and splashes it on her from behind. She turns, shocked with a smile, and trips him into the water. Like this, they go back and forth, and Izuku, watching on proudly, smiles to himself. To break the moment, from above, Shinsu asks him, so, where is Todoroki anyway? Did he finally leave? He abruptly answers. And go where? I don't know where he is. This whole ordeal has left Izuku beside himself, and in a constant state of slight irritation. Normally, he wouldn't have started a conversation with Bakugo, and he wouldn't have replied so roughly to Shinsu's question. Shinsu hums to himself, turning to the sky. If he had sunglasses, Izuku would do the same. He probably brought sunglasses in a different world where Shouto was by his side, looking to the waves with him. They would be mesmerized by the vivid horizon, and by each other and taken by the sea breeze. They would lie there and live and be. But, suddenly, a question finds itself in his thoughts. As someone who dislikes the sun and its heat, would Shouto even like the beach? GTA 5 𝗬𝗧𝗏. How do you guys like the group chat name? I think it's 𝗵𝗃𝗲 1841 𝗵. Sure, have you even played GTA 5? 1843 𝗬𝗧𝗏. I've played it enough, it's really Ijiru's game 1844 BTW. Thanks for coming today 1845 𝗵. No problem 1845 Shinsu Narnias in 87. Ochako, you really did it. You really made a group chat 1848 𝗬𝗧𝗏. I did 1849 Kirishima missed man yeet. How could you? Now Katsuki is gonna blow it up 1850 𝗵. I swear if he rants about Shinsu taking a bite of his burger. 1851 Bakugo Katsudo. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. He ate it without asking 1852 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Oh God's 1853 missed man yeet. Here we go 1853 Narnia 087. But I apologized. 1854 Katsudum. You still did it 1855 𝗵. Izuku has left the group chat. The next morning, Izuku finds himself walking to school. Namely, the track field. He'd gone a few days ago in search of Shouto, but failed. Aizawa was more tight-lipped than usual that day. He wasn't going to try again, but something in him said that today would be different. At first glance, it isn't. Shouto still isn't there, while Aizawa, Momo, and the other members are. Summer training seemed difficult, and Shouto was attracted to difficulty, baffling Izuku with his disappearance even more. As he walks past them, simultaneously looking closely for anything out of the ordinary, he notices a familiar figure prancing around Aizawa's left foot. He notices the silver fur first, then the clear sea blue eyes. He does a double take to make sure that the cat was linen, and he wasn't losing his mind. As he approaches them, Aizawa cautiously steps forward to hide the cat from Izuku's sight. It only proves to him that something did happen to Shouto and Aizawa was in on it. Aizawa-sensei, why is Lenin with you? And outside, he asks. He sets down his clipboard and pen as the cat begins to circle Izuku's feet. I see you've remembered how to greet people, despite not having school. Aizawa-sensei, I'm serious. Why is Todoroki-kun's cat with you? Where is he? Izuku lowers his head, glances at the cat, and lifts it back up with wide, desperate eyes. Where did he go? Is he okay? Please, sensei. I need to know. Aizawa clicks his pen and runs a hand through his hair to push it back, He sighs, rubbing his dark but gray-tinted stubble. He responds, "What you need know, what you want, is for him to come back." He pauses. "He's on 𝗲𝗵𝗲 right now." "His home planet? Why?" "To claim his name. His dragon's name. It's only something specific to him and his sister, being half-breeds. His grandmother wants him to prove himself." "How is he supposed to do that?" "Community service. If only it were that easy. I bet he has to fight 𝗲𝗵𝗲. His mother is also a possibility, but it's unlikely." "That makes no sense. How can he fight his sister?" "He can't. But he will. Which is why, since he knew he was going to be gone a while, he asked me to take care of his cat. And not me." "Well, then he'd have to tell you everything. And he's too chicken to do it." Izuku clasps his hands together tightly, as if fervently praying. Todoroki-kun, he was acting stranger than usual on the night he left. He was being really gentle and distant, and I didn't know what to say or do. I shouldn't have let him leave. Aizawa lowers his arms and looks Izuku in the eye. "No, what you shouldn't be doing is thinking about what already happened. And instead just look at the sky. It's a much better view than the ground." When it falls silent, Aizawa notices that Izuku is clutching his fists and possibly hold back a cry or scream of some sort. To prevent his ears from bleeding, he continues, "Take him." "Take who?" "Lennon. Todoroki left him under my care, but I don't really want him." "But don't you like cats?" "Yeah, but that's not the point. Just take him, for crying out loud." Aizawa lifts him with one hand and hands him over to Izuku with a slight shove. The cat lands into his arms, lying, resting, breathing. He can feel him inhale and exhale. He feels Lennon's life through his glistening fur and his nonchalant but sparkling eyes. Softly, he strokes his fur, biting down on his quivering lip. He cradles the cat close to his chest, wanting to share his heat from the summer sun. 𝗲𝗵𝗲, for every single hit Shouto lands on his sister, she lands 5 on him. He was never a match for her, not even her in her half-dragon state. Her form was much different than his. White scales and white wings and gray horns, pulled back. "What are you doing, Shouto?" 𝗲𝗵𝗲 shouts. After another bout, they separate, and Shouto catches his breath. "𝗲𝗵𝗲, I can't. I can't fight you. It makes no sense. Not everything is supposed to." Then, she launches herself at him, and they go again. Enji, watching from the sidelines with his wife, begins to think. He thinks about his children, himself, and his wife, though they couldn't get married until they went to Earth. And it was in secret with no ceremony. He specifically recalls the night, the moment he met her. He didn't know what or whom he was meeting until he saw that the beast everyone had been talking about was not a beast in the slightest. His parents, friends namely, Aizawa, and other dragon clans talked about the silver-haired beast, the thing, the one who prowls through our ashes. From the way they spoke of it, there was no way he could have known it was a she, and she was human. The being farthest from a beast. It made sense as to why they dubbed her as such. Since, from the second he laid eyes on her through the trees, he knew she was his enemy. He'd been wandering that night, tired of being around others, but wanting to be around nature. The moon was out in full that night. With a whoosh of the tree branches and their leaves, Enji saw her. Underneath the moonlight, he saw a woman clad in black, with angelic white hair that reached her hips. She lifted her head, and he saw vivid gray eyes. She was up against the bark of a tree, her arms and legs wriggling against it. With a closer look, he noticed she was struggling, and could make some inferences based on the spots of red in her hair, and on the leather covering her body. He knew what she was, but something drew him to her. He came to a halt as soon as he got close enough to see her wound. She opened her eyes and laid them on him. She showed no surprise from a dragon being beside her, especially since she said, in between breaths, "So, this is how I go. You have pretty eyes. It might make this not so bad." Realizing she misunderstood the situation, Enji regressed to a human form. He could see her more closely. Her shape, the lines of her hair, the moonlight in her eyes. As he approached her, she flinched, but did not try to struggle away from him. "What are you doing?" she asked hoarsely. "I'm not going to kill you, Dragon Slayer," he stated bluntly. She coughed and blood followed. "What? A dragon won't kill a dragon slayer? You sound crazy. What else could a tall, burly guy like you want from a human like me?" He crouched down to match her height as she was sitting on the tree trunk. "Let me fix you," he said. "I know this terrain. There are plants and herbs I can use to help you, so that you won't die." Her eyes widened. She tried to sit up properly, but the gash in her side was unrelenting. "Like I said, you're crazy. Why would you help me?" This happened because I was hunting down one of yours. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 bit down on his lip. He frowned, taking a moment to assess the situation and his actions. When he lifted his frown and looked at her, however, nothing else mattered. Nothing but the wound he had to fix. She was beautiful, whoever this woman was. She reminded him of his mother, but also of everything his mother had. Kindness, allure, and that snow-white color. I'd want to say that I'm helping you because you're beautiful. But that's not exactly a valid reason, I assume. Right before he leaned over her to pull out an herb, she sharply grabbed her short sword and brought it to his neck, close enough that it brushed his Adam's apple. She sassed, "Yeah, nope. I've heard that one before." 𝗫𝗫 wasn't even thinking about the blade to his throat when he replied, "Then, I want to help you because I can. Because when I look at you, I see the moon and the stars." She lowered her knife from the shock. In any other situation, she might have laughed, but the action escaped her that night. Instead, she might have smiled inside, while on the outside she simply looked away and relaxed her guard. That night was the first of many future rendezvous there, at that time, with each other and no one else. After that night, 𝗫𝗫 goes farther ahead and recalls the moment his conversation with his mother went awry. They were in the stone fortress, and he was trying to cool down the exchange by not talking about his human, dragon-slaying lover. But instead, he brought something up that would have resulted in flames, not ice, if she had the ability of the former. Marriage? Did you seriously utter that word about her, in my presence? Or have I misheard? She bellowed, clearing the mist from her eyes. You haven't misheard anything, mother. I'm just telling you what's going to happen. We already have children. I don't understand why you're reacting this way. Lyra narrowed her eyes. Right? Your children. They're still alive. And they will be, for years. She paused and straightened herself, as if she'd came to a decision of some kind. And she had. Not if they are killed. His eyes widened in a flash, in brisk rage. No, what are you thinking? 𝗂𝗄𝗧, this is it. You have one of two options. Raise both of your children as powerful dragons, or they won't live to see dawn rise. His fury strengthened, his flames exploded. I'd rather fight you. Oh? If you intend on going down this path, mother, I will be 𝗫𝗫, from this day forward. I am no longer 𝗂𝗄𝗧. No, you always will be, but I'll take up your offer on that battle. I'd like to see a dragon try to kill a dragon. And you know those irritating dragon killers will probably join, like the insects they are. Fine. With a last, longing glance, she said, even if you manage to flee somehow, as long as your children are alive, my words stand true. Remember, you are the one who betrayed us. Now, go. I no longer wish to see your face. With a new purpose and raging determination, he went. But now, 16 years later, it was all coming back to bite him. Meanwhile, Shouto has a very slight idea of what he's supposed to be doing. Everyone but him believes that he has to fight. But he feels more. There is more weight attached to his sister than he first thought, resulting in a one-way beatdown instead of an exchange of blows. Weeks have passed since they first began fighting. By now his legs feel heavy, his eyes feel strained, and his horns feel like boulders. He hears the muffled voice of his sister ranting to him about how stupid he is. About how he was insulting her by not fighting. And he knows. He knows what he can do, is doing, and won't do. He knows how stupid he is. He knows he jaywalks sometimes. He sleeps face down. He'll eat pickles for breakfast. The only thing he's quick at is running. And he constantly fails at being able to tell Izuku he likes him. Well, constantly, maybe a bit of a stretch. But aside from the first time on his motorcycle, every time he looked at Izuku after that was a failure. Especially on his birthday, when he embraced him and touched him, but still couldn't vocally say, I like you. Even so, right now it is due to this that he builds some makeshift resolve to face 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐵 seriously. Thinking of Izuku and what he must tell him when he returns, he stops taking blows and stands, firmly, to block them. Thinking of his favorite librarian, he dodges all 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐵's icicles that he can, and with a wave of his wings, fire storms towards her. Suddenly he gains the desire to do more in hopes that he'll be able to fly back to Tokyo, to school, where Izuku is. And although he doesn't believe in fairy tales or completely happy endings, this time he wants it or something close. The force of his flames push 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐵 down the hall. He abruptly stops the attack, then flies to her with unforgiving speed. He throws a left hook as a feint, while his actual blow is with his head. Staggering back, 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐵 throws her arm up. Shouto looks down to see ice creeping up on his leg, and as he focuses on melting the growing ice, she kicks him in the face. She expected him to tall from that kick, but he doesn't. His back straightens, and his head winds back up. He breaks through her ice, kicking the fragments to her. He flashes behind her and lays his hands on her back. He only burns her for a second until, all right. Lyra. Shouto stops. He'd burned a part of Mayumi's shirt and sees what lies behind it. He sees a patch of scales on her skin that stretches from shoulder to, most likely, her other shoulder. He wonders about it, but not for long because the fight being over is more important. Are we done? He asks from down the hall. He and Mayumi walk up to her. Yes, she answers. For the most part, I would deem you worthy of Orion. You are a weak fighter, though. Shouto, unfazed by her statement, first glances at his parents before replying. Well, ma'am, I'm not a fighter. I'm a runner. Earth. August 30th. No, I'm not going. Sorry, but, Deku, you're coming with us. But I really don't want to. Ochako stops pulling at Izuku's shirt and Izuku stops pushing her away. They stand, breathlessly glaring at each other. When Ochako catches her breath, she asks, Why won't you just come? Following his silence, she continues, You literally only have to take 2 steps out the door. Seeing the summer festival is a once-in-a-lifetime event. First of all, the festival is taking place blocks away, and second of all, it's a once-a-year event. You didn't answer my question. Izuku sighs. He turns to face the gate to his house. Finally recognizing the reason behind his attitude lately, Ochako says to him, I get it now. It's Todoroki-kun, isn't it? You don't want to go without him. He responds with his body language, not his voice. But you don't know when if he's coming back. True, he responds. I know you're right, but I just can't do it. It won't feel real without him. Okay. I won't force you, Deku. You, really have it bad, huh? He turns back around, facing her with a weak smile, pretending not to understand her words. August 31st. Izuku's light gray sweatpants have never felt as comfortable as they do now. His bed has never felt as encompassing. And he has never wanted to kiss this cat on his bed as much as he does now. Lennon waddles on his bed in small circles, chasing his tail. Something is clearly wrong with Izuku, but he refuses to acknowledge it. He refuses to go to the festival that starts in 3 hours, and he refuses to admit what he has been feeling. The frustration and slight anger is there, the worry is stronger than ever, but the longing is most potent. Izuku rolls over, lying his head on his pillow. He changes his view from the ceiling to Lennon when he lifts him up. You've gained some weight from the last time I saw you, he says buoyantly. What has Todoroki-kun been feeding you? Lennon lets out a small sound. Of course, you can't tell me. Do you know how much you scared my mom when I first brought you here? She was all like, we can't afford a camat. But I told her I'm watching you for Todoroki-kun. Lennon simply blinks. You're handsome, Lennon. I bet you have it easy with the ladies. He pauses, looking away, or within himself for a moment. I wish I had it easy. Lennon yawns, stares at Izuku. What do you want me to say? That I? He realizes that the next few words will have come from a place deep within his heart. He'd felt it for a while, for months. His eyes water and his chest contracts at the thought of it. At the depth of what he was feeling for Shouto. Fine, I like him. I like Todoroki-kun. He faces the cat. Are you happy now? Lennon doesn't respond, so he continues, with clear ache in his voice. I can't help it. I can't stop thinking about him. By now his tears were streaming from his eyes sideways. I like him a lot. Lennon scratches his ears, and Izuku wonders if on his face is a smile or a growl. When his eyes pop open, he realizes he'd fallen asleep. His eyes had puffed from the salt water he'd tried to hold back. He rises, carefully setting aside the cat that fell asleep on his stomach. It takes him some readjusting to his surroundings to realize that a harsh sound was coming from outside his room. He listens closely and recognizes the noise as the doorbell being attacked. Far from being in the mood to rush, Izuku takes his time in heading to answer the door. He sighs before opening it. When he pulls the door open, Bakugo almost stumbles through the doorway. He stops right before falling, and straightens himself to face Izuku. It is just him there, frowning, but with less hostility. Kaken, what are you doing here? Izuku mumbles. You look like shit. Thanks. You'll thank me later. You're coming with me. Wah, before Izuku can finish his thought, Bakugo grabs him by his t-shirt and drags him outside. Where are you taking me? To the festival. It's starting soon. I thought I told Uraraka-san I don't want to go. Who cares about what you want? She asked me to bring you, so that's what I'm doing. She said it would make you feel better. As he was still grabbing him, Izuku pulls away from his grip. So, you're doing it for her? Bakugo doesn't respond. The two begin to walk beside each other in silence until Izuku speaks again. Are you trying to make it up to her? It's none of your fucking business. So, you are. You know, nothing you do will help. Bakugo turns violently towards Izuku, causing the latter to step back. Gods, shut up already. I know, but there's nothing else I can do. That idiot. She's an idiot. He stops himself from trying to discern any deep meaning in his words. You're barely making any sense, but I get it. All right, then. What about Kirishima-kun? What about him? Are you back to normal? We never weren't normal, dipshit. Whatever. It falls silent, but Izuku feels more at ease when they're barking at each other. This time, however, Bakugo breaks the ice. I expected an adult to answer the door when I came. Where are your parents? Izuku briefly wonders about the intent with this question, if there was any intent at all. My mom is out with her friends, and I thought you knew my dad left years ago. From the corner of his eye, Izuku sees Bakugo's eyebrows lift. Obviously not. You? I've met your mom before, but I've never seen your dad. He's not here. Where is he? Abroad, like mine? A vacancy rises in Bakugo's eyes. Something like that. His lack of an actual response tells Izuku that Bakugo's father went somewhere he couldn't return from. He was gone in the sense that he couldn't come back. Oh, I see. He wonders whether he should ask what he wants to ask. How did it happen? A dragon. Bakugo isn't sure why he even answers him seriously, as if the topic was something he could talk about out of the blue. Wait, so you lived on Talmy? We all did. But not Shinsu. He's different. Izuku takes a minute to process this information. He hadn't truly known anything about Ochako and her brothers, and he had no understanding of their experiences or their pain. He never could. Most of what Shouto has already told him now makes sense. The pieces of his mind puzzle now fit. Izuku chooses to remain silent instead of opening his mouth just to ask another question. By a stroke of luck, they reach the festival. It is dark enough to see the lantern lights and the vibrant decorations. There are more food stands than anything else. They stand at the entrance until they spot Ochako, dressed in a black yukata with pink flowers, along with Kirishima and Shinsu. They, along with Bakugo, were dressed casually, but Izuku could win an award for being the most casual with his sweatpants and white t-shirt. His sandals were somewhat out of place, though. Right before they meet, Izuku asks Bakugo another question. Without facing him, he asks, "Why did you answer my questions? You could have just not responded." A moment passes before he answers, "Because I knew that if I answered you, you'd shut up." At this, and at the faint smirk he sees when he glances sideways, Izuku frees a smile of his own. In the middle of the fireworks show, after the games, the food wars, and the overall drunk spirit calmed down, Izuku sees something. It wasn't a red or yellow firework, or the shine from a light. It was in the sky, curving downward with intent. It was faster than simple flight and brighter than the fireworks. He sees it as a bullet shooting from the sky. When he realizes it's a shooting star, it breaks away from the cloud of fire sparks and disappears from his line of sight. He glances at the others to check if they saw it as well. Since it is only him, he decides to make a wish. This particular superstition he doesn't quite believe in, but he does believe in miracles. I wish for Todoroki-kun to return safely. Not because I'm worried about him, but so that I can punch him and not feel guilty about it. Then again, he's part magic, so he'll probably be fine. He returns home that night content with the festival and hanging around people with whom he has a volatile friendship. He made sure to bring back gifts and takoyaki for his mother. While he expects to see her on the living room sofa, flipping through movie channels, he returns home to see her sitting at the dining table, distraught. She has papers in one hand and the other covering her mouth. She has her eyes shut until she sees her son walk in. "Oh, Izuku, you're back. How was it? Did you bring back the takoyaki from that super tall vendor? Is his hair still red? Well, by now, I bet he's dyed it blonde or something, Mom." He stops her, drawing closer. What happened? Her sigh ripples and cracks as she lets it out. She clutches both the papers and the damp tissue next to them. "Your grandfather. On your father's side. He passed away yesterday. His wake is tomorrow." Izuku first frowns. Then, he hears a crack, but nothing around him is broken. Midoriya loves yes, that is the name on his birth certificate. Image appears in his mind, and attached to it are the snippets of memories Izuku had with his grandfather. He doesn't yet feel more than this. "How?" he asks. "Your uncle says it was a stroke." Izuku lowers his head to face the floor. "Does this mean that we're going to Chiba?" "Yeah," quite spontaneously. The people important to Izuku were leaving. It drops him between a rock and a hard place with a dark roof. Now, with this news, the peeping hole of light that once existed is covered, but not taped over. Only shadows remain, and these shadows are beginning to ever so slightly creep up into Izuku's heart. He could really use that miracle now. Chiba September 1st, the last time Izuku went to Chiba. He went for one of his uncle's infamous barbecues. At one of Midoriya Harako's barbecues, something grand always happened, whether it was his older cousin revealing her pregnancy or his uncle himself introducing his newest boyfriend. The latter happened only a year ago, so he somewhat expected to see that boyfriend again today. But when he asks about it, his uncle scoffs bitterly. Izuku also expected to see his father, but he'd forgotten the type of man Hisashi was. Once he saw Harako's shadowed expression when he and his mother arrived without Hisashi, he knew the man was absent. The only things Izuku enjoys about Chiba are the wide grassy hills, his uncle Harako, and his younger cousin Marina, daughter of his aunt Kaho. The ice cream isn't half bad either. He isn't a huge fan of his older cousin Sana, or her 2-year-old son, or his triplet cousins Yoko, Yan, and Star Love requested this be the name of one of her children. These were all the children of his fighter aunt Kaho, who has 5 children, 1 grandchild, and is believed to have lived for centuries. Izuku is unaware of her true age, but he knows, by her luscious red hair, that she looks decades younger than she is. Differently from Harako, Kaho voices her disappointment in Hisashi. That man is a nomad. He probably feels like he has nowhere to go. Which is beyond me. Izuku's mother steps forward, making her presence known despite being the same height as Marina, who was 13. What she is about to say is what Izuku will never understand. He'll never understand why she defends his father. Hisashi is working. Both of you, his siblings, know that. He's half a world away, and his job is risky. So no, he's not here. But he's probably grieving as much as you both. But this is our father, Kaho utters. Mother is probably turning in her grave. Everyone around falls silent, though Harako comforts Enko by taking her in a small embrace. Izuku simply stands, observes, and pushes down his impulses to say something he would regret. The size of Uncle Harako's house is in between that of a mansion and a house with 3 floors. His job is a mystery to most of the family, though he claims he is just a writer. The vastness of the space makes it an easy place to get lost in. A while after an obnoxious family dinner, Izuku searches for the bathroom. He gets lost in the process, instead finding his uncle sitting on the porch outside. Harako is waving a lit cigar and holding a glass of rum. He looks ahead into some far-off distance, as if it will help him with something, though Izuku does not know what. Izuku initially walks over to ask him where the bathroom is, but his uncle gestures for him to sit beside him. He stiffly follows, taking a narrow spot next to his closed-off relative. He switches glances between his lean profile and the ground many times before Harako asks, "What's up, Izuku?" "Well," he begins, eyes focused on the dirt trail that leads to the house. He can see the misty horizon of a summer evening, drenched in humidity and darkness. "I was just looking for the bathroom." His uncle puts out his cigar and turns to look at him. His dark hair leans over his forehead and his narrow eyes widen. Izuku notes that he hasn't shaved, considering he was a meticulous shaver. But it isn't surprising, considering the circumstances. "Something is wrong, kid. I can see it in your eyes. Is it about your father?" Izuku knows he's been unintentionally pushed into a corner, and that his uncle won't stop until he knows the whole story. He's part of it. "Oh, so there's someone else." Before saying anything about Shouto, he asks, "What about you? What happened between you and your boyfriend? If you don't mind me asking." He sighs. "No, it's fine. He and I, for lack of a better term, fell out of love, I guess. There was a spark, then it fizzled, but the embers still burned us." "What, did something happen?" "I caught him cheating." "Oh. Yeah, it hits you like a brick, honestly. And every time you remember it, the brick hits harder." His uncle pauses, taking a long sip of his drink. "Why do you ask? Did some boy break your heart? Do I have to fight him?" Izuku breathes in, down to his gut, holding it until he speaks. "He didn't really break my heart. He's just not here when I need him most. And he didn't tell me where he was going. I can tell it was probably for my own safety, but still. It's no excuse. Let me ask you, are you two together?" "And no. But clearly, you like him." Silence, but a rose shadow appears on his face. "Do you know if he likes you back?" The shadow's color deepens to a red. I don't think so. I mean, I doubt it." Maybe, but I think he didn't tell you because he cares. And because you have feelings for him. Belief, no. Faith should be in that pile somewhere." So, when he returns, you're going to have him explain himself, and you're not going to let him go. Hirako lays his hand on Izuku's bed of hair. You hear me? As he exhales, the ache in his heart feels lighter. I hear you. Good. Now, one of the bathrooms is down the hall, to your left. That night Izuku can stomach seeing his grandfather's body in the casket. He can tolerate the black suit and tie his mother made him wear. And he can simply ignore the irritating voices of the triplets. He compliments Marina on her laced black dress, though she drags him around to meet and greet strangers to him. They were people who knew love. Some were fellow retired policemen, but none of that matters to him. The only thing he cares about, regarding these people, is how they are making conversation. He can't help but listen to the words leaving their mouths, frankly because he has nothing better to do. He hears gossip, mostly, but in between the gossip are accusations. There is a cabin, miles away near the hillside, that Love was rumored to have gone on the weekends to be with a secret lover. People claim they saw only him go inside, yet they also claim he was with a woman. The main problem with this, he heard, is that the cabin is deemed haunted, cursed because of stories about a beast who once lived there. This is what intrigues Izuku the most, and he almost wants to go to investigate. Stopping him in his tracks, however, is how these people were saying that Hisashi, his father, is the cause for his grandfather's stroke. They were estranged, and Love was most likely concerned about the life his son was living. But that is the last thing Izuku would allow himself to believe. His uncle stands to speak about love. Both the person lying beside him and the concept, Izuku, standing beside his younger cousin and his mother, starts to think about his grandfather again. He hasn't been able to shed a tear so far, and he wonders why. It doesn't bring him joy, nor does it throw him into grief. Detachment, sure, but there was nothing beyond his heart aching. As he gives up on trying to find the answer finds him. Years ago, when Chiba was a second home to him, Love had told him something he didn't understand at all. He doesn't remember the context, and he barely recalls the exact words. He simply feels two calloused hands cupping his face. He simply hears, albeit faded. You know what the hardest thing about loving someone is? Admitting that you do. It's taking that first step. You know what King said, how the scariest moment is always just before you start. But when you do start, when you're in it, and if it's real, it always wins. And because his heart knows that he loves his grandfather, the ache dissipates, leaving him with a smile on his face. Since, having found his rest, Love was probably smiling up there as well. Tokyo. September 2nd. Shouto gloriously falls out of his bed. His entire body quivers as he tries to push himself back up. He checks his clock. 6:40. By the time he manages to sit on his bed, his mother enters the room. Shouto, you're finally awake. I heard you from downstairs. She sits beside him, setting down a glass of water. Are you all right? She asks softly. Hopefully this doesn't sound suspicious, but I feel like I have a hangover. She snickers. It does sound worrisome, but I won't ask. What happened? What day is it? The 2nd. As he comes to a realization, his eyes widen. The 2nd? What happened yesterday? 2 days ago when we came back. His mother nods, placing a hand on his knee. After your grandmother bestowed the power on you, you wanted to leave immediately. So, we flew on the meteor that passed just in time. But after we came home, you passed out in the shower. Your father, and I think it's due to strain and fatigue on your body, from the fighting, and your new form. So, are you saying I slept for an entire day? And where's Lennon? Lennon is downstairs. Aizawa brought him yesterday. But you did sleep for the whole day. School starts again today. But if you don't feel up to it, you don't have to go. No, Shouto insists, taking out his uniform. I do have to go. His mother's eyes follow him, confused. Why? I have to see him. Coming to the realization, she lowers her eyes. Izuku-kun. Mom, I didn't tell him where I was going, or when I was coming back. I only said, see you later, as if I were going to see him the next day. Do you know how pissed he probably is? Shouto's mother raises a palm to stop him. Okay, Shouto, I get it. Just calm down. You'll see him at school. Take it one step at a time. She leaves him to get dressed. He finally looks at his phone, somehow still on 10%. His heart drops when he sees Izuku's name by the missed calls. Thinking it couldn't be worse, he sees the messages. He reads them, over and over, feeling sick to his stomach. In the next instant, he runs. He sprints out of his house, forgetting his tie, and not even tucking his shirt into his pants. His blazer is over his shoulder. He goes straight to school with the idea that Izuku is in the library. When he gets there, Ignoring the greetings and some chastises for his appearance from people whose faces he doesn't see, he walks in on Ida instead. The librarian pro tempore almost exclaims upon seeing him. "Todoroki," he whispers. "You're back. But why do you look like a mess?" Catching his breath from the run, he breathes. "Where is Midoriya?" "He didn't tell you. He's in Chiba." Shouto stumbles, nearly falling to the floor. "Chiba? Why?" "His grandfather passed away. He and his mother went to the wake. His uncle's house, I think. They left yesterday." A stifling chuckle passes through his teeth. "You've got to be kidding me. How could I miss him?" Then, he says to himself, "I should be there." Without parting words to Ada, he leaves and goes to the bathroom. He fixes his appearance and heads to class, but he has become a shell of himself. People approach him, he speaks to them, but his mind passes right through them. Sitting in class, he stares at the seat a couple chairs away. He recalls the note passing, the exchanged glances. As it comes back to him, he digs his face into the bend of his elbow. He shuts his eyes, but then he sees Izuku, so he keeps them open instead. "Hey." Spoken deeply and quickly from someone standing above him. He opens his eyes, noticing that the day had passed and the sun was starting to set. He had closed his eyes, even fell asleep. He looks up to see Ochako, frowning as if disgusted. "What do you want?" he asks her. "I want you to go." He lifts his head. "Go? Leave, you mean?" "Don't worry, I'm leaving." Ochako stops him by the arm. "No, I mean go." She turns to him, grabbing his shoulders, pressing her nails into his arms. "Deku was falling apart this summer. He's become someone important to me, so it hurt to see him unlike himself. And, though it kills me to say this, he needs you. I don't really understand it, but I hope you do." Shouto lifts his head, part dismayed and part frightened to his core. He is surprised to hear that Izuku needs him, but worried to learn that he was falling apart. He thinks that maybe, if he'd told him what his situation was beforehand, Izuku wouldn't have fallen anywhere. But this realization was way overdue. Ochako releases his arms, her eyes darting between his. "Todoroki-kun, I don't want to tell you again." Then, he understands. That night his father catches him trying to leave through the window. He and his mother were standing outside, clearly having been waiting for him to make a move. It was dark out, also the perfect, desolate time for someone to fly 3.5 hours away to find their crush by scent. Shouto lands on the grass, cautiously eyeing them. "We heard that the Midoriyas are in Chiba," Enji states, "and we thought you'd try something. I overheard you telling your mother that you wanted to see him right away. So, you put 2 and 2 together. Congratulations," Shouto mutters. "No, Shouto, you don't understand. He knows," says his mother, turning away from her husband. "He knows about your feelings. He figured out I was hiding something." Shouto's eyes start to feel dry, though he doesn't realize it is due to having not blinked them in the past 5 minutes. His breathing quickens. He shakes his head vigorously to toss aside his nerves. "I don't care, I'm going," he declares. Enji blocks his path. "Do you really think I'd let you risk being seen by going so far away? Somewhere you've never been? All for what? A human ant?" Shouto seethes. He clenches his fists as his mind spins. He can only think of leaving. His instinct, his heart, is telling him that the only way to fix everything is to leave. He steps forward, bumping his chest with his father's body. With eyes afire, he stares him in his ocean eyes. "Get out of my way." His father doesn't respond, so he shoves him with all the power he could muster in 3 seconds. As soon as he sees that opening of space, he opens his wings and flies up. Enji is about to go after him when his mother pulls him down by force. He looks to her in utter surprise that shifts into frustration. "Let go of me. What are you doing? I'm not letting you go after him. I won't let you ruin this for him." Shouto's mother steps back from him, revealing her husband's wrists and ankles trapped in glowing, bright blue circles. He slowly falls to the ground, writhing against the force. "Surely you haven't forgotten my power, Enji. It doubles your weight. Your dragon weight. You're not getting up. Why are you doing this? You, of all people, should understand." "Understand what, Enji?" "That you're just afraid of losing him. So you antagonize yourself and drive your son away." Now heated, she draws closer to him. The ground cracks as he recoils under the weight. Do not tell me to watch my mouth. I don't care how afraid you are, or about the ego that you want to protect. I supported you until the day you scarred our son's face." She stops. "No, that's not right. Even now, in my own twisted way, I still do. But I will never forgive you for scarring my son." She lands on Enji's pained eyes, but looks away. "And I know that you hate what your mother is doing to us. to you. And I know that you hate her for what she did to me. But the way you're acting it isn't strong. To me, it just seems weak. And that is not the fire-breathing legend I fell in love with. For the first time in his extended life, Enji becomes as tight-lipped as a zipper. He still seems infuriated, for his flames are seeping from his skin. But he says nothing. Shouto's mother wants him to speak. She wants him to talk to her, for once. However, even as her face is close enough to kiss his, neither move a centimeter. Waiting, she watches him lie below her. She does not know what he is waiting for. Čiba questions about his grandfather, the cabin, and his time as a policeman run through Izuku's head that night. He'd been wondering about these things all day, since his uncle decided to make him and his mother stay another night to spend more time together. It was clear to Izuku that his uncle was trying to distract him from his tribulations. While it worked for the most part, tonight it resets, and Izuku fails to fall asleep. He wakes up from the sofa in Hirako's pool game room to use the bathroom, and this time he knows where the bathroom is on the 3rd floor. With slow strides, he walks back to the excuse of a guest room. He settles back in the vintage sofa with a heavy sigh, and tries to fall asleep. Again, his attempts are foiled, but not by himself. He jolts up from hearing a sharp tapping sound. He looks around hastily, seeing nothing but hearing the sound again, from the window. The cutting sound pricks at his ears. His heartbeat accelerates. He gets up from the sofa and reaches for his uncle's baseball bat. He creeps toward the window, bat in both hands, foolishly relying on the darkness. He looks through the window. Outside, the twilight is as shadowy and ominous as inside, and it sends chills down his spine. There is a statuesque tree right in front of the window. The light of the full moon burns as specks between the leaves. He looks closer, and due to that light, he can see what is within the branches. He sees the eyes first, but he only needs to see that heterochromia to know who it is. The only one it could be. He sees the wine-red scales next, then the muzzle, then the arching wings behind. His wings are larger, less broken than before, and there is nothing human about his shape. He sees arms and talons instead of hands and fingers. The moment hits Izuku like a brick. The creature in the tree is none other than Shouto. But this awareness shortens his breath and creates sweat on his forehead. Still, he opens the window. It opens horizontally, allowing in a gust of wind. He stares at the creature and tightens his grip on the baseball bat right before dropping it. The shock has passed, leaving every other emotion Shouto has left him with. "Get down," he mutters from the depths of his voice. He can't tell what emotions Shouto is feeling with that form, but he sees the dragon's eyes round out. He listens to the human and goes. Izuku himself starts for downstairs. He begins with a brisk walk. The scariest moment is always just before you start. He runs. He rushes to the front porch, nearly tripping over his family's shoes. Outside, he turns on the porch light so that he can properly see Shouto. To see what he's gained from being away. Clad in black sweatpants and a black t-shirt, he approaches the dragon with zero hesitation. He slows as he reaches to touch his scaled muzzle, looking into his gray-green eyes. As his hand feels the thickness, the rigidness of his scales, he wonders what exactly Shouto was fighting for. His eyes search between both the dragon's eyes, darting back and forth. He doesn't smile despite thinking to himself that his appearance is hauntingly beautiful. It is precisely because of this thought that he pulls away from him and takes a few steps back. Shouto closes his eyes and morphs down into his normal, human form. As soon as he opens his eyes, he speaks. "Midoriya, I'm sorry. I should have told you that I know. Aizawa-sensei told me everything. I kept Lennon for a little while." He pauses. "So, what was it? Was the cell service there that bad?" "No, I didn't take my phone. I was on another planet, not across the country," he says. Izuku is looking down at the ground. "Right. Obviously. But, see, I didn't know that." Shouto steps forward. "Gods, Midoriya, please, no," they freeze. "Why didn't you tell me from the start? Did you think I was going to stop you?" "No, I was just scared. I couldn't focus if I left you worrying about me. I didn't want to see the look on your face if you knew I might not have come back." Izuku turns away and for a moment, grits his teeth. "I never thought selfishness was one of your virtues, Todoroki-kun. It's one of my vices. Your plan backfired, though, because I ended up worrying about you anyway. I didn't want to go anywhere because you weren't there. Do you even remember the promise you made to me? Because summer vacation is over and I haven't seen it." Shouto is clueless on how to respond. Not only does he not know what to say, there was also his own heat rising from within. It was far from anger, but close to irritation. Not at Izuku, but at himself for lacking the diction or the courage to properly express his feelings. "Listen, Midoriya. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you then and now, especially because of your grandfather. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. But while you were mad at me, I only came back because I thought of you the entire time. Izuku places a hand on his chest, clenching his shirt. I was the same way. But I missed you, Todoroki-kun, and for a while I didn't know where you were. That was fear. And you probably tried to tell me something on my birthday. But I don't know what. Shouto takes another step forward, reaching for Izuku's hands, but the latter backs away again. I don't know why, but I can't. I don't want. Why are you being so distant? Are you really that mad? Tell me what to do, Midoriya. Tell you what, exactly? Izuku does not realize he is stepping toward Shouto once more. Tell me something, anything to fix this, because I feel like you're slipping away. The two inch closer and closer in a heightened frenzy. Their chests nearly touch. Izuku turns away again. I can't do that. Just stop it. Shouto presses on. Midoriya, please. Throwing his hands, Izuku cries. You don't get it. Everything just felt pointless without you. The only audible sound, aside from their pounding hearts, is the sound of the dancing tree branches. They rattle in the wind as the night screams, as Shouto and Izuku scream inside. Izuku speaks again, quickly mumbling. Hey, can we pretend I didn't just say that? No. Shouto closes in on Izuku, accomplishing the mission of taking his hands. He is skillfully concealing his shock, or at least he was until Izuku lifts his head, eyes filled with salt water. Say it again, he adds, swallowing the rock in his throat. Izuku sticks to his silence, so Shouto continues. Midoriya, do you like me? In that way? After a pause that feels like an eternity. I do. You don't sound too happy about it. Because you. What? You don't. You never could. Why do you think that? Why else would I be holding your hands right now? I don't know. Do you think that because you're human and I'm not? No. Then, because I'm 10 centimeters taller than you? No. Shouto leans forward, closer to Izuku's face, waiting for an answer from him. Then, why? Why do you think you know how I feel? Because I liked you first. I think I liked you before we even met. And they say that the one who falls first gets hurt more. They get the short end of the stick. You're a boy, and we're friends, Midoriya. What? Frowning deeply and lips quivering trying to form a smile, he says. For someone as smart as you really don't understand a thing. By now Shouto has opened his river gates and could not stop the tears from welling in his eyes. Not when his feelings were finally clear and real and out in the open. He swiftly takes Izuku in his arms as if shielding him. He breathes into the bend of Izuku's neck, this time remaining there. Izuku is quiet but breathing, and circles his arms around Shouto's neck. The latter, then possessed by the twilight above them, lands his lips on Izuku's shoulder. He turns the next one, a little higher, into a peck of a kiss. Almost instantly after, Izuku frantically shoves Shouto away. They both stand there, Shouto dumbfounded and Izuku holding his neck in surprise. Sorry, I don't know what came over me. No, don't apologize. Please, don't. A smile crosses his face, moonlight bright and cotton soft and everything Shouto realizes he came back for. Then, with his index finger, he gestures for Shouto to come closer again. He says, back in Tokyo, I made a wish on a shooting star. I wished for you to come back safely. When Shouto reaches him, he lays his hands on his chest and abruptly pinches his nipples. The dragon boy writhes and screams in pain. Izuku stops after a few seconds, saying "Hitori," so that I could do something like that. Shouto rubs his chest to help the pain. Fine, I deserved that. But you know, that shooting star was me. Really? So, I missed you by a hair? By a hair. When the emotional high dies down, they take a better look at each other. Izuku is still green and freckled. Shouto is still half and half. But it dawns on Izuku that it has been more than a month since they last saw each other, and more needed to be said than confessions. Todoroki-kun, there's a lot we need to talk about. I know. I'll tell you everything that happened. Let me go first, though. Because there's something I should have told you months ago. They sit on the porch, right under the lights. Shouto tries to stay focused on Izuku's story about Ochako and Bakugo, and not be distracted by how enchanting he looks under the glow. His undivided attention is caught, however, once Izuku mentions that he liked her. She liked Bakugo, and because he knew this, he couldn't be normal around her. He explains why this led to Kirishima healing his hands. Are you okay? I dumped a lot on you. You liked her. I did. Izuku clamps Shouto's toughened hand. But now, he says, smiling with his eyes. Shouto receives the message. Then, Shouto tells Izuku about his grandmother, 𝗏𝗵𝗲, how he fought his sister to become a complete dragon, and how he almost fought his father to get to Chiba. I got lost a couple times, but I had to be careful because, giant unidentified flying creature equals trouble. Izuku genuinely laughs for the first time in a while. So, how did you find me? This embarrasses Shouto more than the time when his mother walked in on him changing, and when she saw his butt, she snickered. Since Izuku is asking him, and not his mother, he answers, "Your scent. I followed it after I reached Chiba. Ever since coming back, my sense of smell is stronger, and I can finally control my flames." Izuku's eyes brighten, and Shouto remembers that he is his biggest supporter, the one who started everything by wanting this for him. "I'm really happy for you," he says. "Thanks." He looks at him for a short while. He notices when Izuku suddenly seems downcast, so he asks, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you still upset?" No, I was just thinking about you and your home planet. When you were away, Kaken told me that he and the others were born there. But he said that Shinsu-kan was different. Then, I realized that I know nothing about what happened to you guys. I guess my real question is, how did you guys get here? Shouto knew he would have to, one day, explain this to him. Tonight has already been a night of tears and revelations, so he doesn't find it difficult to explain. Any other night might have been different. "It started with my grandmother," he begins, shifting his position to relax. Izuku, to his surprise, steals this opportunity to get closer to him. He turns his body, then descends to lie on Shouto's lap. He faces him from below, smiling, his green hair smothered on Shouto's thighs. He feels his legs tense, only increasing his own nervousness. "Trying to combat it," he says. "Continue." Shouto glances down, then glances up at the sky. He sees a black blanket scattered with stars. Well, my grandmother kind of lives in her own personal vendetta against humans. So, when my parents got together, my mother was especially in trouble because she isn't an ordinary human. She's a dragon slayer. Or, she was. Izuku's intuition had told him that there was something more to Shouto's mother, and this was it. But she still managed to give birth to 2 children. Yeah, they escaped from the public eye and made a home somewhere discreet. Only, when 𝗏𝗵𝗲 was born, my grandmother could sense it, so she sent lesser dragons to kill her. It failed, obviously, but she tried many times after, even when I was born. I think she and my dad argued and something went wrong, so, when I was about 8, he started a war. A war, he repeats, as the word sinks in. A civil war between the dragons who sided with my grandmother, with my father, and dragon slayers. It lasted for 2 years. But it was more than enough time for our lives, and their lives to fall apart. You mean Kaken and the others? You know how his father died, right? He told me. Well, he was killed in that war. Uraraka's father and Kirishima's mother were also victims. They were all slayers. A feeling of nausea rises in Izuku's stomach. There's more. My grandmother, in her fury, went out to the front lines with one target. My mother, who already had her hands full. She was protecting me and my sister and didn't notice Lyra until after she left her skin damaged from ice so cold it burned. My dad could feel that there was a change in me when my mother fell. He rushed to our sides and barely took us away from Lyra alive. Meanwhile, Aizawa, who I was told was on the battlefield as well, found Uraraka, Bakugo and Kirishima hiding in a cave, huddled together with their remaining parents. He told me his conscience didn't allow him to leave them, regardless of what they were. After debating about it, they flew on his back and met up with my dad. After even more debate, they found a way to escape. It was the only way, really, and that was going up. But they had to wait for the right moment when the stars aligned, and if, God's willing, a meteor flew by. Somehow, for the most part, it worked out. Minutes breeze by before Izuku replies to his story. The experience must have affected you, though. It did. It does. But I don't like being stuck in the past anymore. His words repeat in Izuku's mind as, when he thinks of Shouto's past, he thinks of the unwanted parting gift Ginji had given him on his face. He forgets about the nerves he felt before, and, facing him from below, lifts his hand to push back the left side of his bangs. It is the more dangerous side, the side with a scar. Izuku inches his fingers toward it, but Shouto flinches away. He stops, looking at him but unrelenting. Shouto leans back in, as he has no other choice, allowing Izuku to touch it. Laying his fingers on the scar, he frowns, not in disgust, but in trying to hold back his emotions. He brushes it with his thumb, feeling the etched lines and bumps. He slides his hand down to hold Shouto's cheek and whispers, "It's okay." "What is?" "Everything." After this, the following silence lasts. The two begin to drift off to the seas of sleep. Shouto lies his entire body on the porch steps with Izuku remaining on his lap. However, when Izuku tries to think of things other than Shouto, he wonders about his grandfather again, and the cabin, and the itching mystery surrounding both. The itch afflicting him can't be alleviated until he figures it out. When the absurd idea dawns on him like lightning, he jumps up and shakes Shouto awake. Before the latter can collect his bearings, he eagerly suggests, "Now that you've upgraded, I need you to take me somewhere." With a yawn, Shouto replies, What? Take you where? Now." "It has to be now. I won't get another chance, since we're leaving in the morning. We need to go to the hillside." "Why?" "I'll tell you on the way. It's about my grandfather." Normally, Shouto would, in fact, think twice about going somewhere so far in the middle of the night, especially with his fatigue. But since he cannot rid his mind of the belief that he must make amends with Izuku, he wants to do everything that he can for him. Also, tonight has been farthest from normal. All right. He stands to his feet, appearing tall and dignified through Izuku's eyes. Slowly his shape contorts and grows, first revealing the legs, then the tail, arms, and muzzle. What Izuku recognizes from the mist clearing is the same dragon he'd touched earlier. The same Shouto. "Climb on," the dragon nods to the sky.